Good afternoon, everybody. We are here for the Between Worlds Seasonal. What's going on? My name is Jay Doza, and I am joined here by the lovely, incredibly dressed Boulevard. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I told you not to bring up my outfit, draw attention to it, whatever. Anyway, I am doing absolutely fantastic, Doza, ready for an exciting day packed full of play Runeterra action here at the Between Worlds Seasonal.
Yeah, I didn't know what a waistcoat was before today. Actually, I didn't know people.
I had to ask other people so that I could find it on Amazon. So yeah, this was not as easy to track down as I thought it would be, but we made it work.
Oh man, but I am excited for today, man. We've already been talking about this for a couple weeks now, or the week leading up to this season. So I'm very excited to get into the open rounds. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the format for today. We have players bringing 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and of course, no more than 1 deck without any champion at all. Players ban one of their opponent's decks before the matches begin. Players also cannot use a deck after winning a game with it, and each tournament round lasts for 60 minutes at maximum. Oh, by the way, there are 9 rounds of Switch, most of which we will be here to cast today, Boulevard.
And you might be wondering, now, why would anybody come and play 9 rounds of Swiss? The answer is there's a $10,000 first place prize pool, $20,300 overall, distributed among the top 32 players that finish with a 7-2 or better record, depending on their ladder placement. And of course, this is going to be split amongst a bunch of different players, but the $10,000 main prize is what everybody is going for this weekend. It's why we're all here. It's what we're excited to see these players compete for.
Yeah, as is every other seasonal, right? This is pretty cool stuff today, and I'm looking forward to getting into some of these grade A matches a little bit later and seeing a lot of the people that myself and you, Boulevard, I mean, we've seen them over the course of, what is this, the 7th seasonal we were just going over? Yeah. So very excited.
Rounding out the 2nd year, 7th seasonal. There is a long history that you and I have been around for a long time, my friend. But let's take a look at the meta, because that is the one thing that is constantly changing between each seasonal. This is a lovely breakdown that the Player Runeterra account put together on sort of the top performing ladder decks in Masters over the last week, so that you get a general idea of what the meta is going to look like here. Rally Elusive, of course, up at the top. Plunder, one of the more hotly debated decks amongst the players, probably one of the more popular decks that we're going to be seeing. And then, you know, your Lurk, your Scion, your Darkness start to round it out as we get down to like 5%, and then Bandleburn, Lux Jace, Thralls, Teemo Swain, Ping City rounding it all out.
See, you scoot right over that Lurk deck, Boulevard. I know you were saying you don't think it's going to get played a lot. Past it. I honestly think this is going to be the deck to watch today. I know it's got some pretty polarizing matchups, and I'm very curious to see if it's going to do well, because I do agree, ladder, I do think Lurk, you know, performs a little bit better, but it's interesting to see that it's actually played so much on ladder, because generally speaking, it's not even played this much. So it should be a very interesting day to see decks like Lurk. And I don't know if we're going to see too much Lux and Jace, unfortunately.
No, and I think Lee Sin is a deck that isn't represented on here that we're going to see a lot of, but we're going to take a little bit of a deeper look into some of the decks that we are expecting to see, starting off with Draven Scion. The builds have gone a little bit more burn-oriented in sort of the recent weeks, with Decimate and Noxian Fervor making their way back into the main deck. That Captain Farron that really rose to prominence during the World Championship, of course, now a mainstay in the deck, and sometimes, as you can see up at the top there, you'll even see Precious Pet in this deck.
Yeah, 1 copy in this case, too, of Reborn Grenadier, which is interesting. But you said it, great, Boulevard. It's burn. It's more burn heavy now. We have not only the Mystic Shot and Get Excited, which has pretty much been in the deck since the start, but also the Decimates on top of the Decimates generated from the Captain Farron as well.
And you might be wondering, why now? Why is it now playing Decimate? What changed? The sort of answer that I've been able to gather from a lot of the players is, if this version does better when your Scion gets mini-morphed, is sort of the long and short of it. You know, you can play your Scion, oh no, it got mini-morphed, how do I win? Decimate, baby.
Or Captain Farron. Scion gets mini-morph. Well, you only have so many mini-morphs. Now I have an 8/8 with Overwhelm on the field, so definitely curious to see how well this deck does. It's been a mainstay for quite a while now, Boulevard, right? So I expect to see this in the top cut, but I do think there's a lot of better decks nowadays, and one of those being Plunder. this is a deck that has rose to prominence like crazy in the last, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months. This deck has pretty much just good matchups across the board. And recently, which we saw last weekend at the OLS as well, Boulevard, we have pretty much every deck, every version of Plunder running one Field of Rush, which is, it's crazy good. It's funny because Field of Rush decks are actually coming back to prominency as well. You're seeing floating around. And now it's funny to see Plunder versus Field of Rush as well.
And last seasonal, at the Beyond the Bandlewood seasonal, Freljord was absolutely nowhere in terms of play rate. There was one Plunder deck and one Thralls in the top 32, and that was the entire composition of Freljord. This seasonal, with Plunder being so prominent, with Turbo Thralls, with traditional Field of Rush, I think Freljord is going to be one of the most played regions going into the top 32.
All right, and next up, we are going to take a look at Zed Poppy, none other than Boulevard. This is, I'm sure this is every ladder player's dream. This is what I'm sure so many people have gone from silver to gold to platinum to diamond, just, you know, mashing that play button over and over again to get some quick wins under your belt. And that's what elusives do. I mean, we've been around for a while, Boulevard. We've seen elusives be crazy good at the beginning of the game, and this is the most modern version of it now. You have Zed Poppy, and when you're rallying with Zed or a leveled up Zed, that can be a recipe for a quick win.
If you haven't played Legends of Runeterra since the very first patch that released in January, all you need to do is slightly update that back-to-back elusive rally deck that you had played then, and boom, you've got Zed Poppy. This is an archetype that has been around forever, will likely be around forever. Relentless Pursuit was recently nerfed, and guess what? The deck is still very, very good. I think this is going to be definitely one of the 3 most popular decks this weekend, probably the most popular.
Yeah, what was it? What that graphic we just saw? It was like 11% on ladder, right?
Yeah.
So,
and then Lurk, Doza, I know you've been a little bit bigger on this one than I have.
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked Lurk because you know me, I like aggro decks in general. I actually really don't love Rally Elusive just because I feel like it's such a like no-brain aggro deck. Although I guess people could argue every aggro deck or burn deck is a no-brain deck, but I don't know. Lurk's always been an interesting archetype for me because it feels like it can be just a no-brain aggro deck. You just play stuff to the field, you get lucky and hit some, you know, attack buffs every single turn, and then you finish out with a buffed up Rek'Sai. But I don't know, it feels like, you know, with things, and actually this one, just as I say that, this one is not playing some of the typical Lurk package that we usually see, and it's I'm completely forgetting it right now, the 2-cost spell. Wow.
Bone Skewer.
Bone Skewer, yeah, it's such a common spell too. We've actually, in Boulevard, that's not the first time we've seen that card not included in Lurk. I feel like more and more we're seeing that be the case now.
Yeah, especially on ladder, I think because Bone Skewer and Rite of Negation are these very matchup-specific counter cards, it's really going to keep your opponent guessing as to whether or not those cards are in the deck, whether or not they have to play around them. Here in an open decklist tournament, it's going to be a little bit different. You can't bluff the Rite of Negation if it is nowhere in your 40 cards. Same thing with Bone Skewer. But these lists are all variable, right? We're just trying to give you a general idea of what these lists look like. There is a little bit of variation. Bone Skewer, Rite of Negation, definitely things we're going to keep our eye on if we do get Lurk on stream.
I will say, I do think Bone Skewer is the better card to be running in Lurk. I think that if it's going to be successful today, it's going to be versions that do run Bone Skewer, because I feel like the swing potential in a card like Bone Skewer paired with Pike is absolutely insane. I mean, it feels so good to get a board clear with Pike, right? Like, it's one of the most fun things to do in Legends of Runeterra, so very, very excited to see this deck, hopefully a little bit later today.
And then rounding out the 5 decks that we are looking at, we've got Darkness. Doza, I know this is a deck that you're not super big on. It's a lot more control-oriented. Very famously, very difficult to play. Yamato having an incredible either 6-0 or 7-0 run at the World Championship with this deck. And a lot of players tend to agree that Darkness is one of the best decks in the game if you play it perfectly. It's a matter of who feels confident enough to do that. And even the players that feel confident in their Darkness play might not feel confident bringing it to a more open meta like the open rounds. I think this is a deck that we'll see spike once we actually get to the round of 32.
But see, how many times can we use that? How many times can we say, oh, this deck is just really good if you play it perfectly? Like, I feel like there's Lee Sin, there's Darkness, there's all these decks, or what is it? Shellfolk, right? Like, these decks where we keep saying, like, well, if it's a really good player and they play it really well, then it does well. But, like, isn't that every deck? Like, if you're a good player.
And that's why you always see the same 10 names in the top 32.
Exactly,
because those are the 10 players that have mastered these difficult-to-play decks.
All right, so 5 decks to keep an eye out for today, and I'm very excited again to see some of these. Now, one of the decks you didn't see there, rightly so, is Jace, any Lux. At the OLS last week, Boulevard, right, one of the things I was constantly saying to you was I really hope we see Jace. It never happened. I think the closest we're gonna get today is the guy to the, which, am I pointing the right way? To the right, left? I don't know. This way.
I showed up as Jace, so at least you have me. You don't have to worry about necessarily seeing the champion, because we are coming in at round 4, and we're only looking at players that are still in contention for top 32. So if you brought Jason, you O2, you never had a chance at us spectating you and casting the game. So we're going to take it in strides, and if we see Jace, no one's going to be more excited for that than we are. But it's not something we're super expecting. If we do see it, it'll almost certainly be that Sentinel Control, the Elise Vi Jace version with the Ladros and the Atrocity, which at the end of the day, like,
I love that
it's
deck.
a Ladros Atrocity deck.
I like that deck, though. I like that it has a new name, right? Sentinel. So I do like it. I will say, spoiler, we were taking a look earlier at some of the players like Boulevard, and there are some, top players that are playing Lux. So we'll see if hopefully we can get somebody that's playing Lux. They might already be X and 1. I'm not sure. So hopefully they can hang on in there so we can see them a little bit later. But with that said, I do want to let everybody know, so there was a slight delay earlier. So before we get into the next round of play, round 4, we're going to go ahead and go to a short break. And when we come back, we'll be getting into some gameplay for the Between Worlds Seasonal. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Between the Worlds seasonal. J-Doza here, joined by the one and only Boulevard, and we are back from break and ready to hopefully get into some action pretty soon. We're about to get into round 4, and Boulevard, who do we got lined up here for round 4?
We have Loser Beam, rising star in the Legends of Runeterra scene. If you haven't heard of Loser, they've been streaming pretty consistently. They have top cut the last 2 seasonals. That's Rise of the Underworlds and Beyond the Bandlewood. So definitely excited to take a look at the decks that they have brought, because it's actually pretty similar to the decks that they brought to the Beyond the Bandlewood seasonal. So definitely has a play style that they like to stick to. And the first deck that we are going to take a look at is Darkness, which he did top the previous seasonal with as well.
Yeah, so you mentioned the playstyle from both seasonals. It seems to be more of like a control type playstyle, right? I think last time there was an Anivia deck got brought as well. That was for the Rise of the Underworld seasonal. So just that control archetype seems to be a Loser's comfort there. I feel so weird every time I say Loser. I feel like we should say like LB or something. But yeah, Darkness, again, I'm not super crazy about this deck, but if your goal is to go kind of the triple control route, you know, this is definitely one of the better control decks out there right now. Again, with the Rekindler, we see that a lot in this deck. Actually, only a 1 of here. That kind of varies between 1 and 2. And this version playing 2 Ruination. Ruination is something that we've seen, you know, in and out of a lot of different control variants for Shadow Isle decks lately. I actually made the comment, I think, last week at OLS Boulevard, how it seems like we haven't seen as much Ruination as we're used to in this current metagame. But Missed Call as well. I love that card in this deck. I feel like it's so powerful here.
Yeah, the lack of Ruination in Darkness is something that has been debated pretty heavily, because if you take a look at the numbers here, that is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17, 23 units in Loser's deck. It feels pretty weird to have over half of your deck be units and then still play something like the Ruination, but the card is just so good against Plunder. And looking at Loser's entire lineup, it looks like Poppy is going to be the target ban out of this player. So if we can get into the next deck, we'll take a look at what else they brought this weekend, because again, very different from the previous seasonal with the patch being in between them, but still coming in with the Thralls. I was going to say Lee Sin, but it is the Thralls deck. This is the one deck that changed. Last time it was Nami, this time it's Thralls, another great counter to Plunder.
Yeah, Thralls, again, a little bit of a slower deck. It's obviously a little bit more aggressive, I think, than Darkness and the third deck, which we'll see in a second. But I've been playing a lot of Thralls lately, Boulevard, and I do love this deck. I think we compared it to Discard Aggro before, and it can kind of draw the nuts, and then sometimes it does not. But the third deck, Zoe Lee Sin. So last time, this was for the Beyond the Bandlewood season, Loser Beam actually brought Lee Sin Zed, which we saw a few players bring. This time going with Zoe Lee Sin, and listen, we talk about it time and time again, Boulevard. This is the deck. We actually touched on it earlier. Good players play this deck without drawing Lee Sin for quite some time, and then obviously once Lee Sin's drawn, they close out the game. This is, I think, as per usual, gonna be one of the decks that we see top cutting here with a lot of the skilled players towards the end.
And I do want to point out, because this caught my eye from a mile away, one Sleepy Trouble Bubble in the main deck. That is not something that is standard in these Lee Sin lists. But, you know, between Lee Sin and Darkness, you were talking, Doza, at the start of the day, how many times can we talk about these decks where it's, oh, if you play perfectly, then you'll top with them. Loser topped the last seasonal with Darkness and Lee Sin, so he's about to show you up on this is exactly what it looks like when the pilots are confident, when these play these decks at the highest level. And I don't think that Thralls is going to be a deck that necessarily kind of shoots itself in the foot with Loser. I think that his lineup is very well poised to top this seasonal.
Yeah, Loser doing anything but that. I mean, that was a gimme. Come on, I had to say that. Loser just on fire lately, and again, topping the last 2 seasonals. Can we make it 3 in a row? We shall see. And honestly, I'm feeling pretty comfortable that Loser actually can top. I mean, when you're bringing a lineup that you're comfortable with, control in general, not to mention 2 of the same decks that you topped with in the last seasonal. I mean, this is I would put some money on Loser Beam. I'm just saying, I would put some money on Loser Beam. Boulevard, don't call me out on that. I'm not gonna actually get that with you there, but I'm looking forward to seeing Loser Beam play in just a second here.
Yeah, and this is something that I really wanted to see players do. So when we talk about the different kind of lineups that you can bring, something that I've kind of like to classify it as is like, you have level 0. That's your meta decks, the things that everybody's expecting to see. That's like your Poppy Zed, your Scion, your Plunder. Level 1 is the counter to that. Level 2 is when you get a little crazy and you try to counter level 1. This is a great level 1 lineup out of Loser. It's going to target those Plunder decks. It's going to ban the Poppy. And something that's very different from this seasonal than the previous seasonal is there's not going to be a lot of triple Poppy lineups, right? Last seasonal, you would bring like your Lulu Zed and then your Poppy deck and then a third Yordles and Arms deck. That was something that we saw a lot of players doing. Maybe throw a Sivir Auction in there. I don't think we're seeing that many triple Demacia, triple Rally lineups since the nerf of Relentless Pursuit. So decks like this, the Darkness and the Lee Sin that have this shared poor Poppy matchup, you're not going to run into decks that are running, 3 of the same exact Poppy deck that are just trouncing over you because they all play Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, but what I will say though is if Loser ends up, and we don't know who Loser Beam's playing just yet, but if we end up getting an opponent that is running Rally, I mean, you got to figure that's probably the ban there, Rally Elusives, because that deck absolutely destroys Darkness. It basically destroys this entire lineup. Like, it's just got a good matchup across the board. And maybe that's the strategy here. Maybe we take these 3 in here because we know we're just going to ban the Rally Elusives.
Yeah, and that there's likely not going to be more than 1 Rally deck in the lineup, right? Unless there's a Sivir Auction. But I remember I was looking at the stats earlier today because a lot of people were talking about Avalanche decks and Thralls in general. And they're like, yeah, that should do very well into the Elusive Rally deck, right? Everything dies to Avalanche. Thralls has a 25% win rate into Poppy Rally on ladder from the stats that I was looking at earlier today. It is as poor as a matchup can get. Anything beyond 70-30, it's just a wash.
I know firsthand playing Thralls. I think I had a game where like I drew all 3 Avalanche. I drew a Blighted Ravine. I'm like, oh, I am golden. Like, I got all the removal in the world. I even got a Thrall turn 1. Nope, no, not even close. Nope, they just rallied and they win.
And that's something a lot of people ask about, right? Is like, why don't these Avalanches work? Why don't the Bladed Ravines work? Number 1 answer, Rangers Resolve. All right, that's just gonna that's a wash. That's gonna stop everything right there. The problem with Bladed Ravine specifically is that it's coming down on the same turn as Poppy. So if you play it on your opponent's attack token, they get to play the Poppy. Maybe a lot of things get buffed out of range.
Everything, yeah.
Or if you play it on your own attack turn, maybe they just rally. They like Relentless Pursuit something. Now that unit is out of the range, plus they get in their big hit. They still have a decent redevelopment. There's a lot of things that can go wrong when you're trying to play these sweepers against a fast deck like Poppy Rally.
Yeah, no, I got to agree 100%. It does look like we do have Loser's opponent, and it's going to be Portalera is who we're going to be seeing here in just a second. And hopefully we can take a look at the decks on the side of Portalera here as well. And yep, there we go, Ziggs Poppy. So now, seeing this first deck, we'll see the other 2 decks in just a second here, but this sort of aggressive deck with Treasure Trash, by the way, which I love to see, I do think that this bodes well for Loser Beam. I think that a lot of these decks deal with a deck like Ziggs Poppy decently well. Ziggs Poppy does still have the ability to really, draw the nuts in the beginning and just have that hyper aggressive start, burn down something like Darkness or Thralls or really any of these 3 decks here, with the exception of Lee Sin. I feel like Lee Sin is okay with Eye of the Dragon. But Ziggs Poppy, I mean, this is a deck that we kind of expected to see a lot of today too, right, Boulevard?
Yeah, and when we see the Ziggs Poppy, usually you're seeing this in triple aggro. The expected decks to see with this, I would say, are like Bandle Pirates and Scion. There's a little bit of room for variation for that. Obviously, Ziggs Poppy isn't like pigeon-held into a lineup like that. But as we get into the next deck here, we are going to see that it is actually the Plunder rather than the Bandle Pirates, but still a Gangplank deck, right? Like, this is still a deck that is very mid-range, but is playing a more aggressive side of the mid-range table.
Yeah, this is good. Again, we see the Feel the Rush. So two out of 3 here, Boulevard. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about Loser Beam's lineup thus far with the 3 control decks. I mean, what more can we say about Plunder? I saw a meme saying that this deck basically is just looking for a full house of Gangplank and Sejuani throughout the game. And I got to say that's pretty accurate. If this deck draws the champions, it's off to a pretty good start.
You know, as casters, sometimes we play ladder not to win, but to learn things. And when I would ladder against Plunder, I'm like, I learned that if they draw 5 champions, it's a very good deck. But any deck that draws 5 champions is a very good deck.
Yeah, this just in. Champions are a good card, if nobody out there knew. Especially when you have something like Field of Rush, you know, to get those champions out as well. If you don't draw them, well, hey, guess what? We have basically a 7th copy, 7th and 8th technically, or a 4th of each champion in Field of Rush. So the double Dreadway in here as well, also acting as a way to draw Gangplank. So lots of ways to ensure we kind of get the champions here. Not to mention, I mean, one of the reasons why this deck has been around for so long, we have the cards like Fortune Croaker, Black Market Merchant, what else? There's Yordle, Grifter, Zaps, Raven. These cards all replace themselves once they're summoned. And it allows you to really drill through your deck fast to get what you need, i.e. Gangplank and Sejuani. So it's one of the reasons why this deck is so good. I mean, when you're able to toss units on the board and go wide and have these kind of dinky little units going in every turn, and they still already paid for themselves, I mean, that's a good deck. That's a good equation there.
And then for the last deck that Portalera has brought, we are going to be looking at Draven Scion. Not the burn-oriented version that we saw a little bit earlier with the Decimates. Of course, Captain Farron's still in there. I would imagine we're going to see Farron in just about every build of Scion that we see today. But instead putting in the Arachnoid Sentries and the Ravenous Flocks, which does hedge your matchup a little bit better in the Scion mirror. You know, if you don't have the attack tokens on odds, you can Sentry their Scion, make things a little bit easier. And Flock is dual purpose in that A, it's one of the best removal spells in the game, and B, you can kill your own Scion with it to get the rally at an unexpected moment.
Yeah, I love that. I love that, man. I mean, I feel like that's an underrated move in this game. I feel like there's a lot of cards that maybe some inexperienced players, some people that are new to the game, you don't actually look at the card as, oh, hey, I can also target my own units, right? You know, a lot of people, even something like Mystic Shot, or get excited. You're like, oh, I either go face or I kill my opponent's unit. Well, no, you can actually also kill something like your own Scion. You can trigger your own effects. So definitely always love to see the Ravenous Flock in this deck. We'll see if it's going to make a big difference there. Obviously, Lost Soul, even post-nerf, if everybody remembers, it was originally a challenger unit as a 4-3. Now it is fearsome. So we'll see if we're going to see a lot of this again today. We've already seen 2 lineups with this deck in it. So see if it makes it into the top cut.
And I love looking at the curve on the Scion deck where, like, you get to the 3 of the Arachnoid Sentry and then it's just 8. There's the 4 through 7 drops. Never heard of them. Those turns... We'll worry about that when we get to there.
Yeah. See, you're basically just biding your time until you hit turn 7 and 8, and then poof, you're done. You're good to go. As long as you have Scion on 7. And that's literally, listen, how many Draven Scion games have we cast by now, Boulevard, where we're literally just, we're sitting there, we're counting the turns, we're like, all right, turn 7, like, let's say we can't see the second player's hand sometimes. We're like, do they have the Scion? We don't know. It's either they have it or they don't. If they don't, the other player probably wins. If they do, guess what? Scion's probably going to win. So it's very heavily reliant on that turn 7. And now with Farron there, there's kind of that backup to, like you said, you're talking about Mini Morph earlier too, right? So again, just a great overall deck. Boulevard, I want to mention something, because this, we always talk about there. You always bring it up. You're the one to usually bring this up. I saw you post a tweet, and it was your tier list.
Yeah. And
you made a comment, I think, that was basically, all right, I don't put anything on this tier list unless it has a chance to win the seasonal. Is Starspring gonna win the seasonal, baby? What do we think?
I don't love its chances through the Swiss rounds. It's a very hostile Swiss environment for Starspring, but I do think it is going to appear once we actually get to the top 32, and I could see it winning the seasonal. I think that it's finally time for Starspring to get that win, but I did want to mention that Portalera, very uphill battle on these matchups. Both Thralls and Lee Sin have very good matchups into Plunder and Scion, so I think it's a no-brain Poppy ban on the side of Loser, and then Portalera has a little bit more to think about, but this is exactly the kind of lineup that Loser wanted to see in Scion, Plunder, Poppy.
Yeah, I gotta say, just, you know, we were talking about Loser's trip control lineup earlier and how Loser had played control in the previous seasonals. And if this is what we continue to see, I mean, this is the first game we're really digging our teeth into, Boulevard. If this is what we continue to see as far as lineups are concerned, which I would not be surprised, because Draven Scion, a great popular go-to deck with a lot of people, right? Gang, especially for newer players, right? Plunder, same exact way, and Ziggs Poppy, same exact thing, right? So if this is what Loser Beam was planning on, which it does seem like that is the case, we are in for a pretty good day on the side of Loser Beam. And yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting. We'll see here what the first ban is going to be on the side of both players. I feel like, I mean, do you ban, going up against somebody like Loser Beam, as Portalera, are we banning Zoe Lee Sin? Is that the route to go? I
don't know how far-reaching Loser's reputation is. I don't know if your average player has heard of Loser Beam and knows him as this player that's constantly bringing Lee Sin and Darkness as like these two very comfortable decks. But I would say that like Lee Sin is probably the deck where I would feel like I have the least agency as well. Probably Thralls actually. It's like it's pretty up in the air. I don't think any of these bans feel phenomenal for Portalera, but you just kind of have to take it as it is. One thing I did want to mention is that we've seen a lot of top players already fall out of the tournament trying to bring these counter plunder strategies. Last week in the grassroots scene, a lot of players started to bring the counter plunder decks, and Doza Plunder still won 3 of the 4 tournaments that took place that weekend. Is this deck just too hard to counter?
Plunder is so good. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've gone over this before, right? Plunder just has such good matchups across the board, but we do see Zoe, Lee Sin banned there, and it's going to be interesting to see how Darkness and Thralls do now, because Darkness and Thralls, so Thralls again, Thralls similar to Plunder actually have a good matchup across the board. I would argue that Plunder is the better overall deck. I think this is going to be the harder deck to win with here. As much as I hate on Darkness Boulevard, I do think Thralls is going to be the harder deck to win with, because again, a lot of times Thralls is heavily reliant on that opening hand, right? We need to get the Thralls down early. We need to get, some sort of duplication on the landmarks down, and, some sort of, Clockwork Curator or something like that to really accelerate those Thralls. So we'll see what the first hands are going to look like here in just a second.
And the Thralls players are aware of that, right? They've actually started to put 2 Succumb to the Cold in with the 3 Lysandra and the 3 Frozen Thralls, so that they have 8 Thralls in the deck, which gives them a very high chance of getting it in the opening hand. And we do see
there it is.
Frozen Thrall and 3 Avalanche. Now,
right.
Avalanche is better against Plunder than it is against Poppy Rally, but 3 is a bit much. You are not going to be able to stop sort of those early plunder procs from happening on the side of Portalera, on top of the fact that you don't have any countdown for this Thrall, and you can't actually just wait 8 turns for the Frozen Thralls to pop out. You need to accelerate that a little bit, and now Loser is just at the mercy of his draws from turn 1.
Thank God Avalanche doesn't do 2 to face. That's all I'm saying. It did, for those of you who might not know, it used to deal 2 damage to everything, your opponent's Nexus and your own, but we do see a Succumb to the Cold as well. So maybe this is going to be a game with the starting hand where Loser Beam has to just survive, right? We use these Avalanches to clear the board. We get another Thrall out, right, with the Succumb to the Cold, and then come turn 8, we're really able to just start going off. But it's going to be an uphill battle, and this is the match, I think, right, Boulevard? This is the hardest match right here for Loser Beam in this series, I think.
I would say Darkness versus Scion might be, but that's kind of neither. It's kind of a weird thing to argue, right? Doesn't really matter which one's the hardest, but I will say that Portalera not throwing down a second unit there does mean that Loser is at the very least not taking a ton of damage before these Avalanches start to come out, right? There's not like a bunch of Jagged Butchers that are coming down and forcing you to slam back-to-back Avalanches, but Portalera has been playing like they've already got their champion, as we saw with the warning shot on turn 1.
Yeah, and we basically, I mean, Loser kind of required to hold open 4 mana at all times now. Otherwise you can't do anything at all. So, but more Thrall generation too. We have a Lysandra as well. So with all these Thralls that are eventually going to hit the board, again, the late game is of course going to look really good, as it should for Thralls, right? By the time you get to turn 8, you should theoretically have a board full of 8/8 overwhelms, which usually does trump something like a Gangplank or Sejuani. But now the other problem on the side of Loser Beam is that if we do make it to that point and Portalera does have something like this early Sejuani, like you mentioned, Boulevard, well, Sejuani level 2 can fight against those 8/8 Thralls pretty well.
Yeah, so as awkward as this Thrall, or as this Lysandra top deck might look for Loser,
it's good.
Lysandra's Entomb is a really nice tool for actually dealing with that Sejuani and getting it off the board and keeping it off the board for a turn while you try to go for a big Thrall finisher. So Loser still really just kind of in the waiting room of trying to find some countdown, but Portalera's been playing it slow as well. They're at 3 out of 5 on the champion level up, but so far they've really only committed this Crackshot Corsair to board, and a wide board is not going to win the game. It's got to be the champion slam down in succession, turn 5, turn 6, here they come, and Portalera looking to just keep the board clear.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Entomb. It's one of the reasons why 3 Sisters, I feel, is so good in this deck. We do see Loser Beam playing 3 of, and I'm pretty sure every Thrall deck at this point plays 3 of it, because it's just so damn versatile. And when you have Entomb, like you mentioned, on something like a Sejuani, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's going to be a very crucial card later on in the game, especially with that Lysandra dying. Now we don't have access to that Entomb anymore.
Yeah, and it looks like Loser now kind of debating an Avalanche, but saying, nope, even though I've got 4 mana and 3 Avalanche, it's still not worth it. Avalanche number 4 effectively in the Blighted Ravine. Just going to throw that one out right away.
Oh man, this is basically, I was talking about when I had played Rally Elusive. This is basically the type of hand that I had, and it's just, man, you feel like, okay, great, I can deal with my opponent's board pretty well, but it's not good. It's just it's so clunky. You hate to see it.
Part of it, though, is just loser playing the pass game, right? And saying, as long as we both just sit here and pass back and forth, I would imagine this is going to be an Avalanche to clear out the Yordle Grifter as well as this Monkey Idol and make sure that there's not, a consistent plunder procs happening for the remainder of the game. But now Portalera going to be at 4 out of 5 once this Avalanche goes off. But, yeah, I mean, loser's done a pretty good job of stalling. Only one champion is probably the play for Portalera next turn, meaning that the Succumb to the Cold does buy loser yet another turn of taking little to no damage. And the Imagine Possibilities top deck, finally we get a little bit of countdown acceleration. I think loser is going to be able to stabilize pretty effectively.
I think, actually, Imagine Possibilities arguably is one of the better countdown accelerators right now, just because we will probably have 4 Brawls on board by then. So that's going to be amazing. I mean, that's all of them counting down 1. We're going to have some pretty consistent turns, once we get to turn 8 of just Thrall every single turn. 8/8s are going to be great to see on board to combat something like this Gangplank, but I don't know. We got to draw something else here to really stay in this game, because again, if Sejuani comes down for Portalera, things are going to get a little tough for Loser Beam here.
Yeah, we're kind of out of the woods in terms of Avalanche value on Portalera's side. So it really is just going to come down to, can Loser start to crack these thralls and survive the champions that are coming out? Imagine a Sejuani pretty likely to come down this turn just based on like how few units Portalera has committed to the board up until this point. But a leveled Lysandra actually does a fair bit in this matchup, because as long as there are no kegs, a warning shot does not actually activate Plunder because it deals 0 damage to the Nexus.
Okay, wait, hear me out.
I'm hearing you.
Is Watcher the win condition right now? Like, I don't know. It feels like it kind of might be.
You gotta get to 5.
Yeah, it is rough.
And we've only got 4 Thralls potentially coming out. The one thing that's going to be really nice is these 2 Thralls are about to hatch. Portalera is then going to have to deal with those, and by the time that happens, there's a decent shot that sort of the 3rd Thrall has come out.
Yep. Yeah, we have a pretty consistent train of Thralls happening here. But I do agree. The leveled not Sejuani, the leveled Lysandra. I mean, we've seen this time and time again with this deck. It sneaks up on people, right? Obviously, against Burn, of course, it's going to be great. But even against something like Plunder, that's a lot less damage that Portalera is really going to be able to push through with, with any of that direct damage that we see, right? And it might be a huge difference maker here towards the end. That's why we saw originally the first Lysandra got taken care of so quickly with Monster Harpoon. And there's a 3rd Lysandra in hand now, too.
Loser Beam finding the secret to Thralls, and apparently just the secret is to only play like 3 different cards. It's just Avalanche and Lysandra.
Yeah, actually skipping the Thrall summon here, just already with that max board, not really too concerned about that, which I don't hate. You already got 2 more on board, you're fine.
You need to get the Entomb online so that this Gangplank ability is not dealing 4 damage with the Dreadway.
Yeah. Yep. And we do see it in hand here. Watcher is still a little ways away, like you mentioned. We still need 3 more summons with the 8 cost units here. Dreadway also coming in, so all right, looks like Portalera okay with the trade, because the Dreadway would technically be dealing 8 damage into one of these Thralls. It is going last, so everything else will still do double damage as well. So yeah, I think you're right. I think the Entomb is actually pretty critical here to avoid this double damage, and if that's the case, we might be able to get some good trades on the side of Loser Beam.
Yeah, I'm a little curious, though, with Portalera sending the Dreadway into combat. Is it better to just block it and sort of deal with that? Because Lysandra's not going to die to this. The Gangplank ability is dealing 4 damage to everything, but she has that keyword tough. Will actually be surviving this interaction at 1 HP. And Loser can trade off his Thralls for the Gangplank and the Dreadway if that's something he wants to do, but it looks like still going to be the obliteration into the Frozen Tomb here. Reconsidering.
Yeah, that's
actually going to do it on Gangplank.
Okay.
Which gives Portalera the opportunity to play a second Gangplank.
Yeah, that's one of the problems, right? If you do utilize Entomb, generally in this matchup, I feel like it has to be a game-ending decision, right? Like you're entombing something because next turn you're going in with Thralls to threaten lethal. when you do entomb the champions, which is really, I mean, let's think about it. It's all that we're going to entomb is either Gangplank or Sejuani or Dreadway, I guess, right? But when you do that, that allows for the second champion to come out alongside it because there isn't another one on board technically. It's just the entomb landmark, right? The Ice Tomb. So this is a little risky next turn. We'll see if Portalera has another champion. Honestly, with the way Portalera has been playing, like you mentioned earlier, I do think we had the champions pretty early on here, Boulevard. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a second one.
Yeah, and we know there's a second Gangplank in hand thanks to the Dreadway. Sejuani's still a bit of a mystery, but Loser is losing a Thrall here and is not going to be presenting lethal on the next turn unless they potentially top deck a Preservationist or some kind of countdown card, right? Maybe then we get to present 16 damage and try to finish off the game with Lysandre's Ice Shards. Oh, actually, using the Warning Shot.
Oh, are we just going? Okay.
To Monster Harpoon while our Dreadway is alive. Okay.
Wow. Okay. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
That keeps Dreadway alive. And honestly, you got to be a little scared on the side of Loser Beam now. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of what top decks are going to be really good for Loser Beam. I guess a Clock Hand, I guess, would be the best thing. Kindly Tavern Keeper's definitely not it.
No, it is not. I think the ideal probably would have been Time in a Bottle to get the Burst Thrall and go in for an attack before some other blocker can be played. But this is looking like Portalera, you know, sort of as we were talking about earlier. Can you actually counter Plunder? People have not been having the success that they thought they would when they looked to counter this deck.
And I knew this matchup was going to be hard. You know, it's Plunder is just across the board such a good deck, Boulevard. It's, you know, we were talking about this control lineup from Loser Beam. It seems like it has good stuff across the board, but
I'm going to chalk this one up to a triple Avalanche opener.
Especially
with two still sitting in the hand for a Loser, just never really finding the value there. Because it's not as straightforward as, oh, this deck just folds to Avalanche, right? Like, there's a lot more nuance to it than that, and it's why it's a much more mid-range deck. These champions are just so sticky.
Well, 3 of any card opening, unless it's a champion, right? Like Plunder, drawing 3 Gangplank. It's gonna be rough. But I do think, right? I think Loser Beam definitely has a shot to come back from 0-1 and take this 2-1. So we'll see how this game finishes here. If that's gonna be the case, and Loser Beam is gonna kind of start off on the back foot here.
So the double Avalanche plus double Ice Shard, one this turn and one next turn, does actually clear this Dreadway and Gangplank.
Yeah, we're getting close. And honestly, I mean, Portalera's at 10. The other thing to take into consideration is Ice Shard does deal damage every turn. So this might be something we have to worry about here, especially if more Thralls start to come out, because on the next attack turn for Loser Beam, we're going to get that other Thrall there that's at 2 currently. That's going to come out. And maybe by then we draw some more countdown acceleration too. We get that other Thrall that's at 4 out. So things are starting to look up for Loser Beam just a little bit. The good thing too is Gangplank will be able to attack with his ability, right, on the open attack. But like you said, the double Ice Shard here coming up, it means that Portalera can't replay the Gangplank on their next turn, right? We're killing it on that turn, which I do think is a big deal. We'd have to get it down post-attack. If it's a Sejuani, that's a whole other thing. But so we'll see how Portalera decides to go about this next turn here.
It's certainly a lot. Loser's making a show of it, right? Like, this is a lot closer than you feel like it probably should have been from the situation. There is still a Dreadway and 2 Gangplanks staring down Loser Beam. 3 Sisters, though, is a big, really nice top deck for staying alive here. We've got another Thrall popping on the next turn. If Portalera goes for an open attack, I don't think that... Okay, didn't go for the open attack. Here comes Sejuani. Now things starting to look a little dicey, Doza.
So are we like required to... Because if we Ice Shard, we take care of most of the board. And both Gangplank abilities are far less effective. Do we still go for the Entomb on Sejuani?
I think you die if you don't, because there is still another Gangplank coming through, right?
Yep.
You need to Entomb or Flash Freeze something.
Yeah, so I think, then the Thrall... Yep, okay. Yep, here we go. We're going to get the Ice Shard here, and we are going to Entomb...
Probably the Sejuani, so that we actually have a chance at winning next turn when this Thrall
live
pops.
at 1. That's risky. That's risky. Wow. Oh, man. Well, I'm trying to think. Is there... Well, no. Everything pretty much deals 1 damage if it's direct damage on the side of Portalera. So unless we have like a warning shot here that we just rip.
Yeah, a warning shot here I think would be lethal. Make it rain I think would also be lethal if it hit the Nexus.
Yep. Okay, yeah, that's a little riskier, but I think honestly, on the side of Portalera, especially with how many cards in hand you have, I think you're fine ripping a Make It Rain, taking the RNG. Again, Warning Shot, I think would be lethal.
Well, if you wait until next turn, you'll spawn another keg from the Gangplank, and
Yep.
loser will only have 2 units, assuming... Well, you know loser's entire hand, right? You know that it is just the Watcher.
Yeah.
So if you do have the Make It Rain, you can play it a little patiently to get that guaranteed lethal.
All right, we'll see if Portalera's got it here in a second. This is close. All right, now let's talk about the other side of the coin. Loser Beam, if there isn't lethal on the side of Portalera, we are going to get another Thrall here and an Ice Shard.
And that's actually lethal because you can drag the keg that Gangplank summons and Ice Shard it away.
Yeah, yep. And that's going to be enough damage, but what do we got? There's the warning shot.
Yeah, that's it.
The slow play, and Portalera gonna take game 1.
Yeah, that was a 6 damage warning shot. I don't know if anyone caught that, but
yeah, that's a lot of damage.
With 2 kegs and a Dreadway still on board, that was a little bit too much, and loser gonna fall in game number 1 here.
Oh man, the triple avalanche opener Boulevard. You hate to see it.
I mean, that was 3 champions. That's half the champs in the deck that plundered Drew. We memed about it. We talked about it. Reddit blew up about it. It's coming to fruition.
Yeah, kind of a perfect storm there for Loser Beam. Now that you mentioned the champions too, right? It's yeah, just a lot of bad luck there on the side of Loser Beam. But I will say, definitely well played on the flip side. So we'll see if Portalera is able to take a quick 2-0 here. Or like I said, I think Loser Beam actually has a really good chance of coming back 2-0. I think Thralls has a much better matchup here versus Draven Scion. And then, of course, then we're going to get the Darkness Draven Scion matchup if that's the case. So let's see if we can pick up a win with Thralls this time around.
And that's what I like about Loser's lineup, is while it is soft targeting Plunder, it is also soft targeting Scion. Yeah. So if you run into a lineup that doesn't have Plunder, someone said, oh, it's too scary, everybody's targeting this, you still have very good matchups into Scion. And when you run into a lineup like this that has both, you know, you're pretty well poised from a deck building perspective to win the matchup. But of course, it is a card game. There are variants. There's a reason we play this out. You don't just sit down across from your opponent, run the numbers, and say, oh, my deck beats yours, let's move on to the next round. It's not quite that simple. Sometimes you draw 3 Avalanche.
Wouldn't be very fun now, Boulevard.
No, it wouldn't. Jesus. Who would want to play that game?
God, we wouldn't even be able to cast that. that's crappy.
Maybe you wouldn't.
We would find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. But there is typically, for those of you wondering why we're so high on Thralls versus Draven Scion, I think it's about a 62% win rate typically versus Draven Scion, which is not like those crazy 70% win rates that you might see in some matchups, but
that's why
still pretty good nonetheless.
I'm just big on the deck because I like Lysandra.
Oh, yeah, dude, don't get me wrong. I love Lysandra lately, too. I love Thralls. It's one of my favorite decks right now. Mainly because I like seeing Talia get played, which we still haven't seen yet, by the way, but, you know.
That's fine. We've seen Lysandra. My Prismatic Lysandra is still sitting in my collection. Triple Lysandra, loser. There are cards in your deck that are not named Lysandra and not named Avalanche. You don't need to draw all 3 of them every game.
Oh, man. But we do have promising future now.
Because Entomb is a really good card versus Scion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not so much the deck Scion, but specifically the champion Scion.
Yeah. Yep. And we also do have Clock Hand now going into turn 8. We have the acceleration with and another Avalanche because we know how much we love Avalanche.
Yeah.
Which actually, Avalanche is not bad here. We do see a couple of units that'll be able to take care of, but that's a lot of damage already incoming. Yeah, we are going to have to block the Sump Dredger here and just, I guess, take the board clear with Avalanche after the fact. But man, we are low already.
Yeah, loser down to half health already here on turn number 4, and actually not going for the Avalanche, going for the promising future instead, saying Portalera still has 4 mana. They've got time to develop. I'll Avalanche on my attack token. It's fine.
Yeah, I like that, right? Because either Portalera doesn't develop more, or they do next turn, and you just get more value out of Avalanche. So love that play there. Another Clock Hand, not great right now. Kind of forced into this Avalanche.
Is Thralls going to be camera shy today, Doza? Because we know this deck is good.
But
sometimes, as casters, we'll notice that there are certain decks that just, you put them on camera and they don't want to play. They don't want to play ball. They don't want to show you what they can do. You get hands like this where you draw both Clock Hand and all 3 Lysandra, or all 3 Avalanche, and it's not a great start for Thralls on camera.
Well, listen, I mentioned this earlier, and I hate to say it, but, I mean, this is a perfect example of the downside of thralls. It needs to draw good in the early game. Like, yeah, I guess you could say that about every deck. So, you know, hear me out here. This is just more susceptible to that, right? I mean, something like Darkness, it can you know, wiggle its way out of a bad first hand, stuff like that. Thralls, not so much. It's a little bit harder. It does have removal like Avalanche and Three Sisters kind of stall things out with Flash Freeze and Entomb, stuff like that. But you can see here just so much aggression early on. It's tough. It's really tough for Loser Beam to come back here.
And we see a Flash Freeze already probably being used, onto this Fallen Rider just to preserve the life total a little bit, because while Portalera is not main decking the Decimates, there's still Mystic Shots and Get Exciteds and Captain Farron potentially waiting in the wings to make some Decimates. So there's really not that much heal in Loser's deck. It really is just Kindly Tavern Keeper. And without any of those in hand, our life total is looking very stagnant, very scary.
Yeah.
Do not want to just finally get our Thralls online and then just get double Mystic Shot, Get Excited for lethal.
All right, so this has to be a Spinning Axe. I don't see why Portalera wouldn't rip the Spinning Axe here. Maybe thinking, you know, we can't see the hand, so maybe there's really no good discard fodder. That could be something to think about there. But now we're playing the waiting game, right? I mean, if we can make it to turn 8, which unfortunately is actually, Portalera has the attack token on turn 8, so if we see on turn 7 Scion come down, it's going to be really hard for Loser Beam to actually get one of these clock hands down. If we can, or if Portalera thankfully doesn't have Scion, which is what Loser Beam's probably just crossing fingers right now and praying, then we could probably get the clock hand down and really rip out these Thralls and be in the lead
Pushing
here.
damage.
Oh, wow. Instead of... Okay.
That should terrify a Loser Beam.
Yeah, that's burn in hand is what that is.
If Portalera has the option to kill the Lysandra and instead decides that pushing 1 damage is a more viable solution, then we might just see this 9 mana committed to 3 Get Excited.
I was just going to say, is this triple Get Excited we're about to see? Because on 3 mana, we could have Kindly Tavern Keeper, right? And I guess that's the consideration Portalera has to make.
Okay, there's a rummage.
All right. Oh. All right, we're outside of 3 Get Excited. We're fine. It's fine, everybody. It's okay.
Thank you for the comforting words. I was getting a little scared there. But very critically, the Lysandra survives, which is a very crucial piece of the puzzle for Loser, because this Entomb is the last thread by which Loser is currently hanging on. Unless we can find another countdown card here and actually crack one of these Thralls, but instead it is just another copy of Promising Future.
That's what I see. Turn 8. If we somehow are able to make it to turn 8, we're golden. But I just don't think that's going to happen. And I'm really thinking with that 1 extra damage push, even though we didn't have Trip Get Excited, I'm thinking that means Portalera has the Scion. So let's see if we rip it. The thing with ripping it now is that there is the Entomb to watch out for, especially with Lysandra on field, right? So Portalera has to be on the lookout for that. If we just play Scion, there's a much better chance that Loser Beam entombs it, and then Loser Beam does make it to turn 8, because that's all of Portalera's unit mana committed in 1 turn there. So,
and one thing to point out, the clock hand spells are focus speed. So if Portalera plays a Scion here and it gets entombed, and then they play Farron and Loser plays clock hand in response, Portalera is just going to attack, and there's no opportunity to actually play the clock hand spells to crack the Thralls on this turn. So the Scion is going to come down now, as you mentioned. Now the mana has to be committed into the Entomb, so we will not actually be able to get down our clock hand the same turn, but instead it's going to be a Preservationist top deck, allowing us to crack the Thralls and still have the Entomb available.
And more importantly, not only do we have Entomb available, now Lysandra's also leveled, and that is absolutely huge here, Boulevard. I mean, that could be the difference makers. Portalera, I think, does have to kind of focus on getting Lysandra off the board. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something committed to remove her, but this might be where Loser Beam stabilizes. Like, we might be seeing that here finally, and it's looking good all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't see Loser taking any damage this turn. If Portalera goes to kill the Lysandra, then you can entomb the Scion, and then you have 3 blockers for the 3 remaining units. I don't think Loser's necessarily winning the game on the next turn, but I think they're going to set themselves up into a good enough position that they're not going to die to the Scion coming back out of the Entomb. Now, if there's 2 Scions, if another one gets played and then one hatches out of the Entomb, that's a whole different story.
That's rough. Yeah, that's a tough one. All right, we got Zaunite going even wider. Still not taking any damage, though. We do have 5 units wide to block this. And, you know, we do have Clock Ant next turn, so we could theoretically get another Thrall with that 5 countdown there, but I think we probably want to combo it with Promising Future, which we would technically have. We have enough mana next turn to play Clock Hand, and then also play the Promising Future. So let's see if we go for that.
Well,
We're opting to take the 2. Wow.
Not with the Entomb.
Oh, no. So actually, no. We're a little short now. Yeah. We
Yeah.
have only 2 mana left over, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so.
something like that. But one thing to keep in mind is that once Clock Hand comes down and we hatch that Thrall, the next Clock Hand gives us 0 mana Watcher.
Yeah.
And while the Watcher is not the game-ending terror that it once was, it is an 11-17.
Is a big boy. Is a big boy. We've talked about that a million times, right? Like, forget the deck going bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it puts your opponent on a clock, but like an 11-17 is just pretty good. We are going to lose a Thrall here, though.
Well, and nowadays, too, we don't even actually see the deck out win condition from the Watcher actually win the game. When the Watcher hits the board, it's usually hitting the board alongside Thralls and just going face, right? So that might be the case here. We're at 8, still with a tough Nexus. So things are looking pretty good.
And we've actually got the Ice Shard to clean up a few of these units as well. Kindly Tavern Keep, not a bad pickup per se. But I mean, this is what we're worried about, right? If a second Scion comes down from Portalera, things get very dicey for any deck in Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah, and actually a second Scion, does that kind of just shut down this attack too?
Have I done the math on that? Absolutely
I
not.
mean,
am I going to? No.
It might. I mean, now the question though is like, do you have to just attack into another Scion just because of the chance of getting 2 Scions next turn? But there we go. We're not going to get it. Twin Blade Revenant tossed down there. We're just going to get the 8/8 going, and we're actually not playing any of these focus speed spells here to get this Thrall out. So just going to poke a little bit of damage.
Yeah, so there are 2 Ravenous Flock in Portalera's deck, which is, I believe, what Loser was going for on the previous turn when they blocked the Fallen Rider with the Preservationist rather than a Thrall, not wanting to get the 4 damage pushed in and setting it into exactly Flock range.
Yep.
Not sure why Loser didn't go for the second Thrall here, though, if I'm being honest.
I think there's an argument to be made for playing this Ice Shard prior to the attack, too, right? Like, you might want to have them commit the Draven or the Twin Blade Revenant. I mean, you'd put a little bit more damage onto your Thrall and you deal less damage, but...
Either way, it's setting it into Flock range, but I would imagine Loser's just going for the Promising Future. Nope, we're just doing it post-combat.
Instant Sentry, okay. Okay, so this gets us another blocker, though, so that's not...
Oh, it gets us a Thrall.
Oh, I always forget. That's right,
there
this does something else, yeah.
It can summon another countdown landmark and just high rolls into the Thrall.
You'll love to see it, especially with another clock in.
Right.
We literally have another Thrall next turn if we want.
Here comes Scion, though.
Honestly, I don't think you're... Well, actually, you are 5 wide. So we are 1 blocker short here.
The second Ice Shard pickup, though, is, I think, really
actually
nice
pretty
here.
Good. Yeah.
It gets a little scary if, like, your Lysandra is Get Excited in response to the 2 sort of Ice Shards here so that you actually take a little bit of damage. But this is going to clean up 3 of these attackers.
Wow, okay, this is honestly, I'm very surprised since the start of the game. I mean, it was really looking like Loser Beam was in a bad spot, but here we are, really late into the game now, and Loser Beam has made it to the point, you know, I was talking earlier, make it to turn 8. We should be great, and it's seeming like that is actually what's happening here. I'm really feeling it for Loser Beam. I think Loser Beam might be able to come back here.
Yeah, I want to call into question Portalera's attack turn on, I think it was 5? When we pushed 1 damage with an axe instead of killing the Lysandra.
I agree.
We haven't seen the payoff for that.
Lysandra's still sitting there.
Yeah,
she's been there all game.
And the Entomb was a massive swing for a Loser Beam. So, I mean, sure, maybe you don't play around the 3rd Lysandra. That's reasonable. But with Portalera not following it up with a game-ending burn, I am really curious about that 1 damage push over killing a Lysandra.
Hold on, Boulevard. Wait, Mr. Farron's here. All right, he has hit the board.
That's Captain Farron.
All right.
To you.
Oh, excuse me, Captain, Mr. Captain Farron. Is that a thing?
Not
Mr.
Mr. Captain.
You go
no.
Mr. Captain? No.
So this is dicey, right? If there is a Ravenous Flock, I think Loser loses the game. If this Lysandra dies in response to these Ice Shards, not only are you taking the 2 damage from the Ice Shards, but you are taking more Overwhelm damage from the Scion and the Farron.
All right, let's see. We have the Decimates, too, which, you know, you have a tough Nexus, but that only does so much.
Yeah, Loser's got to win on the open next turn, which they have a very good shot at doing because they have the 2 Clock Hand spells as well as the Watcher. But if Lysandra dies here, if that's a Ravenous Flock, then I think Portalera screws over the 2-0.
No! Boulevard, why'd you have to say it? Why'd you have to put it out there into the metaverse, man?
It's literally my job.
Oh, man. Yeah, yeah, good point. Good point. Oh, and that's gonna do it. Just too much overwhelm damage coming through, and Portalera, a lineup. Man, I was really feeling Loserbeam's lineup, and Portalera instead just quickly 2-0ing Loserbeam.
Yeah, apparently drawing 3 Lissandras. Okay, so this is our fault for memeing that any deck that draws 3 champions is the best deck in the game.
Win, yeah.
And Thrall's showing us up by drawing 3 Lissandra and just being a little bit too slow. You know, not as good as drawing like 2 Gangplank and a Sejuani, apparently. So who could have guessed?
And I mean, nothing's better. I honestly, that's the thing with Gangplank and Sejuani. They're such good mid-range champions because they're not too expensive. They're not like, you know, super high cost.
They got 6 and 7 health when they're level.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're so sticky to the board, and their effects on level 2 are ridiculous. Like you're that big of a unit, and you have such a good level 2 effect. I mean, put those bad boys together, and yeah, I mean that's why we're seeing so much success with a Plunder. But we're gonna go ahead and go to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some more action. All right, we are back at it for the Between Worlds Seasonal and Boulevard. We have already seen some pretty awesome action on the side of Loserbeam, unfortunately losing, actually doing what his name implies, which is unfortunate because I was really impressed with the lineup decision there. But now we are about to get into a game with Aikado and Boulevard. I don't know what to say about this lineup, but I definitely like what I'm seeing so far.
So Aikado had messaged me about their lineup, asking me what I thought of it, because I know that Aikado was looking for a third Shellfolk deck. We see one here, Poppy Lux, sort of the... I think this might have actually taken over as sort of the more popular Shellfolk deck in recent memory. Of course, the other one being the Vi, Fizz, Ezreal, whatever, the PNZ version with Glorious Evolution. But this is the one that is holding, I believe, the best win rate on ladder. And I think it was one of those decks where it's got a pretty poor win rate if you look at it overall, but then if you look at just like the 10 top players on this deck, it actually shoots up to like an insanely high, something like 65% win rate.
Yeah, and this is something we were talking about earlier as well, right? It's you have to be a good player to be successful with this deck, similar to Lisa and Zoe, which we were talking about earlier. But again, we talked about at the start of the day. I'm just happy to see Lux, man. We see Blinding Assault in there as a 1-of, 2-of Concerted Strike. It's a very interesting deck in general. Very curious to see how it does going into a lot of different decks that we're seeing today. Because a lot of the Shellfolk, I feel like most people now are probably more familiar with the Glorious Shellfolk version of the deck, which doesn't usually play Lux. Lux recently receiving that buff. Now, there's some other iterations coming out, and I'm just, again, happy to see Lux here. So Aikado with a very unique first deck. For the second deck of Aikado, we're going to have...
I believe it's another Shellfolk deck.
I think so, yeah. It was just the...
Oh, no, it's Teemo Swain. Okay, so Aikado messaged me last night, and he was like, I found my lineup, and he was like, it's Swain and 2 Shellfolk. And I know that he had been looking for a third Shellfolk deck, and I thought he was saying that he just threw 2 Curious Shellfolk into Teemo Swain. And I was like, I know that you have, like, Conchologist and Loping Telescope. I'm like, did you put in the prank package as well? Because I'm not liking what I'm hearing coming out of your mouth right now. And he was like, no, it's just Teemo Swain and then 2 separate Shellfolk decks. And I was like, okay, that I like a lot more. I'm actually really big on the Teemo Swain right now. When I was going over the tier list coming into this event and I was looking at its matchup charts, I really liked where the deck was positioned. Poison Dart, maybe... Yeah. That wasn't... I'm not in love with that one, but we'll see how Aikado makes it work, because we know that is a tech that has been played around with by these players.
Yeah, Boulevard, remind me, was it 2 OLSs ago? I think I finally got on board with this Teemo Swain deck.
Yeah, for some reason you're only allowing yourself to get on board with one deck a tournament, and this one won over, I think it was Glorious Evolution Shellfolk, so you were like, yeah, we'll take it for that one. And then Aikado's third deck is that Glorious Evolution Shellfolk that we've been alluding to. Yep. Aikado, at the start of the format, had taken out... So this deck was originally Vi Ezreal. Then it went down to just Vi when Glorious Evolution got added, and it looks like we have actually cut the Glorious Evolution and gone back to Ezreal as the sole win condition. So Doza, without Glorious Evolution being in this deck, do you like it a little bit more? Do you like it a little bit less?
I do like it a little bit more, because one of my biggest things with Glorious Evolution was that it just kind of went a little too hard on that one win condition with the Poros and the Glorious Evolution. This one, I mean, I'm never going to hate going in on an Ezreal win con, right? Like I feel like I'm an OG player. I've been here for a while. I love, the old Ezreal Karma days of actually getting win conditions with Ezreal and getting those kind of machine gun spells off every turn. So cutting the Glorious Evolution, going a little bit more low to the ground with the spell cost and stuff like that. I do like it, especially with something, it's only a 1-of, but you see that Shock Blast in there. Shock Blast faces the place. I love that card. It's able to do 3 to the place, or 3 to the face. We talked about this last time. It's just a card that I'm a big fan of right now. And then Curious Shellfolk being in tandem with Ezreal, I mean, there's that kind of card advantage train that you can get. And with something like Trinket Trade and those Otterpusses, that's a lot of 1-mana spells that you're able to get off and really start getting, again, kind of that machine gun feel of Ezreal just dealing damage to the face over and over and over again. So yes, I do like this better than the other Glorious Evolution versions.
And it looks like this is probably one of the known meta decks that seems to have gotten the biggest upgrade from the Jace Champions expansion. We got the Shock Blast in there. Pharaoh's Financer has come in and replaced Loping Telescope. And because we've gone back to Ezreal, Lecturing Yordle just gets to come in as one of the best value cards in the game. It's going to add a little bit of extra damage onto your opponent's Nexus.
That Yordle, man. Oh my God, Bullet. This is just a beast. This card, you know, you said you didn't really like the poison darts in the you know, in the other Teemo Swain deck that we saw, which, you know, it's good to proc Swain here and then, but you know, when they're not even having to be main decked and they just come out of something like Electro Yordle, I mean, that's why this card is so good. It's free cards. It's free cards with a 3/5 body. I mean, 5 health for a 4-cost unit in and of itself is insane. I mean, getting these poison darts over and over again when you're able to have something like, I mean, imagine if Ezreal's leveled, and forget leveled Ezreal. I mean, those shrooms later on in the game can play a big role when you're pairing it with Ezreal, right? Sometimes you only need that last like 1 or 2 damage, and if it's a shroom that I'm trying to rely on for just 1 damage, I mean, that's pretty good odds generally if you have like even just 6 shrooms in the deck, right?
Doza, I know you remember the days of Karma Ezreal, where we're just sitting there waiting for 1 shroom to come off the top to end one of these Ezreal games. Because like you mentioned, it is very much a game of inches. 1 damage can mean absolutely everything. And Lecturing Yordle is just a very solid unit in a deck that otherwise is playing some flimsier units that just get value on entry, right? Like Pharaoh's Financer, Conchologist, Autoquest. These are not units that are going to win you the game on their own. Yeah, Aloof, another great example. So having that 1 meaty unit that comes in, and even if it dies to something like Monster Harpoon, it got its job done. It got its value, whether you send that face or just get another proc on your Ezreal.
Yeah, also I just want to make note of that 1 iterative improvement in there, right? I don't necessarily think that's always a card that's going to be played in this deck, but it's not terrible, right? I mean, literally any of these units is pretty good as far as duplication is concerned, just because, again, like you mentioned, they all replace themselves for the most part. So if you're able to get another copy of any of these, you're feeling pretty good. So, but yeah, definitely overall, I think Ikado's lineup, very, very interesting. I think it's definitely one to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the tournament. And I really want to see this Ezreal deck now. You know, you asked me if I like it better than the Glorious Evolution build. I like it a lot better because to me, this plays more like the Ezreal Karma build of old and less like this crazy combo deck that's just relying on turn 7, ripping a 10-cost spell and having everything in hand to just go off. So yeah, I'm very excited to see this deck playing a little bit.
And I popped into Ikado's stream, it was either a day or 2 ago. He has a Prismatic Battle Academia skinned Ezreal. So like, full in, as shiny as that card can get, the Ezreal is going to be looking immaculate.
Oh, yes. All right, cool. Wait, is the whole deck prismaticized?
I don't remember. I'm not Blevins. I don't keep track of players, whether or not their decks are fully prismaticized.
And we do have an update, by the way. So a couple things. Ikado's opponent is going to be Vectrons, goes by the name of Vectrons. So we're going to get those decks up here in just a second. But Ikado has kind of the bad seed, so to speak, right? So Ikado in a position where, you know, he is going to have to go 5-0, going to have to get more wins under his belt than normal, you know, based on previous pairings. So we'll see how far Ikado can make it. But in general, I mean, Boulevard, we've talked about Ikado before. I don't know if you saw Blevins kind of, you know, top 10. Blevins had him on the list there, and Ikado is definitely a player to keep an eye on in general. But it does look like we have Vectron's decks that we're going to get into here.
No, I totally agree. But getting into the decks, first off, Plunder. We mentioned that we were going to see it a lot today. We weren't pulling your leg. We weren't jonesing you. And I think this is actually the exact same 40 cards as the list that Portalero was running.
Oh, yeah.
So just very stock, very standard Plunder. Not a lot of deviation in these lists.
I would go as far to say that this Plunder deck is probably the most streamlined deck that there is right now. Because even with, like, Draven Scion's been around for a while, there's a lot of different ways to run Draven Scion.
I have never seen 2 identical Draven Scion lists.
Never.
I have never seen the exact 40 twice in the wild.
Zoe Lee Sin, same deal, all sorts of different decks. So this is the most streamlined deck, the Rally deck, different versions. Speaking of the Rally deck, Zed Poppy, look what we got here. Zed Poppy. This is actually our first time seeing this today, I think, right, Boulevard?
That sounds correct to me, since we've only seen 1 match, and that was a Ziggs Poppy versus a No Poppy. This deck will get a little varied. Some people like to throw in Laurent Protege and play a little bit of a more, like a slower game where they end it in 1 big burst rather than chipping you down with all these elusives. Play that Young Witch Challenger game a little bit more effectively. But again, as we had mentioned, this is probably just one of the best decks in the game right now.
And shout out to Young Witch, by the way. I think, what was this, a 1/1 previously before it got buffed?
Yeah.
So this card, since getting that additional 1 health, is so crazy good to this deck's win condition, right? I mean, the ability to give quick attack to these units is insane. It can protect Poppy going in for an attack, which is huge because Poppy has a pretty decent attack stat as well. And then I don't think I have to explain Fleet Feather Tracker and Young Witch. I mean, that's probably one of the best 1-2 punches to start the game that you could possibly hope for.
And you might be wondering, why is 1 health such a big difference? Let me paint you a word picture, folks. It's turn 1. You play a Fleet Feather Tracker. This looks really nice. Turn 2, you slam down that Young Witch. Ooh, I'm feeling good. Your opponent casts Make It Rain. The game is over if Young Witch has 1 HP. That is the end of your Legends of Runeterra game. Scoop it up. Go next.
God, you think it's that bad, huh? Jesus.
With 2 health, though, you don't got to worry about that. I mean, we survive it. We take it into the next one, and here we see Draven Scion again. No 2 decks are identical. We see the Decimates in here. We also see Reborn Grenadier and Draven's biggest fan.
God, this one, man, I'm so glad we talked about these decks not being identical because I think we saw the first one was more burn heavy. Then we saw a second one that it had Ravenous Flock in it. This one has burn and Ravenous Flock in it. We have 2 Decimate and Ravenous Flock. So this is, like you said, it's burn, control, burn, slow burn. It's whatever you want it to be. This deck can do it
you
for
said slow burn on broadcast first. We said those are the
forbidden. All broadcast counts, okay? Come on,
the people didn't need to know that. That was just between us.
I put it out in the atmosphere. I apologize, everybody. Just forget I said that.
Discard mid-range, I think, was the original term for this deck because it's not aggro, right? It's usually ending the game on turn 7 or 8, which is around the time that a Legends of Runeterra game is ending. Yeah. So I wouldn't say that like your average game ending time is an aggro deck, but it certainly has gone a lot more burn heavy. We don't see Captain Farron here. In fact, we only see 2 copies of Lost Soul because that is a card that can get really clunky if you find too many of it. And if you're not running as much discard, if you're focusing more on the burn aspects that the deck provides, then it makes sense that that's something that you're going to cut down on a little bit. It could still come back to bite Vectrons here, but when we get into the game, we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, just looking at that deck list too, I do think I would prefer to see Captain Farron in there than 2 just stock copies of Decimate, especially if you're also playing Ravenous Flock. Like, I don't know, I just feel like the deck's kind of trying to do a lot there, just getting a little bit of every single thing that you want in there and tossing it in. But I mean, honestly,
tech choices, Doza. You wouldn't know anything about that.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, mister. Yeah, well, we see a little too many tech choices in that deck is what I'm getting at sometimes. But no, I mean, it's, you could argue one way or the other. It's really going to be dependent upon what that player, is thinking they're going to see throughout the tournament today.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I would love to watch you take a look at a JO1 deck list where he just has like 10 one-ofs on top of the stock 30 cards that you normally see.
JO1, man, JO1, yeah. I don't even get me started on that guy's deck list, all right? But yeah, we should be getting into the game here shortly. Boulevard, what are kind of your expectations because now we're getting into round 5, right?
Yeah.
What are your expectations as we start to get towards the later rounds here? What do you think the primary lineup is going to be after just seeing that first round there, round 4?
I think it's probably going to be Poppy, Plunder, Scion. I thought it was going to be Poppy, Plunder, Lee Sin coming into the weekend, but a lot of the big-name players have been falling very early in this tournament, and I think Scion is something that your average player is going to be more comfortable on than Lee Sin. So I think what Vectrons has brought here is the lineup for the weekend, sort of like what you would expect Maj and Bay to run, the XYZ gamers.
Yeah, I kind of agree, right? And then obviously we've already seen this Draven, Scion, and Plunder, these 2 decks. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. These are kind of comfort picks, I feel, especially for players like, like Vectrons. And, I have yet to see this name floating around. We obviously are very familiar with Icado. Maybe this is Vectron's first seasonal. I'm not sure. But I imagine for first-time seasonal players, playing something like Plunder and Draven Scion is probably a very big comfort pick. The decks are good. They're good in a lot of matchups, and you're probably familiar with playing them on ladder a lot to even get to Masters in the first place. So, and same goes for Rally, right? I talked about it earlier. If you've been playing this game for any amount of time in the last 2 months, you're very familiar with this deck on ladder. It does work. But let's see what both players are going to ban here. I'm curious to see what Vectron bans on the side of Icado, because it's not a typical lineup that you're going to see.
No, it is not, and I'm really excited to see so we have the player that we're highlighting, right? Last time it was Loser Beam, this time it's Icado. Very substandard lineup, not what you would expect to see, and we get to see them play into sort of the more known factors, which obviously Icado was prepared for this lineup, right? This is what you expect as the most standard lineup. If you can't beat this, How did you ever think you were going to top the seasonal?
Yeah, this is expected. I'd say prepared is an understatement. We literally saw like a snap ban on Plunder. He's like, get that out of here. I don't want anything to do with it. Forget it.
Yeah, and I like this because I know that a lot of the Shellfolk players are adamant that Shellfolk has a very good Poppy matchup. And then looking at the ladder stats, Bandle City Swain is actually Poppy's worst matchup.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. I'm very curious to see how that goes then. Listen, fingers crossed Vectrons doesn't ban the Ezreal deck. I would love to see Ezreal get to go off.
Okay, well, you can either see Ezreal, Lux,
Yes!
or your favorite
All
deck
right.
in the game.
Yeah,
Bandle
either
City
way.
Swain, so.
Yeah, either. Well, okay, I never said it was my favorite deck in the game.
You said it was your favorite
back
deck.
that up, Boulevard, all right? Stop
I'm
putting
backing
words in my mouth,
Back it
all
up.
right? But, all
Back it up.
right, we're going to...
You couldn't see that on camera. That was for Doza only.
Oh, wait, did I? Oh, wait, no, I didn't see that.
I was backing it up.
Oh, God. I actually, no, I'm happy I didn't see that. Never mind.
Whoa! I'm getting out of my chair for it next time.
All right, here we go. Mulligan phase is upon us, and Ikato has some choices here. Lecturing Yordle, maybe thinking about throwing back into the deck, but honestly, I mean, this is a pretty good starting hand. It kind of covers all your bases, and see if Ikato decides to keep all four.
I don't know about keeping all four. I don't think... It's kind of awkward, right? Because this is a pretty fearsome, heavy deck. Obviously, there's no Precious Pet in here, but even barring that, there's Fallen Rider, and there's, of course, the Twin Blade Revenant, but Vectrons is only on 2. I don't know how effective of a chump blocker House Spider feels like in this matchup, but all of these cards look solid, right? It might actually just be a full keep, because there's no one drop you're mulliganing for, right? Even if you find Teemo, we're usually not seeing Teemo Swain players just jam that on 1.
Well, yeah, and listen, Death's Hand takes care of Fallen Rider, right?
Yeah.
Lecturing Yordle also technically a fearsome blocker if if there's more than just one Fallen Rider that comes out. So I think you're pretty happy here. Draven's biggest fan coming out. All right. Now, also another card that we see in and out of this deck all the time. So we know there's going to be a Draven coming down soon.
How do you feel about the biggest fan? Do you like it? Do you hate it?
This is a rigged question.
How is this rigged?
Do you know
I'm
how many
curious.
times?
I'm genuinely
Wait,
curious.
are you trying to get me to make the Nick makes plays argument? Like
what does that even mean?
Because all right, basically that like if you draw Draven, it's just good inherently in any Draven deck.
Yeah. No, I mean, so like we
with
have
2
this
health,
conversation.
I think it's not as good. I don't think it's good as 2 health.
Okay, I was gonna say with every Draven deck, we've seen this card phased in and out. I was curious about in this meta in Draven Scion, how you feel. It wasn't a loaded question. I was just curious.
I don't know. Draven, significantly less impactful, I think, at 2 health. We've seen it. At first, we weren't sure if it was going to matter. I do think it matters a lot. Especially, I mean, look, we have a Death's Hand in hand. So that's going to take care of Draven instantaneously. And that feels really good for Ikato.
I mean, it's kind of funny because the way that you know that Draven has been nerfed significantly is that Ikato is not running Draven Ezreal. That was his hallmark deck in his rise to frame from total nobody to seasonal top 4 to aiding the world championship. Draven Ezreal was the Ikato deck, and now instead has been forced to supplement it with Teemo Swain.
Ooh, so opting to just chump block this turn and hang on to... We really want to chump block with that one spider. Like, he's like, no, damn it, get up there, go. We could have dealt with the Draven this turn and saved the Spiderling. I don't necessarily know how valuable this Spiderling is going to get. I think it gets less valuable as the game goes on, so maybe this is actually a pretty smart decision for Ikato, and then you still keep access to that, Death's Hand for a later date. Not to mention, now we're going to have these poison darts going. Maybe that's the goal. Maybe we just take care of it with a poison dart or 2.
Okay, so the Lost Soul was in Vectron's hand, and this is kind of the reason that you run 2, right? Is once you find 1, that's all you need. Especially with Vectron's cutting down on things like Grave Physician, there's not as much discard in your deck. So 1 is really all you want. Otherwise, it just gets a little bit clunky.
Ooh, this is a lot of damage coming in, though. I mean, Vectrons is not going to want to block with either of these units, and if we don't, that's 2 free poison darts to take care of one of these units. That's actually a pretty big deal, but it looks like, okay, we're going to get the burst. We were talking about this earlier. The burst speed Reborn Grenadier are going to do work and also trading with the Yordle. That's pretty big.
Ikato does get to kill the Draven here, though, with the 2 poison darts. Vectrons, I mean, you could potentially save it with a spinning axe and a survival skills, but then you've got a 1 health Draven into a deck that is known for the amount of execute style abilities it runs in Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth. Actually, only 2 Scorched Earth in this build from Ikato. Just wanted to throw that out there since the original build of Teemo Swain was 3 Scorched Earth and a Noxian Guillotine.
Guillotine. I haven't seen that card in a little while. But Leviathan already in the hand of Icado. So that's something to keep an eye on, right? You know, turn 8, we've actually, the last round, we were talking about how important turn 8 was for Thralls. Turn 8 going to be equally as important for Icado, maybe even turn 9, whenever it is we can get that Leviathan down safely. If we can get that kind of Leviathan Swain lock, I think we're going to be in a pretty good spot. But can Vectrons get the Scion down on turn 7? It's the same old story. We got to see if we can get that Scion out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and there's no mini-morph in the hand of Icado, right? There are 2 in the deck, and I'm trying to rack my brain. Is there any Loping Telescope card you can generate that answers Scion? I know that one of the bigger ones is going to be Crescent Strike, but that doesn't work 100% of the time. It will, of course, this game because Vectrons has the attack token on 7, but that's not dealing with the Scion. It is delaying it a little bit. You still don't have a clean kill onto it.
I gotta say, Icado actually doing a good job of poking more damage than Vectrons. Okay, just as I say that, a Decimate goes face. All right, wasn't expecting that.
Just a raw Decimate. out, not threatening lethal, nothing like that. Only 4 cards left in the hand.
Ooh, we took the Serpent. Okay.
That's actually really nice for allowing Icado to sort of delay a Scion and then pull it out of the way at a later date. But
we also have a Moonsilver.
Apprehend picked up.
That's stun a unit and there's no Darius, so
I mean, it's stun a Scion, right? If Scion comes down this turn, that's how you deal with it. You play Leviathan, you drag Scion to the side with the Serpent and push through an insane amount of damage, probably close enough to lethal to end it out with the Leviathan ability.
I think that's exactly what Ikado's setting up for here. There's no Scion. That's gonna feel great.
Is it just Moonsilver Leviathan?
Yeah, I think so. After the Serpent, have Vectrons play something else. Yeah, now you totally Moonsilver Leviathan here.
It's a very flashy play. I don't know if it's correct, but it is certainly flashy.
Oh, it's totally correct. Come on, there's no Scion. You rip it and go for the win. Come on. Because think about it, that's pretty much 2 turns you're probably guaranteeing of Leviathan dealing damage. That's 6 damage. You only have to do 8 more. And you have 2 Death's Hand in hand.
Yeah, and there's no way that Vectrons can kill this Leviathan, right? Even Get Excited and Ravenous Flock is 1 mana or is 1 damage shy of actually doing the job.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little hard to get that bad boy off the field.
Moonsilver into Leviathan. Doza, have you ever seen that before?
Actually, yeah. Because of Teemo Swain, because of this deck. Literally because of this deck. I will say, it's only one other time I saw it, but it feels so good to get one of those like, imagine reducing the cost of Scion, right, to like 6. Like, that's gonna feel, that's such a swing in momentum because there's certain mana breakpoints. So we've talked about this before. You know, everybody, if your opponent's playing Ruination, you play around them having 9 mana and committing too much to the board. In this case, you play around Icado getting a free Leviathan down. I don't even know if Vectrons can really do that with a Draven Scion deck, but in this case, forget 8. Now you're getting on turn 7, and that's a rough card to play around or even deal with.
And Vectrons doesn't have the cards in hand to even sort of threaten a lethal push on the next turn, even once this connects and Icado goes to actually blocking with the Leviathan, or at least debating it.
It's the only fearsome blocker, so... I mean, this actually might be the difference of Icado winning or losing. Because the problem is, if Icado blocks, Ravenous Flock has got to come down, right? And then your big play is kind of ruined here. If you don't block, you're much more susceptible to Vectrons having direct burn and actually being in a better spot to win the game. I think not blocking is correct here, but we'll see. That's a tough decision.
If you've got the gall to slam the Leviathan on 7, you also have to have the gall to not block.
Yeah.
You're not playing this one safe. You are playing for the win here, and Icado should be able to pick it up this turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's Overwhelm coming through Leviathan. That's at least 6 more damage.
It's going to take multiple spells to kill this Leviathan, even if it gets blocked and set up so that it doesn't just win the game on the start of round ability. But Vectrons does not have a hand that can produce 10 damage, right? Unless it is very specifically Decimate Double Get Excited. That is all 5 cards and all 11 mana.
And we have 2 fast spells in response to that with 2 Death's Hand, which will close out the game before that even works, right? So, you know... really starting to like this deck. Ever since a couple OLSs ago, it's not quite, it's the wrong T. It's not TF Swain, it's Teemo Swain, but I'll take it. I'll take it, Boulevard. I'm liking it. It's a good deck, and this is just proving it right here, going up against one of the better decks in the game, and seemingly about to win, too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Vectrons is maybe debating here. Obviously, there's probably some amount of burn in hand, right? And what Vectrons is going through is trying to debate, if I use this burn to kill the units to survive, does that actually win me the game? Or do I have to... I mean, you just kind of have to, right? Because you can't go to 1. Leviathan will kill you. There's a Mystic Shot, so now Leviathan itself is exactly lethal at the start of round rather than a little bit of overkill. But that's still a dead Vectrons unless they have an answer for this Leviathan.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if Vectrons... I mean, that's... What do we need? A Ravenous Flock. We need, like, 3 removal spells from here, and I'm not feeling it.
It's got to be a couple more Mystic Shots. We'll see what the discard is here.
Oh, there's a Mystic
Shot.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
there's
surrender. Leviathan. Turn 7, getting it done. You think Scion's the best turn 7 play in the game? Wrong. It's Leviathan.
Who would have thunk it? That's awesome stuff there for my guy. And I like the aggressive posture, right? Like, that's what shows me that you really know how to play your decks that you have brought, because you're making a play that typically is not how that deck is going to win, right? Like, that's not what you're going for there. But you can see there was a very definitive line that Ikato decided to take, and it was the Moon Silver and the Serpent, knowing, okay, in the next 2 turns, I'm just going to try to close things out before Scion can close things out. And that's exactly what we were able to do. Luckily, Vectrons didn't even have Scion, but nonetheless, we got Ezreal up next. I'm excited for this one, baby.
This is Ikato's most comfortable deck in the Between Worlds seasonal, I would argue. He really redid the deck day 1 after the patch, set it down to like Fizz, no Ezreal, no Vi. The Jace stuff came out. I know Ikato and the Wobbly Wombats are the players that all come to mind when we talk about this deck. It's a very United States deck. I've talked about this a little bit in the past, but like you're not really seeing the Glorious Evolution version, at least, which I guess this is no longer, but you weren't really seeing that in Europe or even LATAM and Brazil. It was really just the USA and Oceania.
What is a United States? I'm curious. What's a United States deck? Like, what defines a United
A deck that is only played by United States players.
Oh, that was easy. All right.
Yeah, it wasn't a trick clarification there. It was just an observation of, like, Brazil is not on this deck, LATAM is not on this deck, Europe and Asia aren't really on this deck.
All right, well, we got that early Shock Blast in hand, so I'm curious to see how we use that a little bit later.
I was about to say probably just later, right? Like, this isn't coming down time soon. Next turn is Lecturing Yordle time, one of the scariest cards in Bandle City outside of Poppy.
Yep. Yeah, and we're going to have 3 spell mana going into that turn as well, so going to be pretty nice there. Nope, looks like we are going to play the Conchologist too, and oh man, Conchologist, I've been so up and down about this card. In the right regions, I think it does great, and P&Z and Bandle City for, specifically, I think you get some really good options.
I think a lot of players have debated it a lot in Darkness because there are some bad Shadow Isle hits. I think one of the big strengths of Bandle City Swain is that players really like the Noxus options provided by Conchologist. And then in P&Z, it's like, it's fine, right? There are some awkward hits, but there are a lot of good hits.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree. Darkness is the one where I think it's questionable to use. There's so many other good options for 2 and 3 drops, but here we go. Vectrons coming in hot. We got a lot of blockers, though. A lot of ways to deal with the field on the side of Ikato. So Ikato really not being threatened at all here. So I'm really liking Ikato's position. We have a lot of tools. We have a lot of ways to get rid of the boards. Looking like this is setting up for a nice poison dart here. Yep, onto the Sump Treasure. And we are going into an attack turn with the Yordle only having a Draven on the side of Vectrons. I got to say, I'm really liking Ikato's chances so far.
Yeah, and Ikato just kind of wants to take a light and breezy turn 5, right? We want to be able to bank 3 spell mana into this Shellfolk turn because we do have 2 pranks in hand alongside the Otterpuss, and I don't think that Vectrons is really going to demand any more mana out of Ikato than just the 2 that he needs to commit in order to save that 3 spell mana.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've seen this Reborn Grenadier play on defense a lot, and I'm not liking it. Like not that it's not necessarily inherently a good play, but when I do see it on the side of the Draven Scion player, I feel like that's a bad sign. I feel like that means if you're on the defensive as the Draven Scion player, I don't think that's good for your overall chances to win the game. You can see, wow, look at the card advantage. Like, look at that. One, two, like, there's, I mean, granted, 3 of them are pranks. All right, I take that back a little bit because 3 of them are, it seems like there's a lot more cards in hand than there really is for Icado. But either way, you play those pranks, now you know basically all of what's in Vectron's hand. I mean, this is pretty crazy, and we're saving those for those shell folk 100%. We're going into turn 6. This is going to be a crazy difference in card advantage here in a second.
Yeah, there is no way for Draven Scion, outside of double Get Excited, to remove this Curious Shellfolk before the pranks come down. And when 3 get to come down and just immediately start, you know, sort of dealing with all of the cards in hand, you get full information on what your opponent has. Even if you miss the same card multiple times, you kind of get a read that it's a champion, right? Because you cannot prank champions. So even the misses, consistent misses, give you a little bit of a read.
All right, we are offering up the block, though, onto the Twin Blade Revenant, which I don't necessarily hate. I mean, it puts a fair amount of damage onto the Shellfolk, but with so few cards in hand on the side of Vectrons, if that means we're committing removal, yeah, and we are going to commit this Whirling Death, which I believe that's not main deck, so I imagine it would have been a Draven.
It's a Draven, yeah.
You're fine with that, right? Like you're getting another commitment out of Vectrons when you know there's another Glorious Shellfolk in hand, and you're going to be able to use it on your attack token next turn.
I know we talked a lot about the Glorious Shellfolk deck. It is Curious Shellfolk. The Glorious
Evolution did I just call it
where the Glorious
Shellfolk?
Came from. Yeah, it's Curious, not Glorious. I mean,
It's
it is
the
a Glorious.
Thing. It's a Glorious card. It's the same thing. It's fine, right?
But the nature of it is Curious. Scion coming down, though. This is probably going to be where we try to find maybe some chump blockers off of these pranks, really get an idea of what our opponent has in hand. It's a little awkward because you can hit the Spinning Axe here. But to get excited, or even the Fallen Rider, because we are going to get the reduced cost, we can play this Rider as a chump blocker and then sort of use our other spells in order to deal with all the units that are on board. And now we have perfect information of the hand.
Wow, survival skills now for Icado that we can now use with the Get Exciteds in our hands. So that's going to feel real nice if Shellfolk does eventually come down. Now, Vectrons... I like when Vectrons played the Scion, because assuming Icado did have a way to deal with it, like a mini-morph, now you know, without having the attack token, Vectrons knows, you know, all right, they can put more units on the board, they can go wider. Sure, okay, now Scion's a 3-3, but at least now we can develop a little bit more. So I think that's great on the side of Vectrons. And now with no mini-morph, this is looking to be a fairly decent attack here.
This Pokestick is really big for Icado as well, because you know that your opponent has survival skills, but you also know that the only, like, it's going to hit Scion, right? So you're totally fine to play a little bit riskier, you know, take the removal spells onto these lower units, and it looks like the plan is to just not block Scion and just take that 10 damage and maybe try to win around it rather than through it.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. And suddenly, you know, at first with Icado, with the 2 Shellfolk, it looked really good. I mean, we had a lot of options in hand, a lot of ways to just have far more card advantage than Vectrons has. But without something like Minimorph to deal with Scion, this just looks terrible. Scion's just going to keep coming in hot every turn, and there's nothing Icado can really do about it. We can remove it after the fact, but then there's going to be a rally. Yeah,
Ikado's got to find Ezreal pretty immediately. We've got the draw coming in off the Pokestick, but the prank targets in Vectron's hand are pretty mediocre. I would imagine we'd like to try and get another Get Excited and just go for this burn strategy, but we're pretty far away from the... Ooh, Stress Defense off the top is really nice for the next Scion attack. I think Icado hovering it in a way of saying, I really wish I had this turn.
Yeah. Yep. But we have Conchologist. We're going to be able to get another prank, so that's 2 more cards that we can get from Shellfolk. Let's see what we take here.
Looking at all the burn available.
Might as well go Poison Dart. Yeah, like maybe now if we get Ezreal, like we basically have lethal almost.
Icado has 12 damage currently in hand with the 3 Get Excited and the Shock Blast, now up to 14.
We just need an Ezreal. Where's the Ezreal?
Ooh, we actually just hard cast the 7 mana Get Excited from Vectrons.
Ain't got nothing else better to do this turn, right? Might as well. What a hand! We're 1 Ezreal away from winning this game. Do we got it? There Ezreal! Ezreal off the top.
It's not leveled, it looks like. Otherwise, it'd have a gold border. But Icado really probably just 1 or 2 targets away, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you play a Poison Dart, I think you're good. What is it at? 5 out of 6, I think.
Yeah, and with the Stress Defense in hand, you're not worried about Vectrons killing this. On top of the fact that they just used the Get Excited that you knew that they had.
Look at Aikado kind of adjusting himself in the seat. Like he's like, all right, I'm prepping for a victory here. I got
First,
this.
you were prepping for game 3, and then that's the adjustment of like, oh wait, hold on,
now
we found something here. Yep, there's the level up on the Ezreal. Still a lot of mana to play with on the side of Aikado. No Shellfolk value to be found anymore, but that is what it is.
All right, Ezreal going in. Oh, hey, by the way, we get another Mystic Shot. Look at that damage. My God, I think you play the Shock Blast here, right? Just to
with the stress defense in hand, you don't really have to worry about dying to Scion next turn. I think you can just sort of play the removal game here. I haven't mapped out whether or not this is lethal. I imagine it is. This is going to be 3 damage. Shock Blast maybe now comes at the Nexus, and then we finish it off with the triple Get Excited on the following turn.
Yeah, we're going. I was curious to see if Aikado would play the Shock Blast. I mean, generally, you want to try to get those slow spells out on your turn because if your opponent open attacks, you can't play anything onto the stack. But I mean, honestly, like you said, I don't think it matters. We have so much.
Yeah.
I think we can play. Wait, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We could play basically every responsive spell in hand onto the stack next turn. Make that okay. We can still play every responsive spell in hand and have enough for lethal. Probably just with the Ezreal effects at this point.
Yeah. It's
3,
guaranteed
4, 5,
lethal.
yeah.
The 3 Get Excited is 9 damage, and then you can stress defense for 2, even if there is some kind of removal onto the Ezreal coming out in response to the 3 Get Excited. So Aikado actually just going to take a 2-0 here. You know, the Get Exciteds are a known factor. You can see him popping off a little bit, that little fist bump. I love
it. Yes, let's go, Aikado. And, I mean, listen, we've seen Aikado for quite some time now, so very happy to see Aikado advance to an X-1 record. That is crazy good, so love to see it. I do think we'll be getting into another game. I think I heard Majin Bay.
Yeah,
which
it's Majin Bay, another player that we love to see.
Yes, Majin. We were just talking earlier too about how Majin has one of, if not the best kind of overall historical record. So Majin actually tied with What Am I for in the Americas. I'll be as we were corrected earlier, with 4 top cuts and one world's appearance.
If you are a newer viewer to the Legends of Runeterra scene, maybe you checked out Arcane, heard that LOR was the place to come for your lore, Majin Bay is the protagonist of Legends of Runeterra.
What is it? So what is What Am I now? What does that make What Am I? The antagonist?
A side character. I mean, they're on the same team,
Whoa.
right? Like,
whoa! Did you just called What Am I a side character?
Assuming only one protagonist. Assuming one protagonist.
Oh,
it's gotta be Majin.
We're in an equal opportunity world, Boulevard. There can be 2 protagonists in
on the
show,
same
okay?
team, though.
Come on. Yeah. Good. Fair. I'm gonna go with a yes.
Okay, then yeah. What Am I would be a protagonist as well. Just mastering Runeterra, I guess, is the protagonist, and Majin is the poster boy.
Okay, all right, we'll go with that. Yeah, it's the protagonist group.
Yeah. These are the heroes. This is your Alpha Squad, your A team.
Oh, man. But I do want to go ahead, though. It does look like we're getting some of these deck lists in. I want to see what Majin has brought. And as we see here, this is looking to be Thralls. So that's a pretty standard pick that we've seen from a lot of people. But also bringing Field of Rush and Zoe Lee Sin. So we saw Majin take game 1 down. Not sure with what deck, but gonna have to do it with Thralls now versus, hey, I think this looks like Jace Lux maybe. Yeah, so cool. Glad we got to see it at least once, partly. And I think, do we have Majin's record?
Good enough to still be streamed, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can find Majin's record quick.
And it looks like the Thralls are about to hatch here, right? I don't see an Aftershock. Actually, I barely see... Oh, no. It's the Demacia and Piltover and Zon colors are like a shade off of each other, so it's kind of hard to tell. But, man, there's back-to-back, there's Assembly Line. There are quite a few expensive spells in this Jace Lux deck to make sure that it is proccing, but what there is not is Aftershock.
Oh, no Aftershock in Legaia's deck?
Nope.
Wow, okay. Interesting. Looks like we're going to write a negation this for Demacia, though, so that's going to feel pretty good for Majin. Otherwise, that is a dangerous board, and Majin looks to be setting up for a pretty big turn himself. Next turn, we're going to get at least 2 Thralls. I'm not sure if Promising Future was played on either of those landmarks, so we'll see in a bit. Clock Hand also in the hand of Majin Bay, so looking like we're going to be able to do a fair amount of damage next turn and start trading a little bit.
Yeah, this is also going to level the Lysandra, which, while the Avalanche doesn't look phenomenal right now, in conjunction with the Ice Shard that Lysandra is going to produce, it looks a lot better.
So again, just want to throw that out there. It was kind of in the middle while you were talking. So Majin is actually 2-2.
Okay.
So very on the cusp here. I mean, obviously a loss is going to put him out of contention. But a win possibly keeps him in it. We'll see. Again, tiebreakers and all that good stuff. So this is a pretty crucial game, I think, for Majin. All right. Lysandra leveling up here, which means we're going to get a Watcher, too. Again, Watcher's not usually the primary win condition nowadays. Wait, is the Watcher already at 0, though? Wait. No,
but that was a... you had asked if there was a promising future played. The answer was yes, and it was Talia, so that's 4 Thralls coming in.
Yep.
Now, because Lysandra tries to create the Ice Shard at round start, if she levels at round start, for example, multiple Thralls are summoned, she won't get it that turn. You're going to have to wait for the next one, so we don't have that to push the additional damage with the Overwhelm, but this is, at worst, going to clear Legaya's board. At best, it's going to win Majin the game. And we still have this Lysandra's Entomb to get one of these blockers out of the way.
That's a blast from the past, seeing that card pop out. Back to back. God, remember that was 5 mana?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that was...
So, Lysandra's Entomb is currently representing lethal. These units have Overwhelm. You get one of these blockers, like that 7 HP unit out of the way. All 8 damage is going through. And Majin seems to be considering it's still 8 mana on the opponent's side, and Jay Doza Judgment's in the main deck. So this could be a massive blowout for Legaia if they have the Judgment in response to the Entomb.
Oh, please don't let this be. I won't hear the end of it from Boulevard. Please don't, Legaia, please don't have it. Please don't have. I can't believe Majin put this on the stack too.
There's a spell.
No.
Judgment! It's Judgment!
Oh my god.
And that is essentially going to be the end of the game here.
Look at the look on Majin's face. He's like, what? Oh my, yeah, sad poro emo indeed, Majin Bay. That is, oh my god. Thanks a lot, Legaia. Thanks a lot.
Oh, somebody clip it, send it to me the next time I hear any of you saying
I know. Best card in the game.
Judgment.
I know. We get it. Jesus.
Seasonal champion Majin Bay, very famously in the Worlds qualifiers, plays around a randomly generated Judgment off of a Loping Telescope, does not play around the main decked one in the Jace Lux.
That's a low blow, man. That's a low. You're gonna wow. You're gonna rag on the guy for playing around the random one, but not the main decked one. Oh, Majin Bay. Oh, poor guy. Now, with that said, we do have a Watcher that's only 1 away from the Watcher's 0. The Watcher's... So Judgment actually wasn't even good enough to win the game, it looks like.
Hey, you don't know that. There's still...
No, it's only 11-17 in hand that kills the deck. You know, it's... No,
It doesn't kill the deck. It does not kill the deck. It leaves you with 3 non-champions.
3 non-champions.
And that is a 6/7 Vanguard Sergeant that will create another 4 Demacia when it pops out of that Entomb.
Oh my god. There's Risen Altar. That's not bad. That's a thing.
This is a card that I think a lot of people really wanted to run in Thralls when it came out, and it's just not as good as the Thralls, right? It's a 6 mana landmark, but when it comes down like this, and it's got the spell shield even, as well as this 11-17 Watcher coming down, those stats are really the hallmark of the card right now. The attack and obliterate the deck, yes, it's cool, but mostly when we see this card being utilized, it's as something that's going to like 3 or 4 for 1 on blocks. Yeah, and this stuffs the scout attack with the Moose, right? The Moose cannot get loose here in this situation. Yep, we just block it. It doesn't really get the 2 attacks. The Moose is very much under control. Oh, yeah, 100%. And, oh, hey, you know, our 11-17, it's just an 11-9 now. You know, it can still block something else. It's fine. And we're still going to have the open attack. So, yeah, we don't even attack. It's a pretty bad attack if I do say so myself. And I do think... I'm actually surprised we didn't go for the double up on the Risen Altar, like, on this turn. So, because we do have the Promising Future in hand, that would have been cool to get 2 of those out. I mean, I guess our board is already 6 wide. I don't think it matters. I think Majin was more concerned about getting the blocker at burst speed. Yeah. And then just going 6 wide to match Legaia's board. But now we've got the deck obliteration going on, and Legaia has no champions on field. And generally, the way that you want to play around your deck being nearly destroyed is you play a champion, and then you play the champion spell to shuffle it back into your deck. That is not currently an option for Legaia unless they can get a second champion down. But like Lux's Prismatic Barrier and Jace's, honestly, I don't even know what Jace's champion spell is. Probably, I think it's Shock Blast.
That's
just
Shock
like,
Blast?
I think it's Shock Blast, which like. It's a big mana commitment to have to Shock Blast every single turn. But we see the Lux. The Prismatic Barrier could come down and keep Legaia, off of the deck out win condition.
Yeah, that's actually, that'd be a pretty big deal. Now, the problem, though, Boulevard, right? Like, sure, we don't lose by deck out. Great, fantastic, awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of it, right? Like,
but like, what? Okay, and then what? and then,
there's also the opportunity for once you get down to just like that one card in deck, Majin can actually use this Three Sisters to entomb the champion, and it is off the board just long enough to stop the champion spell train from denying the deck out.
All right, there's a Jace. The Jace is leveled up, which means we do have. Oh, geez. Something.
Acceleration Gate.
Acceleration Gate. There we go. We do have the Acceleration Gate generated from Jace. Sorry, I almost never see that card get played, even with Jace. So
yeah, and with Jace doubling it up, that's going to be 2 lasers for the Lux.
Yeah. This is going to be very, very interesting here. We'll see if Legaia can make it to that point. The attack token already used from Majin Bay, so Legaia pretty much has free roam next turn of going in here with that gate if we so choose. And honestly, things are looking up now. With the Acceleration Gate, things are much, much different with this board, right? Because now everything on the side of Legaia basically positively trades with Majin Bay's field.
It looks like we're actually going for the Entomb onto the Jace to stop the double up onto the Acceleration Gate on the next turn, which makes a lot of sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually... Wow. All right, we've seen it all. That is a scary card, I guess, at this point in the game. Especially, with Thralls, there's really no other good way of dealing with something like Jace. Is that incorrect to not play Avalanche first? Like, you might as well get the damage onto the Jace?
You might as well, yeah. I think Majin... I mean, it's a very clear misplay. I think Majin was just unsure as to whether or not they really wanted to commit the Entomb onto the Jason. When you kind of tunnel on, am I making this decision or not, the secondary decision kind of gets put into the back of your mind, and you might forget about it until you really figure out what you're doing first.
Yeah, and I think you're right. He's kind of just tunneling on, we need to get Jace off the board.
Yeah, and this might be another Avalanche out of Majin. It would kill his own Talia, but that does set things up for the Ice Shard a little bit better, namely the Lux. But it looks like Majin saying, if you want to commit the rest of your turn to this for Demacia, I will Ice Shard away one of these Vanguard Sergeants, and then you can go ahead and have the other 3. I don't really care about the Lux Laser. I still feel like I'm in a very good position because you are still approaching that deck out. You have not played a Prismatic Barrier yet.
And yeah, we still haven't seen that come out. I'm very curious to see if Legaia has that other Lux in hand. Man, I was really hoping for a huge Acceleration Gate turn, man. But I think Legaia, I mean, we still have a shot too, right? Like if we don't go for it this turn, which we obviously aren't now, Jace will hit the board again. We will have that Jace Lux combo and make it to the next attack turn. But yeah, like you said, we need that second Lux in hand, or possibly another Jace. I mean, we could have another Jace as well. But like you said, it's a little bit more of a mana commitment. It's more of a mana commitment, but it also affects the board a lot more, right? Like, I mean, that's a pretty impactful spell every turn.
Yeah. Second Ravine out of Majin does have the capability to deal 6 damage to the board with the 2 Ravines and the Avalanche if he really wants to. That will clear out everything of his as well, though. And with back-to-back being something that Legaia is playing, you are not necessarily guaranteed to kill everything on Legaia's side of the board.
How many are main deck, do we know?
2.
Okay, so there definitely is one more. Well, assuming we didn't see one early on.
Yeah.
But there could be one more in play, yeah. And we really haven't even seen this final Spark train get going either, Boulevard. So, I mean, it's very possible this is the turn where we start to see a little bit more final Spark generation come out. I think this is... I just want to say, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say, I think this is the most times we've seen the Watcher, the most turns, stay on board, and the game not end, especially attack-wise. This thing is attacked a bunch of times already, so...
What I was going to say is, because Legaia has so many Four Demacias, yeah, exactly this, you might see it defensively to heal the units to stop something like Blighted Ravine from actually clearing the field.
All right, doubled up for Demacia, though, baby.
And that's 2 final sparks.
Yep.
I don't know if Majin is going to be able to live through the next turn because Legaia still has 1 card in deck. They will get 1 more attack token.
Just attack with the Watcher. I don't know. So weird seeing the Watcher attack multiple times.
I think Majin has a board clear with 2 Ravines and Promising Future, because dealing 6 to the board at round start is not something Legaia can actually get around. So Majin has the board clear.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, too, as far as Majin's concerned. Although Majin is 2-2, Majin does have good tiebreakers, so if Majin does win out, Majin can top.
And it's all thanks to Judgment. If not for Judgment, Legaia would have been down and out quite some time ago. But we are seeing Majin go for the board clear. I would imagine the Promising Future going to come down as well, since Jace, Lux, and the Mage Seeker currently not dying to just a double Blighted Ravine.
All right. Let's just try to get as many Blighted Ravines as possible to try to burn the opponent out.
This is really nice for Majin, because this ensures that any champion train is stopping immediately. Legaia would have to use one of the champion spells now just to buy 1 more turn, but that turn doesn't really matter, because buying 1 more turn just buys you into Majin's attack turn.
Yep. Yeah, still no champion. I'm very curious if Legaia is saving this champion spell until like the very last minute, like if there is another Lux or Jason here.
This is the last minute. These are dying at round start.
I know.
So we'll see if Legaia has anything here. Those 4 cards to the right of the Fort Demacia have just been sitting there since we got into the spectate function, so it very well could be additional champions. It could also just be reactive spells. There's no very clear read on it, per se. Oh, we're seeing something.
What do we got? There it is.
Barrier.
Oh, wait. Yeah, wait, no.
But again,
yeah, it was. I didn't see
again, this only buys Legaia 1 more turn. They need to buy 2 more turns. So unless there's a 3rd Lux jiggling around in that hand of Legaia.
All right. Talia coming in as well. Let's see if Legaia commits any sort of block here. Which, I mean, you could basically throw anything in front of it. It'll trade.
Yeah, it doesn't super matter.
All right, yep, here we go. Gonna submit that in on the side of Majin Bay. And this should mean it's gonna go back over to Legaia here. A bunch of Blighted Ravines going on here. Gonna kill the board.
Yep.
There's Talia off the top.
We know there's a Lux for Legaia, but I don't think Legaia can present 14 damage here. I think their real only hope is having another Lux assembly line. That is actually that's
pretty good. Yeah, that's a final spark to the face possibly too.
Yeah, it's not quite enough though, because Majin does have Talia.
Yep.
And unless there's I cannot think of anything for 2 mana that is gonna let Legaia push this through, because the final spark had to hit full 4 damage on the Nexus for this to be lethal. Yeah,
with no blockers on the side of Majin. All right,
okay, single combat.
Now we're 2 off of lethal.
Yeah, that's still 2 off.
Oh, this is so close.
Oh, what this does mean, though, is that Legaia can play a Fort Demacia next turn and just final spark the Nexus.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Buying the additional turn actually mattered because of the Lux change to hit the Nexus.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about that. I don't see much Lux.
What? Is this your first time playing Runeterra Boulevard?
Ooh, but we hit
Clock Hand. Oh my god.
And there's Legaia has 2 banked into the Lux, so a 4-mana spell and a 6-mana spell, depending on what they are, like a Concerted Strike here, I think wins the game. Okay.
All right.
That's gonna get the final spark.
Okay.
Another single combat does it.
And actually, this means
the sentries get to summon a thrall. I don't think Legaia can do it.
Yeah, no, and all Majin actually just can't attack though, because if Majin attacks even with a thrall and it gets blocked by Legaia, then the thrall gets killed by the final spark. It does enough to then that might be it. That's exactly what I just said, except on the oh my god.
No, you get to summon the thrall and avalanche
Oh, and then killing your own. Oh my god.
And Majin is definitely the caliber of player that's going to see that.
Yep, he's going to see it. He's got it.
You had to
Avalanche.
commit the final spark on the stack with the single combat. Legaia, a slight misordering means all the difference in this match.
Legaia had that. Legaia had it. I think Majin, I can see the look on his face. I think Majin is explaining that on his stream right now.
A third single combat.
My god.
Third single combat.
Wait. No. The avalanche kills the...
Yeah, and you final spark the face.
Oh, yeah. Then, okay, now there's no units left. Oh, my God.
Majin actually loses to the triple single combat remaining.
God, and the final spark to the face. What a game. Oh, my God. And that's going to bring it to a game 3 for Majin Bey, who, again, does need to continue winning to have a chance at top cut. Does have tiebreakers to make the top cut at 2-2 currently, but wow, was that a close game. Woo!
Thralls versus Lurk for the final game.
Yeah. Oh, okay, we finally see a Lurk deck. Here we go. I like that symbol, by the way. What's that?
Oh, the Vi and Jinx?
Jinx and Vi, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. I think we all got that. I don't check icons very often, but I might have to swap off a Noxus for this.
Oh my god. All right, here we go. We got the Lysandra early. That's going to be great versus Lurk as well. Kindly Tavern Keeper also going to be nice. And Succumb to the Cold. So I think, and Avalanche, I think this is, all 4 of these cards are cards that you want versus an aggressive deck like Lurk. So now it's all about, okay, do we draw into this countdown acceleration? I think that's going to be the big question here for Majin Bey. And that's great too.
You know what's a good countdown acceleration? If you play a Thrall on turn 1 instead of turn 3, it's like you accelerated it 2 turns.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. But one thing I do want to mention about Lurk is that there are actually not a lot of avalancheable units. It's really just the 1-drops and one of the 2-drops. Even all the predict cards have 3 HP.
Yeah. Ooh, promising future early as well, though. I'm actually surprised to see the Preservarium come out. You know, a lot of times that's something you might want to wait to play just because it is a draw effect. It's committing mana that doesn't really help you with the tempo game or anything like that. But with the Avalanche to fall back on, I do think that's good on the side of Majin Bey. We're going to be able to draw some more options for later on in the game. And things don't look terrible for Majin, honestly. We'll see what comes out of Legaia. Probably the Predict Lurker, I imagine, is going to come down here. And again,
one thing,
does have 3 health.
One thing that I did want to mention, because I pulled up Legaia's Lurk deck here, no Rite of Negation. So Majin is going to be full steam ahead when it comes to things like Promising Future.
Oh, okay, there we go.
But Ruthless Predator going to kill the Lysandra.
I was going to say, I'm like really surprised we played the Snapjaw there. Ruthless Predator seems like a lot there too, but I mean, I guess we got 2 3-2s now going into possibly 2 4-2s attacking.
Yeah, Majin's about to go to 10.
Good. Yeah. Is it okay? I was gonna say if it's Rek'Sai too, that stinks.
Yeah, Majin is in a bit of a rough spot. A lot of Lurk triggers have gone down for Legaia. We are starting to get into the mid-rangier aspects of the deck where the Overwhelm units start to come down. So Majin actually throwing out a Kindly Tavern Keeper rather than just avalanching this and sort of saying, okay, Legaia, how many low drops did you draw? Is this all of them? Do you have a little bit more? And the patience pays off for Majin. Going to get an additional unit cleaned up with this avalanche.
That's great. That is one of the best cards you can see. I love this Frozen Thrall coming down. It gets the guy to possibly commit more, which means this Avalanche is going to get such good advantage here. This is going to be great for Majin.
There's a lot of Frostbite in Majin's hand.
Ooh, smart pass. Smart pass from Legaia. Yep. But 3 for 1. I'll take it. Feels good. I imagine, like you said, though, this might be one of the mid-range Lurker units coming down. Legaia does only have 4 cards left in it. Wow, okay, that could have been a blowout if that was played. Yeah, Jesus.
So many 1-drops. And that's just a raw summon on a Pike.
Which actually... there. It's like, where's the Pike? Where'd he go?
Oh, yeah, second Succumb to the Cold. Majin's going to be able to clear out this Pike. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Easy
Usually,
peasy.
If Pike is getting played like this, like, obviously, it's a solid unit, right? It's 5/3 with quick attack for 4 mana. It's usually indicative of a Bone Skewer or even just a second Pike in hand that will turn into a Bone Skewer.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, generally, it's because you're trying to actually level up the Pike, which, I mean, if the Pike gets to be big, Pike then does deal with the Thralls.
Yeah. Even Jawfish. Jawfish is actually only a one of in Legaya's build, but once these lurkers get big enough, that is something that can clear out a thrall board. And there are not a lot of decks in the game that have anything that can sort of boast that claim.
So let's see. I'm curious if there is something like a bone skewer. I don't see a world where Legaya tries to save. Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah, just putting the pike back on top of the deck so you can draw it again.
Okay. I mean,
if there's a the free attack lurker.
Yeah.
That'd be huge for Legaya, and it's Bloodbait. So we'll have it on top of the deck so we can play it on Majin's turn to get the pike.
Yeah. Well, then it turns into death from below, right? So
yeah, which is even better. Ooh, but we get the count.
Oh
we finally get some countdown acceleration.
With four on board. Talk about a great imagined possibilities. Oh my god.
Yeah, we have the promising future as well.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Majin, not gonna lie. If we promising the two countdown left Frozen Thrall, we can imagine possibilities. We are good to go for next turn having blockers. But again, death from below, I think, let's see, if there's another attack with a Snapcharge Swarm, that's gonna be 6 that Pike's at now, right? Or 7? So it's just shy, I think, of being able to take down these Thralls, which might be a big deal for Legaya.
Yeah, it'll be at 6, and Majin probably gonna end the turn with an Avalanche, perhaps? Maybe with the 2 Thralls coming out, you don't really care about this Lurker. You can go ahead and block it. You're not too worried about it. Avalanche. Oh, no, I'm just going to throw out the Avalanche. Because we have these Thralls coming out next turn, any big unit that Legaya plays here is going to be fine. And even though the Pike is so threatening, it's at 0 out of 15 on the level up. It's not in Thrall killing range, and it actually gives a lot of information to Majin on, like, hey, I knew that you were drawing the Lurker last turn. I know that you're drawing Death from Below this turn. And he has a little bit of counterplay to it with these Fury of the Norths potentially coming out of the Three Sisters, if that's something that he needs to worry about, if the Pike actually does get up to 8 attack, because Frostbite is not effective against Death from Below.
Are we sure it's at 6? I'm trying to remember. Did it get a proc when he attacked and it got frostbitten last turn?
Yes.
So I think
question mark?
Because if it is at 7, because I feel like it might be at 7. If it's at 7, we can actually play Death from Below, then attack, and if we do get lucky enough and get a lurk proc, now it does strike for 8 with the quick attack, and it takes out one of these Thralls.
Are you just ignoring the 3 Frostbite effects in Majin say?
Yeah. I mean, listen, there's plenty of
from
Frostbite.
From the side of Legaya,
so,
yeah. I mean, Legaya is in a situation where you're on 2 cards. This Pike is your only hope at winning the game. We're just going to Death from Below this Thrall.
Yeah, it is at 7.
And it's 7, yeah.
So, okay, so then, so what I just said is true. I mean, this is kind of what Legaya has to do and just hope it gets a lurk proc, and then it, it all seems well with the world. But yeah, like you mentioned, that's a lot of cold in hand. That is not looking good. Oh, we actually don't even attack. Okay. Maybe thinking there is Frostbite. I don't know how much that really helps Legaya, but you know.
Majin continuing to just draw Thralls, though. Really just going to have to pillar on the ones that he has, which, with Legaya being so low on cards, it seems like a really good position for Majin. Yeah, I kind of figured Legaya is going to just take the damage. Yeah, ooh, okay. That's a Doombreaker. That's a big boy. Again, plenty of Frostbite, so not too worried about it. It is not Zercerath Under Titan, which means that it does not have Spell Shield. Yep. Well, I mean, even if it did, we have double Frostbite, so it's but you don't want a double Frostbite, right? No, actually, not even that. We have the Ice Shard. The Ice Shard would proc it too, right? I mean you probably just block it, right? It doesn't have quick attack. I'll trade a Thrall for that. It's so, but we do get the Lysandra off the top for Majin, which you can see him bobbing his head a little bit. The last piece of the puzzle that he really needed to feel super solidified in this victory. So even though we got a really big comeback from Legaya in the previous game, I don't think Lightning's going to strike twice here. I think Majin shouldn't have too much trouble picking this up, just given the amount of Frostbite in hand and how that pairs into Legaya's dwindling card count. Oh, yeah. Yep. This is not looking good for Legaya here. But again, it is looking good for Majin Bay, which means Majin still keeps his top cut chances alive to potentially, I mean, if Majin does top cut, he would be, the first person to make 5 seasonal top cuts, assuming one AMI does not in Americas. Again, let's clarify again, in the Americas, So it's come to the cold coming out, and this is, I think, just about going to wrap it up. Let's see what Legaya has. Nada. And all these units are going to trade. We're going to get some more Thralls soon.
I don't think there's a reason to play
This is
Lysandra.
probably just a pass for Majin. Any unit that Legaia plays, you can hit with an Entomb. The Lysandra doesn't factor into this, really. You still have the Entomb available. If Pike comes out or something, you can Entomb your own Lysandra to dodge it. You still have lethal with the Overwhelm. And I cannot imagine any singular card, even in conjunction with the top deck, that Legaia could have here. And it looks like the open attack is just going to end things.
Yeah, clock hand. Clock hand to short things up too. I think you're right. I think you just open attack here. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say 2 cards versus like, I don't know, 12 is probably not looking too good for Legaia. And that, like I said, is gonna mean Majin Bay's top cut hopes are still alive here. And honestly, I'm pulling for Majin a little bit. I'm pulling Majin and What Am I? I mean, again, we talked about them coming into this tournament as 2 of the probably top competitors, period, in all of Runeterra, just on their rap sheet alone, having so many tops, having Worlds appearances. What Am I getting the top 4, Majin getting the top cut in general. So both players, you know, people to keep our eyes on throughout the tournament. And we have a Pike. Okay, all right, never mind. All right, we're good. It's not big enough.
Yeah, not through Fury of the North. We had the answer in Majin's hand. Even if there was a second Pike, then we could have entombed. There were ways around it. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but Majin wouldn't have lost even to the double Pike. So that is going to move Majin on to a 3-2 record, keeping the hopes to top this Between Worlds seasonal alive just a little bit longer, but there is still quite the mountain to climb for Majin.
Yeah, 100%. But what we are going to do, speaking of Majin, going to go ahead and take a look at Majin's lineup, because we didn't really get to see it before that game. We just hopped right on the game. So, what is Majin playing, you may ask? Well, first up, we got Feel the Rush. And this was a deck that we mentioned at the very beginning of the tournament. I mentioned
Field of Mina.
Field of Mina specifically. That, you know, people are starting to play again. Field of Rush, Field of Mina. Field of Rush we saw, I think, at the OLS. Field of Mina, this is the first time me personally have seen it in a little while. But what are your thoughts on bringing Field of Mina today, Boulevard?
So I tried something similar to this about a month and a half ago, with the idea being that Scattered Pod can search up Field of Rush, and obviously in order for that to be the only slow spell in your deck, you have to make a consideration on Avalanche. As we see, there's only 1 Avalanche in the deck. I built something similar. I didn't feel extremely confident in it. I really never took it off the ground, but I believe it was Skathis who really refined this version of the list, started to bring it to the America's Ladder, and then Majin, of course, picking it up, enjoying it, and deciding to bring it into the seasonal. I think that Scattered Pod is a really cool build-around card, and I'm always going to enjoy seeing decks like this.
I just enjoy Scattered Pod in general, right? I think we're not really seeing it as much in Lee Sin Zoe anymore. I know it used to be.
Yeah, with Aloof Travelers following off, it was a big Aloof protection card, so not so much these days.
But yeah, love to see something like this Field of Rush, Field of Mina deck here. But next up, we also have Majin running the Thralls that we just saw. And this, not too much to say here. I mean, there are some slight variations across the board with how people want to play this. Sometimes you might get more Preservarium. Sometimes you might get Right of Negation versus no Right of Negation. Minor differences that we see here. But for the most part, the same build that we're seeing across the board. We got the three sisters there, as well as the 3 time in a bottle to really accelerate those Thralls coming down. But I mean, this is kind of like a safety pick, I feel. This has decent matchups versus everything, especially if you draw what you need.
And I like the Right of Negation coming into a Thrall-heavy meta where negating Promising Future can really swing the tides of the battle here. And then Majin, taking a look at the last deck here, I believe it was... No, I'm actually totally lost on it. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it's blanking on it. We're going to see it here in a second. It is Lee Sin Zoe, of course, with Scattered Pod still in there. So Majin playing enough Field of Mina to really take a liking to that pod. And Majin is someone that I always kind of cited as like the XYZ player. Whatever the 3 best meta decks are, Majin will play them. He will be better than you on them and just beat you. But this is a very atypical lineup. Lee Sin and Thralls are definitely on people's radars, but they're probably not going to be in the top 5 most popular decks. And then Field of Mina, if Majin tops, he could very well be the only Field of Mina in top cut.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I mean, I don't think as much as we've seen Field of Mina start to kind of surface again, as well as just straight up Field of Rush. I don't necessarily think there's a lot of people taking it. Zoe Lee Sin, I do think as we start to get towards the second half of the open rounds, we're probably going to start seeing a lot more Zoe Lee Sin, which we've actually yet to see it play today, I believe. So, gonna be interesting to see if Majin can come back here from already having those 2 losses. Again, does have the tiebreakers to make the top cut. Looking for that coveted 5th top cut. Yes, 5 seasonal top cuts. But we are going to go to kind of the scheduled break for the seasonal. It's a little bit of an extended break. So we're going to go to that right now. So don't go anywhere, though. We will be back in a little bit for Between the Worlds, more action. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Between Worlds Seasonal. I am Jay Doza, and as I'm sure you can imagine, I am joined by none other than Jace right next to me today. I knew you were expecting me to say Boulevard that time. Listen,
yeah, silly me expecting you to say my name.
You know what I didn't realize, too, that technically Jace's outfit is like, I mean, you can wear that to a 4th of July party. Red, white, and blue, man. You're basically a walking 4th of July advertisement. Sorry, I had to...
I actually can't get it off in this chair, I don't think.
He's like this, so once it's on, it's on. That's it.
Yeah. I'm locked into this look whether I like it or not.
But Boulevard, man, we've seen some crazy stuff already today. We got to see Final Spark win a game. Let's throw that one out there. We also got to see Judgment swing a game.
Give me the Judgment.
I'm not gonna leave you hanging on the Judgment. But in general, and we've also got to see Majin Bey keep his run alive for a 5th top cut, as well as, by the way, What Am I is still in the running for a top cut as well. So, Boulevard, what are your thoughts so far and everything that's happened?
Everything's pretty par for the course so far. You know, we've seen a pretty standard lineup in both rounds in the Poppy Scion Plunder or a very slight deviation on that. Majin 1, that's also expected, about as expected as players running these standard lineups. But as we get into our next match, we're going to see something super interesting in another very standard lineup. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. I gotta say, so far, I mean, the meta was pretty solid, right? We've been in this for quite some time. The patch definitely shook things up, but it didn't completely create a new meta. We're really waiting on a set of new cards in Magical Misadventures in order to do something like that. Spoilers for that should start this week, assuming that it works like every other set that's ever been released in Legends of Runeterra. So that's definitely something to look forward to in between now and the top 32. But I think for the most part, players are just, they're just kind of jiving. The decks that were good at the World Championship, for the most part, are still good now, and there's just a little bit of residual figuring out the last couple of slots in the top 10 or whatever, how many decks are viable.
Yeah, and so that anticlimactic reveal that you mentioned about we have a really exciting deck list to go through. It's going to be Squeeby playing none other than the typical lineup that we are used to seeing from most of the players today, starting.
Ooh, but there's no Feel the Rush.
No Feel the Rush.
No FTR.
Good point. Oh, wow. Okay. The big tech,
the big reveal.
There. Yeah.
It's 3 sisters instead of any copies of FTR. And I think that helps the Scion matchup a bit more because usually the games are not going until turn 9 in Scion v Plunder, right? I would imagine that Scion is kind of coming down. And either there's a Sejuani on board that they can't kill or there's not. And that's about all it comes down to. The 3 sisters with the, I mean, we've seen Entomb be massive so far this event.
Yeah, I think 3 Sisters, I mean, you could argue anybody that has the potential to put a Freljord card in the deck, you should probably consider 3 Sisters, if only for the reason that it's so stinking flexible. Entomb was probably when this card first came out, Entomb was probably the way that we saw this card being used the least initially, but let me tell you how substantially impactful 3 Sisters into Entomb can be in so many situations. Basically killing a unit for 2 turns, but for the cost of 6 mana as opposed to something like 7 mana Vengeance. So overall, I don't hate getting rid of Feel the Rush. I think this is a pretty good build, but otherwise a pretty typical build from what we're used to with these Plunder decks.
Yeah, and then if we take a look at the second list from Squeeby here, we mentioned it's a standard lineup. That means Poppy, Scion, and Plunder. So a little bit of, again, deviation on the Zed Poppy because we do have Lulu in here as well. And the big one, we had mentioned Laurent Protege a little bit earlier in the day as something that players were going for in order to play a little bit heavier to the challenger side of the deck. And the thing that is being cut here, in case you can't identify it at a glance, is Navori Blade Scout.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie. I've never been a huge fan of that card. I know it's basically strictly to pressure aggression, so I don't hate it coming out. I do like the spread of 2 Zed, 2 Lulu, 2 Poppy, but I don't necessarily think it's better than 3 Zed, 3 Poppy Boulevard. I feel like Zed is just so ridiculously strong in closing out the game, right?
So something that I like on the triple champion split in this deck specifically is that all the champion spells suck, right? They are borderline unusable in most scenarios. So if you draw 3 Poppy, you would much rather have 2 Poppy and a Lulu, right? And that's kind of what you're going for when you see this 2-2-2 split. That's sort of like one of the big reasons.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. So for the third deck here on the side of Squeeby, we are going to get into, oh, hey, look, Boulevard. It's a Wild Draven Scion deck that's appeared. We've never seen that before.
That's 3 Decimate. Squeeby going all in with the... Usually... sometimes when we see the double decimate, we only see 2 Mystic Shot. Instead, we are just full on burn here on the side of the Squeebsters. So while it is the standard lineup, a lot of considerations have been made. Squeeby has very much made this lineup their own, and we're going to get to see how it fares in this upcoming round number 6. Once these players get into it, they're all ready, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier. Squeeby was talking to me a little while back. I think it was after the last seasonal. Didn't make it as far as he wanted to. Excuse me, told me that the next seasonal was going to be his seasonal. So, I don't know, Squeebs. I mean, I'm pulling for you, man. I'm holding you to it. We got it.
Did you see the opponent's name there, Doza? We have Squeeby. It will be Squeeby versus Jason Florent.
Wow. Could not have picked a better matchup for... Wow, that's crazy. Round 6 is already starting off on fire, and we're not even at the very end of the day yet. So this should be a very interesting matchup. Looks like we do have Jason's decks. So let's go ahead and check out what Jason's bringing to the game here. And we got, another Thrall's deck. So again, pretty typical build out of Jason here. You know, we do see the 3/3 sisters. Again, we get the 2 clock hand. Got a couple Succumb to the Cold. I do see some people playing the 3 of Succumb to the Cold. Promising Future sometimes goes between 3 and 2, but I do tend to think that most people are playing the 3 of. So overall, again, I do think this is a very typical build for Thralls here.
Yeah, when we saw Majin playing and we talked, you sort of joked a little bit about Mastering Runeterra being the same, or sort of the protagonist of LR. I was wondering if Jason and Majin actually ran the same lineup. I don't think they usually do. I think Jason has a pretty different playstyle from Majin Bay, and we see that come to fruition here, already deviating and just bringing the Zed Poppy. Again, here, the Laurent protege is front and center, has actually cut a rally from the list in order to keep Navori Blade Scout in the main deck.
Yeah, I don't... Cutting a rally, I think, is interesting because, I mean, obviously, literally the name of this deck is Rally Elusives, right? So,
I mean, we made that name up, though, right? It's not like the game names it and it's like Rally is quintessential to your deck winning the game. Like, that's what we call it.
Yeah, but you had mentioned the whole Laurent protege earlier, too. Maybe going for that one turn where you just go all in and close out the game instead of, you know, the multiple rallies or whatever, kind of relying heavily on that. I'm not crazy about that version of the deck. I like the rally heavy version kind of going. That's why I think Zed and Poppy are so absolutely ridiculously awesome in this deck for that reason. So I'm curious to see if Jason's version is going to get the best of the 3 champion split on the other side there. So for the third deck, though, on the
got
side
Lee
of
Sin.
Jason, dun dun dun.
Drum roll, even though I already spoiled it.
Yeah, way to spoil it. It didn't even pop up on the screen yet. A little ahead of the game.
Nope, I got a little excited to talk about it. And again, we see that Sleepy Trouble bubble in the main. We saw Loser Beam with that a little bit earlier on in the day. It looks like players just really paying homage to, I would imagine the Zed Poppy deck seems like the most obvious. It's also obviously pretty good against Scion, but Lee Sin tends to have a good Scion matchup anyway. So I would sort of argue that it's more for the Poppy decks if that's something you're going to leave open. But again, Jason seems to be on a rather counter plunder lineup here with the Lee Sin Zoe, the Thralls, and the Elusive Rally. Those are 3 decks that are looking to pick on a deck that players have had mixed success trying to target.
Yeah, the thing with this matchup that I'm actually most curious to see, though, because we've seen Plunder today, we've seen Draven Sign, we actually haven't seen any of the rally decks really perform too much today. So especially with both players playing it right now, I'm curious to see how that's going to go. I think we saw the end of a game with one because I remember Zed being on the field, and I think we got punished by not killing it. But yeah, I am very curious to see how these rally decks perform, especially with, you know, both players playing slightly different versions here. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for this matchup. This is going to be pretty cool. I was not expecting Jason Florent. I was not expecting Jason Florent and Squeeby round 6. This is pretty fire, Boulevard. I'm pretty excited after the break to get into this one.
I do still remember the most when we got to watch Majin in the last round of, I believe it was the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal, or maybe it was even Rise of the Underworlds. And he had to play Hyped. Right? And just Hyped came out of nowhere. And
Hyped.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Wow. Every time we get a surprise matchup of 2 top players, it always reminds me of that moment. But yeah, we are in for some high intensity Legends of Runeterra action, getting to see if this counter plunder strategy is going to take the cake here.
Just I don't know why. I just imagine you saying that in like Waterboy's voice. Some high quality H2O. This is where my head goes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody who's watching. I like that. It's a good movie. Okay, give me a break.
I'm assuming that there's a decent amount of other Legends of Runeterra casters tuning into this event. If you are looking for a consistent duo partner, I would love to dump this guy.
You can't hate on Waterboy. Come on, man. That's like what? That's Adam.
I can hate on you.
All right. Well, you do that anyways. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Jesus. God,
This was also a bait. He's stuck with me. You can't have him. He's my production assistant. Very fast bans, very fast picks. We're into the game. Jason Florent on Thralls up against Squeeby on the Draven Scion. Now, the stats say that this is Thralls favored, but Squeeby looking to turn that on its head. Pick up the win here with the much more burn-oriented version.
All right, here we go. Scion in the opening hand and Decimate. Little too heavy there. I think we'll probably toss those back in the deck. Yep, and Draven, always a great keep early on. So let's see how this pans out for Squeeby early here. I think we saw this matchup earlier, if I remember correctly, Thralls versus Draven Scion. So
Yes.
a little familiar with this. See if Jason kind of gets off to that nuts start, right? We're getting the early Thrall, getting the countdown acceleration, right? So this is, I think, going to be very dependent on how quickly Jason can actually develop that early Thrall game that deck just loves to do so much.
Okay, so the Mulligan's coming out actually debated tossing away that survival skills for quite some time, having the Draven in the opening hand. And now we're going to start with Draven's biggest fan, which, if you pay attention, it plays an animation if its effect actually goes off. So if Jason is paying attention for that, then he will know that the Draven is already in the hand.
Yeah, which feels doubly bad for Squeeby, right? You don't really get to utilize the effect. Either way, it's still just a 2-1, and you already have the Draven, so...
I do want to point out, there are 2 Ice Shard in this deck.
Yeah.
Jason, Squeeby looks like he's about to go 3 wide.
Oh, don't do it, Squeebs. Oh,
Squeeby debating playing that third Daring Poro.
A little bit of a psych out there from Jason, too, with the Shen emo. Maybe, kind of bluffing that we have the Ice Shard already. You can see Squeeby hovering the other Daring Poro. We're just Squeeby.
Squeeby going all in.
We did it. What do we got?
Squeeby will not... Oh, I love that
emote.
Caitlyn emote.
Taking over the Sweaty Ezreal metagame, and there's no Ice Shard. All right.
Which breaks my heart. Sweaty Ezreal is so cemented in lore's history. I ran a Twitter poll to see if people thought this was going to power creep it, and it was definitely Caitlyn favored.
Yeah, it's been power crept. It's happened. Wow. So no Ice Shards.
I can't wait to see what power creeps Juicy. The Lulu emote?
That's going to be tough. That's a tough one.
All right, so Avalanche, not Ice Shard, and this does mean that Squeeby is going to be safe to get down this Draven. Yep. But from there... Squeeby's out of plays at the mercy of the top deck until we just randomly slam a Decimate and then wait for Scion, who is extremely far away from being leveled up.
Oh, wow. I mean, we can always discard one, it looks like now. But that's not the greatest play in the world right now. If anything, it's simply just to get this level up going a little bit faster. And this feels bad for Squeeby. Super aggressive start. Doesn't necessarily even get rewarded because there was an avalanche to clear the board after the fact. You're only really he only pushed 4 damage, and now nothing to follow up. It just feels terrible. I mean, we have to really hope that we can get Jason down super low, probably below 10, so we can finish things off with the Scion and the Decimate.
Squeeby, it looks like he was really debating discarding one of these Scions to a Spinning Axe to push 1 damage. Scion currently at 15 out of 35, and that is pretty much entirely because we discarded a Captain Fair into a Poro Cannon. Otherwise, we'd be super far away. And it's weird, right? Because discarding a Scion that isn't very close to its level up feels really bad because it gets bigger the more you discard. So discarding it now, you're actually losing out on value towards the level progression. But Squeeby draws Decimate, and I guess we're just on the burn plan.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, now that we've drawn that Decimate, maybe it would have been the right choice, right, to do that Spinning Axe last turn. We could do it next turn, right, because next turn is still not going to be a Scion turn. We do have Decimate that we can play this turn. So we need something, though. Like, if we don't draw something playable on Squeeby's next attack turn, I think this is going to be really rough for Squeeby. I will say, Jason now, I mean, turn 4, we got down a Thrall. So Jason is by no means having a much better time than Squeeby, but this does accelerate things a little bit. It's down to 5 now. Decimate coming down from Squeebs.
I think it's hard to feel safe when your opponent starts slamming decimates on 5 because there is a very limited amount of healing in this deck, as we've talked about. It's just the kindly Tavern Keepers. So if Scion can push through even just the overwhelm damage over a Thrall, then Squeeby could find the Get Exciteds or the Mystic Shots necessary to finish this one off. But that's hard to do, right? There is a lot of Frostbite in these Thralls decks. They are very prepared for the Scion matchup.
Man, it's not every day where it seems almost impossible to level Scion. Like that does not happen often.
He's either 50 out of 35 or he's stuck at 20 out of 35 for the entire game.
Yeah.
It used to be Scion always came down leveled, and then as the builds progressed and as time went on and sort of that new deck luck factor wears off, we've seen players get stuck on these unleveled Scions.
Oh boy. This is, I mean, on the side of both players, I gotta reiterate, it doesn't look great on the side of both players. I mean, Jason really hasn't done anything to show that he's in control of the game either. So Squeeby, I really think is just one good draw away. But okay, Talia is definitely a good start for Jason. I mean, now if Squeebs can't close this game out before those countdowns get hit, we're in for a world of trouble.
I don't think they're hitting anytime soon, though, Doza. These might organically have to count down 4 more turns.
Oh, we drew a Draven too. We can't even play it.
This is another argument for the 2-2-2 split that Squeeby has gone on the Zed Poppy and Lulu deck, because when you're playing a board-centric deck, you cannot afford to draw multiples of the same champion because it is not a unit. You cannot put it onto the board.
Another decimate just to the face. Like, at this point, Squeeby, I feel like is just hoping that we top deck like a Farron, and then we like
he discarded the Farron already.
He already discarded one. Oh, that's right. Never mind. Wait, isn't there 2 Farron in here though?
No, there's not 2 Farron in here.
Okay. I don't know, man. He's playing a lot of burn. It's not out of the question. Yeah, there's 2 Farron in here.
It'd be 2 Farron, 2 Decimate, not 3 Decimate and 2 Farron.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever seen a deck like that outside of like maybe OG discard aggro after Farron got buffed to give 3 Decimates. And even that, I think, was just like, what am I? Or someone else who just really loved the Farron in discard aggro. But yeah, not going to be seeing anything like that. If Florent can find even one Kindly Tavern Keeper, he's going to feel super safe.
All right, let's see what Jason's got. We could also have something to get these countdowns done this turn. We're not quite at clock hand yet, so we're not going to get both. Okay, ooh, that is not good for Squeeby.
Yeah.
Especially if we can do it this turn.
Squeeby Scion has not progressed its level up since the Draven was played on turn 3. It is still 20 power being discarded or played away, and that means if Squeeby has to play Scion as a blocker, it's not getting the rally off.
Oh, man. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, forget about needing Frostbite for the Scion.
This is... Look... Oh, I love the emote game from Squeeby right now. I gotta say, Squeeby's emote game, pretty on point this game. Avalanche taking care of Draven, though. This is starting to look really good for Jason. I'm pretty sure going into turn 9 here for Jason's attack turn, we might even be able to set up lethal depending on what we have. I mean, we're looking at least 3 Thralls right now, possibly more depending on what else Jason has in hand. That's rough.
So Squeeby's actually debating Roar of the Slayer to kill the Talia and try and just push 4 damage with Scion next turn.
I mean, hey, 4 damage push plus a top deck decimate, that's game, so I am A-okay with that. All right, we do have another Draven, though, which is nice, and a Grave Physician, so things might... Oh, that's...
Ooh, yeah, I think this is lethal for Jason.
That's, yep. That's
or close enough to it.
3... Well, no, we still have the Roar of the Slayer, right? So...
Yeah, which will now kill a Clockwork Curator.
Oh, yeah, yep. Never mind. That's a problem.
Yeah, it does only kill the weakest unit. You don't get a pick there.
Man, Squeeby's got to be kicking himself for not playing it earlier, right? I mean, we can still block the Talia, or I guess... No. This makes more sense to block the Clockwork Curator to put less damage if you're going to go that route.
Yeah. If you block... I mean, what you're basically trying to do on Squeeby's side is avoid going into the range of... what is the landmark? Blighted Ravine.
Blighted Ravine, yeah.
You're trying to stay at 3 so that you don't just die to a Blighted Ravine. Yeah. Ideally, you want to stay, I mean, obviously as high as possible, but like 2 is the big one that we're looking for. Even 3 is a little sketchy because Lysandra is leveled at this point. Yep. So if she comes down and starts making ice shards, I don't think Squeeby can win this one, Doza. I think the Scion is just too far away from the level up condition. I think that Florent has the damage on board. Squeeby doesn't have the tools to deal with this or burn out Jason or the draw power to find a way.
Scion's at 15 still, Boulevard.
It's got to be 19, right? Because we played a Scion.
Was it? Oh, no, 19. Okay,
Yeah.
19. So low at this point. I don't think I've ever seen a Scion that low. Like you said, they'll get either stuck low or get really, really high. I don't think I've seen it stuck this low. I think I've seen like 20 to 25 range, but 19 on turn 8 is insane. Oh, man.
That's what happens when you draw too many champions and you can't actually commit these units to the board. We see it happen a lot with Lost Souls not being in the opening hand, right? When you can't get that constant discard cycle. Yep. And even nowadays, Scions had a harder time leveling because the Twin Blade Revenants are not dying as often because they have Fearsome instead of Challenger. They're just pushing damage. And that means you're not cycling them as often. Okay, Jason, we get it. You've got lethal.
I think you win, Jason. I think you got this. Maybe. Look at this poor guy. This poor Scion. Just hey, Jason, I'm just gonna swing for 4. Submit attack. Yeah.
Mr. Jason, can I please push a little damage?
Just a tad.
Just a smidge. I don't even think Jason has to be worried about a surprise Scion level up because it's still 12 away. So even with a spinning axe and something like a Get Excited, you are not discarding 12 damage worth of units because the Farron's already gone. That's how we got here in the first place. A third of this level up was just Poro cannoning the Captain Farron. And I mean, Squeeby's got to be kicking himself for discarding that Farron now, right?
Oh, yeah. Farron was the only shot at this game.
I mean, he
but
wouldn't
I don't
have won
even
this
think we
game
would have
anyway,
it
right?
anyways.
Yeah,
no.
He would have come down this turn. Jason would have the open attack. You wouldn't have time to play the Decimates. But yeah, just really awkward draws for Squeeby.
Oh, hey, look, a unit that we can play to level up Scion. Oh, wait, it's turn 9 and we're dead. Feels bad, man. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect example of when Draven Scion cannot, I repeat, cannot win the game. Wow. That was hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie. That was rough. That is, it's funny too. The polarization. Like we talked earlier about plunder and like, oh yeah, you draw all your champions in your first hand, and like, oh my god, that's such a good deck. And then this case, you draw your champions and well, not really Draven, but if you draw your Scion first hand, and it's literally just like an L. Scion the complete opposite there, as opposed to Gangplank Sejuani.
So. While that statistically is how that game goes, that's not normally what it looks like.
Yeah. 100%.
It looks a little different. And another, full mulligan from Squeeby.
Yep.
You need some units to get on board. You want a little bit of removal in this matchup. Make sure that you're not getting hit by Zed. Survival Skills is actually a really nice card in conjunction with Draven to always guarantee the kill onto a Zed because the quick attack's going to go off. It's not going to kill the Draven. Draven's going to bounce back and strike it.
Yep. And we'll see if we're able to utilize it a little bit later here. We do have a much better start here, too. We got the Zonite. We got the Boom Baboon. We have the attack token on 2, so it makes sense to play the Boom Baboon before the Zonite here, going in for an attack on turn 2. Fleet Feather, though, so maybe we put down a Chump Blocker. That's a tough one. Do you want to just take the 2 damage or not? That's the question.
Oh, it's also, what do you discard here?
Yeah, exactly.
Because all of these cards are very important because the Boom Baboon is your turn 2 play. The Mystic Shot, will at least bait out a combat trick a little bit later on. Draven is your discard generation for the game. The Zonite
I think you take 2.
It's so awkward.
I think you take 2. I think taking 2 is the right play. It's risky because of, this rally deck. We've talked about it before. It's hard and fast, man. It can take you out.
Oh, just gonna
nothing.
skip the discard.
Just skipping it. Okay.
Yeah.
Not
so
terrible.
For those of you that haven't seen this before, that's sort of a new feature that was added, 2 or 3 patches ago, where the cards I think it's specifically Sump Dredger and Zonite Urchin. I think there are a couple more examples, but essentially, you don't have to discard anything. You can hit a skip button.
Yeah, and like I was saying before, 2 damage is risky. I think it might have made sense to take the 2 damage there, but I definitely understand why Squeeby is not wanting to take any damage. The more damage you take here, the closer you put yourself within lethal of some sort of crazy rally turn, and that's what you want to avoid. So this attack is good too because it threatens the Fleet Feather Tracker or a fair chunk of damage, and yeah, that's going to be 5 damage to Jason. So Jason's going to be pressured a little bit now to close out the game even faster than Squeeby can, and honestly, I'm liking Squeeby's hand so far.
Ooh, Young Witch is not what Squeeby wanted to see here. He was really hoping that this is where the Zed came down and Squeeby would be able to try and take a survival skills play. We do still have the Mystic Shot, but Jason Florent running a deck full of Sharp Sights and Twin Disciplines and things of that nature that could protect this Fleet Feather Tracker, so Squeeby going to hang on to that removal spell for a little bit later on. Just get this Draven down.
Yeah, things could be worse. Generally, when you see Fleet Feather and Young Witch, that is a scary prospect, but I don't mind. I don't mind that right there, right? I mean, it's a very low impact turn in regards of, like, being the aggressor there on the side of Jason. Squeeby only at 19 on turn 4 here, and now Squeeby really starting to put pressure on. Now we have a Scion that is going to be much closer to leveling up by turn 7 this game. This is a night and day difference here.
This Scion is probably as far leveled as the one was last game.
Yep, on turn 9, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So this is what we were talking about with the difference in builds that Jason and Squeeby brought from some of the ones that we saw earlier, though, right? We're just trying to play a Young Witch Challenger game rather than the elusive Smork plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now I imagine we pull the Young Witch. Yeah, we're going to get kind of 2 either challenges or blocks or whatever. Problem is, we're not getting rid of the Young Witch. Maybe saving that Mystic Shot, hoping that Jason doesn't, or open attack, right? But similarly, yeah, okay, this actually forces both units to trade. Any additional blocks here means that Jason's trading away one of these units, assuming there's nothing like a sharp sight and stuff that you mentioned before, right? So, I think either pull is fine. I do like this pull better.
The Young Witch pull seems weird to me because I think Squeeby would be very happy if Young Witch declared a block.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then the problem now, too, is that with this pull, the Laurent kind of gets a free block onto something. Either the Grave Physician or the Zonite Urchin anyways. It does put it within Mystic Shot range, but yeah, I got to agree. I think, looking at it now, I think the Laurent Protege probably was the better pull here.
And Squeeby, down on mana, Jason has so many answers to a singular Mystic Shot. If that's what, you can't like all in on the Mystic Shot to go for this, right? And I think Jason is now just trying to sort of bait Squeeby into discarding something with the Spinning Axe.
Yeah, but maybe this is what Squeeby was hoping for, right? Because we can play the survival skills here, and actually save our Draven. So even if there's a sharp sight for Jason's Laurent Protege, it won't matter. This is pretty nice. And Sharp Sight literally just saves Laurent Protege, right? I mean, at that point, you might even be forced to play it because you have nothing else to use with Young Witch on an open attacker at all next turn.
We'll see how it plays out. Squeeby just trying to push as much damage as possible, get Jason into the Mystic Shot Decimate range. That's kind of the hand that Squeeby has available, right? You shove all these burn spells into the deck, and your primary focus becomes pushing damage. That's why we see things like Reborn Grenadier in the deck. Here comes Ranger's Resolve. Okay. But of course, Draven is still going to survive this, and it doesn't impact any of the other trades at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than playing the Sharp Sight with the difference that you save an extra mana there, as far as saving the Laurent Protege. So feels okay for Jason. But now, I mentioned, okay, maybe the Laurent Protege was the better pull. Seeing that happens, getting that Ranger's Resolve out, I mean, this overall might have actually been the better option now. Like you mentioned, Decimate and Mystic Shot, that's going to put Jason down to 4. Now, really, all we have to do is make it to turn 7. If we can make it to turn, well, 8 in this case, because we have attacks on odds. But if we can make it to turn 8, we're going to be probably winning the game on the side of Squeeby.
And of course, Poppy, not going to make it an easy game for Squeeby. Gonna make things look a little awkward. We do have Whirling Death to try and combat one of these, but one of the things to keep in mind is that this elusive rally deck is playing Nopifies. And that can stop Mystic Shots or Get Excited's going at the Nexus. That can stop this Whirling Death in combat. There is an answer here that isn't necessarily a combat trick and will effectively kill a Draven.
Ooh, this is rough. So at this point, what Squeeby has to think, because we do have some sort of lethal setup in hand, we have to not only survive this turn, which there is still some sort of, there is 4 mana left for either, Relentless Pursuit or Golden Aegis to rally. So we have to be cognizant of the rallies, and we have to be cognizant of, do we have enough blockers to live on Jason's next attack turn on turn 7? Because like I said, we just need to make it to that Scion turn. But now we have to figure out, okay, is Whirling Death an option here? And it looks like we're going to pass on it.
Yeah, Jason really hasn't been playing aggressively. He's been giving Squeeby a lot of time to take this into the late game, just playing a more control-oriented game with the Challengers and the Young Witch. And even Poppy is more so just like preserving stats onto the Young Witch Challenger combination. So Squeeby really not super in danger of dying unless Jason just slams out a Zed and a Rally this turn. Or next turn.
There needs to be a lot of aggression coming out from Jason. And honestly, I mean, the Poro Cannon just solidifies Squeeby's position, right? Actually, if anything, Poro Cannon might be a huge top deck here, right? Like, this not only pressures 2 more elusive damage, the Young Witch can block one of them, but it gives you more blockers. So even if you don't attack with them, yeah, Poro Cannon's not bad just for the sake of getting down some blockers. But there's one of the rallies we were talking about.
You ready for the bad news, Doza?
Oh, what's the bad news?
Go ahead and guess what this Scion's at, buddy.
Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
I mean, think about how many units have been played and discarded this game. It's not a lot. I don't know what the Scion's at. My guess is low 20s at best. I do not think it is coming down leveled. It's 19
again. Oh, my God. Oh, you know what it is? We're not drawing Lost Soul, right? I mean, that's a big part of it. You don't draw that early Lost Soul. Was Squeeby the one playing 2 of Lost Soul?
No, Squeeby's playing 3. It was,
three.
I
Wow.
believe,
Yep.
Loser's opponent that was playing the 2. But this is one of the problems that you run into when you start putting things like Decimate in the deck, because both games we saw Squeeby draw 1 or 2 Decimates, and if that had been, another Grave Physician or one of the other cards, one of these discard cards, another Rummage, because that's a card that Squeeby cut down on for this, then maybe he would have had a better time having the Scion come down leveled.
Man, we might even see a Poppy level. If Jason, I gotta think, if Jason's rallying this turn, there's probably another rally in hand for next turn to close things out, which means
I mean, the
Poppy-
open attack next turn to level Poppy.
I thought this is the second attack here, right?
Yeah, she only needs 3.
So what is it that needs 4? What am I thinking of?
A lot of things. Fiora needs 4 to win the game.
No,
Actually,
4
that's about it.
attacks. Isn't there something that needs
4
4
attacks? Misfortune?
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah,
Okay.
Misfortune. Yeah, because we always compare Poppy to Misfortune, right? Like when it levels, the game's probably over. In this case, Poppy doesn't even level; the game's usually over. So.
Yeah, I think Squeeby is just dead on turn 7, and there's really not much that he or his hand can do to stop that. Can't even draw an out here. I think even if he top decks Rummage, like somehow slams this Decimate and then top decks Rummage, he doesn't have the cards in hand to double get excited.
This just feels so bad. And it stinks too, because even the elusives that you have to attack and like poke some damage, you can't even attack with them because you can't afford to lose blockers into the Young Witch. Like this is Young Witch actually a great blocker versus stuff like the Porous.
There's the Lost Soul.
We can level Scion. So if there's for some reason no rallies in Jason's hand.
Can we?
Or can we? Wait, no.
It would take a few turns. We are 3
yeah.
Lost Soul discards away
Never
from
mind.
leveling the Scion.
Because what was that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, he's at 20 out of 35 or 21 out of 35.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still way too far away. Although, actually, discarding Lost
Oh,
Soul,
no.
playing
Then we
the
play
Twin Blade
it. Yeah,
and
then play
Scion,
that levels it. Yeah.
that'll do it, but I don't know if Squeeby's living through this turn.
I think the only way Squeeby lives is if Jason does not have a rally.
Yes. Or if
like
Jason
Zed and
open
something
attacks
else.
with no rally, Squeeby has a chance. But if Jason
That's
either
a big
develops
ask.
or has the rally, like there are so many things Jason Florin can
Yeah.
have here to just get lethal. The Young Witch and a combat trick, I think, is even just lethal.
Okay,
of
this
course,
is a
there
good
are
sign.
blockers in the way. This is either a good sign or a sign of a rally. It's hard to tell, but Poppy is going to push some damage even with the
There's
full
the
block
level.
coming through.
All right, and the impact. Actually, the impact is actually really crucial here.
Yeah.
Feels bad. Wait, okay, we're just doing this to get the additional damage.
Yeah, we're trying to have Scion come down leveled so that we can win the game, because this turn you can play Decimate and Twin Blade Revenant.
Yep. Well, yeah, and it just makes sense to push the attack onto one of these blockers to deal some damage. So, not that it does much, but technically it does push damage onto the Poppy to give more overwhelm damage from the Scion. So,
Yeah. So here
Alright,
comes
there's
Twin
Twin
Blade.
Blade.
Now,
we
Jason
got it?
Florent, do you have another rally?
we got it. There's a Zed. This is probably a rally. if we didn't pre-develop the Zed, there's a rally coming.
Yeah, Squeeby throwing down the Decimate, saying, "This is what I
Okay.
have. Now you can't chump block the Scion."
Oh, there it
And
is. Yeah.
Golden Aegis is going to give Jason Florent a
Oh.
very solid, very quick 2-0 victory over Squeeby,
Wow.
who just was unable to level Scion in either game.
That was hard to watch on the side of Squeeby. That is a Draven Scion deck doing exactly what it shouldn't be doing, which is not leveling Scion early, and in this case, not even making it to playing Scion. Because we actually arguably we could have leveled Scion going into the Scion turn, but the rally deck was just
too fast at that point. And I'm eating my words a little bit too, because the Laurent Protege came in really big for Jason there. It did do a lot. So it does look like we are about to get into another game though. And we saw Aikato a little bit earlier. Aikato currently X1. So let's go ahead and hop into this game and see what's going on. It looks like Aikato up 1-0 versus Samantha Honey here in round 6.
Samantha Honey, I believe, won an online league series not too long ago.
Yeah, I was going to say that name sounds oddly familiar. I think, did they win? Or they
I
just top
believe
cut?
so.
I think you're right. I think because that name definitely sounds familiar to me though.
I almost want to say that they were one of the first people that we saw running like a Bandle City Teemo, but I might just be mixing everything up at this point. I don't want to jump too much into it. But Samantha Honey is somebody that myself and Jay Doza have at least seen play before, has had success within the grassroots tournament scene, if it, albeit one time, but that's, more than most of the people that we see on the streams.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Aikato, obviously, we talked about Aikato's experience earlier. But right now, Aikato going to lose the Yordle and has a mini-morph in hand. So we do have the ability to actually mini-morph this Scion that's already got a little bit of damage onto it. Get a shroom damage off the top. So honestly, things looking pretty good. And this is the Ezreal deck that I loved watching earlier. I'm not sure what Ezreal's at right now as far as leveling is concerned, but I gotta figure Samantha's at 13. We got, if it's a leveled Ezreal, and we got the mini-morph, I mean, things are looking pretty good right now for Aikato. I mean, we're one Shelf Oak away, I think, from running away with this game.
This is a really awkward position for Aikato because you don't want to mini-morph this Scion, right? You want to wait until a second Scion is played or the attack is committed so that your opponent doesn't just slam another Scion, right? But if you tap below Scion mana, Samantha Honey might just flock their own Scion and rally on you and then finish you off with some kind of burn. Because Aikato is tapping below this, either he feels he has no choice but to develop the Ezreal here and try to level this up and go for the win conditions, or Samantha just doesn't play Ravenous Flock. But with Sentry in the main, I'm gonna guess there's Flocks in here.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's got Ezreal's name written all over it here in just a second. We got some more targets as well. Did you catch what Ezreal's at? It looks like it's either 4 or 5 out of 6.
I did not catch it, no, but I would imagine, we'll see it happen. It's bound to happen, right? This game doesn't end without that happening, but this is a really nice mini-morph from Aikato. If the open attack does come out, will actually take no damage this turn. And it progresses the Ezreal.
We dodged the Flock, so there's that. And we'll see if Samantha has the ability to try to close things out here. I mean, you got to figure... Samantha's got to figure there's possibly a mini-morph in hand, right? You can't not do whatever you're trying to do to close out the game, not thinking about mini-morph the entire time. This is actually huge. I love to see it. I love seeing iterative improvement used on your opponent's followers. It's unexpected a lot of the times from your opponent, and it can really swing the game. And this is a perfect example. We don't even have to play mini-morph. We can just sit and chill now thanks to stunning the Scion.
Yeah, the longer you get to go without committing that mini-morph, the better it's going to feel. And Aikato now has the leveled Ezreal, is going to be able to start winning the game because there's a lot of spells in hand. I know that the Ezreal only deals 1 on non-targeted spells, but we've got the Prank, we've got a second Otterpuss, we've got Trinketrade into Otterpuss, into another Prank. And I don't think Samantha is going to be flocking their own Scion this turn, or really pushing any damage into Aikato's Nexus through all these blockers.
Wow, look at that. Look at the feel. We have like an unending amount of jump blockers right now, and most of them, honestly, will trade decently with Samantha's board. I mean, we have Pokestick to follow up on anything that blocks and still needs to do a little bit more damage. We are one fearsome blocker short right now, and we don't really have a way to deal with the other Twin Blade Revenant. So Samantha has that going for them, but I don't know. I don't really think that's going to be a huge problem for Aikato. We'll see.
It is a little scary, right? Because if you take one fearsome attack, you're going to 7. And you know there's a Mystic Shot in your opponent's hand. That is one Mystic Shot and one Get Excited away in those 3 unknowns from just being lethal. Now, if you want to get crazy, you could mini-morph one of the Twin Blades and block it.
That's... Wow.
If you want to get crazy.
That's a little too crazy for my liking. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. I mean,
Aikato doesn't want to take any damage this turn.
I guess if you feel like you're closing out the game by the time Samantha attacks on the next attack token, I guess this is okay, right? Because you have Ezreal, you only have to do 10 more damage. You have a lot of spells in hand to deal a decent amount of damage and draw power. So maybe that's the right play, honestly.
Yeah.
But it's risky.
And Aikato already made the read that Samantha didn't have a flock, and everything that we saw was, I guess it was to the right of prank cards, so I don't know if you really have a hand read at that point, but now we're seeing that there's a Mystic Shot and a Noxian Fervor, so Aikato probably feeling extremely rewarded for going for this Minimorph play to preserve the life total.
Wow, Fervor, yeah, this is, and see, you can't be happy about seeing both of those in hand either. That feels bad. Let's see. So actually, technically, we know now that Samantha could kill this Ezreal.
Yeah, we also got confirmation that there is no Ravenous Flock in this deck. It is the Noxian Fervors, which actually makes me think that Samantha might have been the first person that we saw playing the Burn Scion.
All right, let's see. I'm so curious if Samantha decides to just go for the kill on Ezreal. Because if we go for the kill on Ezreal, you have Pokestick that goes on the stack. You're going to have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 damage that could potentially come out and a lot of draw. That's going to put Samantha down to 5. And then we also do have 1 damage coming from the Poison Dart. So I'm also curious to see if Aikato's going to put all that on the stack. So it does look like Samantha's using some removal. Not the Mystic Shot, though. See what okay, a different Mystic Shot.
A cheaper
still
Mystic Shot.
Yep. Also going to work towards killing the Scion.
Is that 6-mana Mystic Shot going at the Scion?
Oh, it might. It might. Ooh, that's rough. All right, yep. Trick and trade first makes sense. Oh, Poison Dart. Otterpuss, Poison Dart. I mean, Otterpuss is another good chump blocker. Poison Dart, I think, is good. I mean, you have to go for lethal, I think, at this point, because Samantha does have to use their priority next turn to kill the Scion if they're doing that.
And Aikato using a little bit of damage towards the Nexus to ensure that he's got a better shot of surviving this Scion rally that Samantha is probably going for here with this Mystic Shot.
Yep. And I don't... But here's... Oh, man. So we have the Yordle. Sorry, we can afford to take 10 to the face, but then any burn on the side of Samantha is going to end things. We can't kill something and summon the Yordle right now. Unless we time trick into something. Like, if we can time trick into a Mystic Shot, I think we have a much better chance of living here. We can get rid of, you know, one of these attackers, like the Arachnoid Sentry, also get down the Lecturing Yordle. So that's a big ask.
And it's kind of a weird spot, because now Aikato knows that if they didn't use that Minimorph, they would have lost. Because there were 2 Mystic Shot and a Noxian Fervor in hand, which would have killed him from 7. So even though you're staring down the Scion and really wishing you had your Minimorph, you need to accept that the Minimorph was the correct play. You would have lost otherwise. You had the correct read. Your opponent just had a little bit too much for you to handle.
Well, this might be a slip up here. Samantha did not instantly Mystic Shot, which gave Aikato the ability... Oh. That's a card.
So Samantha's not going to Mystic Shot their Scion because they can just wait and open attack with it next turn.
Yep.
So it's better to preserve it. You'll get more damage done that way. And I think Aikato is now just on the draw my own burn plan, which I don't think that Aikato was on an insane amount of burn, right? Like, I don't think you're running Get Exciteds in this deck.
I don't have the deck list up right now.
I am pulling them up.
There's a significant amount of shrooms. Actually, maybe those are the first 6. I'm not sure how many shrooms are in there.
3 Sump Fumes, no Get Excited in terms of 3 damage removal. So
no shrooms either.
It's going to be rough. Aikato can still, I guess, time trick or rummage into Mystic Shots.
What do we got?
We got a Minimorph.
Oh, Minimorph's not bad.
I don't think that's enough through 2 Decimate.
Wait, that might be.
There's a Ferret.
Oh, wait. Oh, the Decimates. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I think on the blocks, the Minimorph saves us, but then the Decimate follow-up.
It's got to be 2 Mystic Shot here. There's a Minimorph and a Sump Fume. And that does mean that Aikato is going to be taking us to a game number 3 here. Actually timed out on the last interaction. Not that it made a difference in this game, but that never feels good.
All right, going to a game 3 here in round 6 between Aikato and Samantha Honey. Now, both players X and 1. Not sure what Aikato's tiebreakers are looking like right now, but again, X and 2s usually do still have a shot at making top cut. depending on tiebreakers. So
I believe when we spectated Aikato earlier, we said that he needs to win out.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right.
Or, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because we don't actually, like, a lot of top players have fallen very early. We could actually get some of the, I guess, highest on ladder or lowest on ladder, however you want to put it, tiebreakers for 7 and 2 that we've seen before, right? Like, it might go past the top 40, maybe even down into like the 60s or 70s.
Okay, yeah, confirmed Aikato has bad tiebreakers, so. All right. And here we go again. We got this Ezreal deck. And I'm not going to lie, like I said, I've liked the Ezreal deck. I am kind of pulling for Aikato. We see the early Ezreal in hand here. But Samantha, I mean, relatively new to the scene. I would not mind seeing Samantha go all the way here as well and make it to a top cut appearance. So, let's see what happens.
No blocker developed. Gonna be the conchologist from Samantha. I saw, this is Ziggs Poppy, right? I saw that right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
All right. It looks like Aikato hovering the conchologist area. Let's see what we grab. Okay. Stress defense not as great versus a deck like this. Peacemaker doesn't seem terrible if we do get some of those flash bomb traps a little bit later.
It might be just, I think Aikato
Thermal's
might
not
just take the thermo and slam it into this Legion rearguard. Or just
Okay.
use the regular thermo that we have.
Yeah.
It can be awkward to find the time to play multiple real thermogenic beams for sort of expected value when your opponent still has mana up. Noxian Fervor, definitely something that you always need to be cognizant of.
I really like the Piltover Peacemaker take, right? I mean, a lot of the deck that Aikato's playing has removal. It has those targets for Ezreal. So not only does this, double down on your Ezreal win con, but it does so much to deal with the board. I mean, those extra flash bomb traps, if we do use this on this turn, there's a pretty good shot that they do they go off at some point during this game, both of them. And on something like this, the chemist, that might just get killed. I mean, it's only got 1 health, so it's definitely... And even if something doesn't get killed, we have things like the Pokey Stick that can clean it up if it's a 2 health and only takes 1 damage from a flash bomb trap.
Yeah, it looks like Aikato is posturing for a block and the Peacemaker. And with 2 Conchologists already down for Samantha Honey, Aikato's got to be a little scared, right? He plays Bandle City Swain. He knows what's in the pool. It's Noxian Fervor. And when you add in Bandle City, we're even thinking about like Bouncing Bomb and Pokey Stick. There are a fair amount of burn spells that Samantha can find here.
All right, Trinket Trade, not terrible. Get a blocker from the Otterpuss there in a little bit. Poppy coming down. So, all right, it's going to be the Yordle. So this is actually pretty good, right? I mean, if you block with the Poppy, that's a lot of damage on the Poppy. I highly doubt Samantha's going to want to do that. And this basically gives you a free attack with the Yordle. Unfortunately, can't use the Poison Darts, though. Always feels bad on turn 4 with no spell mana.
And no Flash Bomb drawn for Aikato does mean that both these units are going to live. The Poppy will survive the interaction with the Lecturing Yordle. And you actually don't have any Poison Darts to finish it off.
Yeah, that's the timing of that Lecturing Yordle. That might actually be a pretty crucial play in this game. I mean, we didn't really have a great play otherwise, because even the Ezreal was awkward. If you generated the Mystic Shot, you only had 1 mana left. But it's coming back to bite us, right? I mean, not being able to use both those Poison Darts, there's just not quite enough on board to be able to clean up or deal with this Poppy for that matter. And yeah, look, if we block the Poppy, we can't clean her up. Like, it feels so bad.
Yeah, you kind of have to play an Ezreal, hope that it connects and Mystic Shot it next turn, which, not great. It looks like a debate onto the Aloof Travelers here, see if we can knock a Decimate out of our opponent's hand before that just gets slammed into our Nexus. But Aikato, certainly in a rough spot. I don't think Ziggs Poppy is the Poppy deck that he was hoping to see when he was thinking about bringing this multiple Shellfolk lineup.
You know what feels bad, too? I mean, oh, man. We have the Shellfolk. Like, turn 6, Shellfolk can come down. We even have a Prank to pair with it. We can start getting this train going. But this deck just does not have heal. Vandal City, PNZ, PNZ Noxus. Like, these are archetypes that we constantly talk about. Something to keep an eye out for is not having heal. Mid-range Frostbite, a deck that we always talk about not having heal, which we see none of anymore, by the way. But being at 13 already, ooh, that's rough going up against this deck. We can start to see Samantha going wide now, too.
Yeah, and Aikato is so far from making any kind of play that is likely to win this game, right?
Yeah.
Luckily, you do know, or at least knew, that Samantha doesn't have any additional poppies or decimates in hand because it was a lecturing yordle that was discarded, and the in-hand poppy would have been a poppy spell, which is 6 mana. So that would have gotten discarded over that. Decimate would have gotten discarded as well. So you at least know that your opponent isn't sitting on sort of the bigger burn spells or an additional champion. So once you clean up this poppy, that's the end of it. But Aikado doesn't have a way to clean this up, and Samantha pretty likely to just go into a 6 wide open attack.
Yeah, that's and the Poro sled, like, come on, that's like, you no, oh man, Poro sled and Poppy, like, are you serious?
Might and Elixir of Wrath. The conchologist pulls are very strong for Samantha, honey.
Whoa, oh my god.
Aikado does not look happy to see pulling these out of the hand.
Elixir, man. Elixir feels so broken when it's used in, like, a burn or aggro
When it's
deck
randomly
and
generated,
it's
Might
so...
as well. I know Might is something that will gotcha a lot of people that are not super aware of the card pool when playing against Noxus deck playing Conchologist. I've even seen it happen in the Swain variants, where Swain just gets overwhelmed, and it's like, well, now Swain's ability triggers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... Wow. This just keeps getting worse and worse. I mean, Samantha's just getting all the pulls here. Sump Fumes just a day late and $1 short. Not going to be able to take care of Poppy. Wow, that's a bit... And we got a daring Poro.
But Aikado did get a copy of Elixir of Wrath, so has a little bit more trading power. Actually can kill this Poppy now.
Ooh, do we do it on the Otterpuss? I mean, there's only one Pokey Stick in Samantha's deck, but... I mean, I don't know if you can necessarily play around that at this point. I think you have to try to get the max trading potential that you can.
I think you'd be pretty happy to trade a 0 mana Elixir of Wrath for the Pokey Stick not going at your Nexus.
Yeah.
And Aikado's lining up these blocks, even though it is risky to lose the Shelf Oak to either just the Elixir or just the Might, you really want to leave Mystic Shot as an option onto a couple of the units if Samantha does decide to pump up the Unblocked.
All right, here we go. Yep, there's the Might onto Impact. Poro sled. That's a lot of damage.
Might be the Elixir onto it as well. Then a Time Trick, see what we can find. This also activates Sump Fume. We find Mini Morph, but don't have the mana.
Oh.
Even if Aikado had the mana, there's still 2 unblocked units that would probably tap you out. You can get a Rummage here. We still haven't seen any of these flash bombs go off, have we? Or did one of them hit Poppy?
No, literally no. Actually, that's a good question.
Yeah, Aikado currently poised to go to 1.
Which we don't win if we go to 1 Boulevard.
No, not this far away from the Ezreal win con. I don't even think Ezreal is leveled yet.
Wow.
Plus, there's an elusive blocker on the side of Samantha. Things are just looking very poor for Aikado here.
All right, Mystic Shot is going to keep us at 3, which, honestly, we might even see the Noxian Fervor come out this turn.
I mean, this is probably Elixir onto something, present lethal, make Aikado use another spell, and then the path is fully clear for Noxian Fervor. Okay.
We're just not going to...
Aikado gotta be very happy to see everything resolved, despite the fact that he is now falling down to just 3 Nexus health. Gonna prank again, find an Imperial Demolitionist and a House Spider.
Dude, this is... You know, prank, it's great and all to see your opponent's hand. It's not so great when you see your opponent's winning hand. It just feels bad at that point. Really kills your morale there, Boulevard.
Maybe for you. I like to scoop.
Oh, man. Yeah, not a whole lot Aikado can do. Is this the... Up there it is.
Yeah.
And nothing we can do about that. And there's no Mystic Shot. Can't kill it. There's nothing at 2 mana. Even a reduced cost. The Sump Fumes. I mean, it's just not going to be able to do it. There's a Mystic Shot. But...
We do get a 1 mana Mystic Shot thanks to the Shellfolk, but of course that is not enough. It went onto a 4 health unit. And Aikado... going down to 4-2 here in the tournament, should be taken out of this seasonal. That was rough. Decimate's a good card. Noxian Fervor, a very good card, as Samantha just put on full display here for us.
Yeah, I was starting to like that Ezreal deck too, but we could see they're just not quite really having enough oomph to really get the win there. Never really got to the point where we're able to close things out with the Ezreal. That's the thing, right? Whenever you're playing an Ezreal deck, whether it's Ezreal Karma of old, the new Ezreal, whatever it might be. You're really just biding your time until you get enough targets for Ezreal, and then you kind of assemble, you know, everything in your hand to actually go off for that machine gun type victory. But the winner, Samantha. I want to take a quick look at the decks that they're playing. So let's go ahead and bring on up those bad boys. First up, we got Draven Scion with a Shock Blast. That, dude, my eyes literally straight to it. I'm like, what? What is this? What is this? That's burn. It goes. I told you. That's the whole point of this card. It goes face. That's why it's good. Come on. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, whatever, man. Shock Blast.
So
And
good.
that's instead of a Decimate. So actually kind of walking the line as well between removal options and burn options. As we see the 1 Arachnoid Sentry and no Ravenous Flock. But
Wow.
yeah, a very aggressive version of the deck. Very, very surprised to see the Shock
like
Blast.
it.
I will say that.
I like it. It's basically traded out for a second Decimate, right? Like
Yeah.
a lot of times we see 2 Decimate, but now we're seeing the Shock Blast. But I don't hit it because it's only 1 less damage. It's 1 more mana, of course, but it's a little bit more versatile in the sense that it can also remove a unit if your opponent is on the is being the aggressor, right? So I don't know. I don't hate it. I'm actually very curious if Samantha does move on to the top cut to see what this job or where this card actually ends up making an impact.
And
For
moving
the
on
second
to the
deck-
next deck, we've got... Okay, so this is what was banned. I was very curious what was banned for Icado to leave up Scion and Ziggs Poppy, and the answer was Bandle Pirates.
Yeah, we got actually something we haven't seen a whole lot of today, right?
Now, Plunder definitely the more popular deck as it gets the best
Yeah.
of the head-to-head. But this makes sense, right? When I was talking about Ziggs Poppy coming into the seasonal, Ziggs Poppy's a good deck, but it's hard to find a good triple aggro lineup, and I figured if we were going to see Ziggs Poppy find success, it would be with Bandle Pirates and a burn-oriented Scion, and that is exactly what Samantha has brought here today.
All right, and third time's a charm. Let's see what we got here. For deck number 3, it is the Ziggs Poppy deck that we did just see. The 3 Bandle City Mare. I mean, this is a very typical deck that's been around for a little while. I mean, this is 3 of everything, and oh, hey, we need 1 more card. Let's throw in a Poke Stick.
Yeah, it's 13 3-ofs and 1 of the standard
Yeah.
40-card burn pile. Even the original Ziggs Poppy was very optimized from the start. Again, it was 13 3-ofs and 1 of. It was like 1 Lecturing Yordle and Tenor of Terror was your 3 of on the top end. But yeah, Samantha just coming in with the burn strategy, proving that triple aggro can succeed, and you don't need Lurk to do it.
No, and yeah, we haven't seen too much of Lurk. We only saw it that one time. I did think that possibly, you know, some people might sneak a little bit of Lurk action in. I saw actually before we got on stream, I was watching the first couple of early rounds. I saw a deep deck, but then again, it was like round 2, so I guess that stands to reason. That's why we're seeing deep.
What does that mean?
Rip deep. I'm just saying, where's
Yeah.
deep? We haven't seen deep forever. But yeah, I think that's Samantha, definitely a lineup to keep an eye on as we get through to the next few rounds as we close things out today. So, but we are going to go to a quick break before we get into round 7. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Legends of Runeterra action. What's up, everybody? We are back for some more Runeterra action. A Boulevard at my side still. It's been a lovely day today, Boulevard, with you. Very excited to get through the last, was it 3 rounds we're on now? We're on round number 7.
Round 7.
Yep, and who are we getting into next, Boulevard? What are we doing?
We're getting back into Loser Beam, baby. The Thralls, Zoe, Lee Sin, and Darkness player from a little bit earlier. Here we see the Darkness check. Just a quick refresher. Not going to dive too deep into these because we did cover them about 3 rounds ago at this point. So while it's been a few hours, these players are pretty close to getting into games. So we just want to throw them up on screen real quick, make sure that everybody is familiar with the decks that we are about to see.
Yeah, so we got this Darkness deck. Second deck on the docket here is Lysandra Talia Thralls, which we have seen quite a lot today, and this is the very typical version we've been seeing throughout the day. I guess of note, there's one less imagined possibility here than usual. Preservationist is also a card that's, you know, in or out in some of these decks. But for the third deck, we have exactly what we thought we would start to see toward the end of the day. Zoe, Lee Sin, and we actually said earlier, Darkness, Zoe, Lee Sin. Caliber of player is usually a little bit higher for these 2 decks. They're a little bit more skill intensive. Well, Boulevard, we got what we asked for. We got this towards the end of the day today.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to be able to take a look at the bans here up against Falchetto, 1 on Plunder, Zoe, Lee Sin, and Thralls.
All right, what are we thinking is going to get banned here, right? I think, you know, I don't, there's 2 Zoe Lee Sins now on both sides, right? And
yeah,
I feel like that's usually the go-to ban if there's only 1 Zoe Lee Sin player. If you're the non-player, you ban it. But in this case, we see 2 mirrored decks, right? And then we have the Plunder and the Darkness. I'm at a loss. I mean, what do you think, Boulevard? What do you think is the go-to ban here for Falchetto?
For Falchetto, I mean, it's either Lee Sin or Thralls, right? It kind of comes down to how do you feel about that Lee Sin Thrall matchup. We know that Loser is not going to be banning the Plunder. His lineup is looking to soft target that. And then Falchetto running a similar lineup and saying, yeah, I'll play the Plunder Mirror, but there is no Plunder Mirror available. Instead, it's Darkness. Things get a little dicey, and his opponent has forfeited the match. That is going to be a potential win, unless that was a bug on the client side. We'll get that kind of figured out a little bit later on, try to keep you guys updated on that. But in the meantime, it looks like we're going to have to find somebody else to spectate as Loser takes the quickest match of the day by far.
I'd say that was a very quick match. We'll see in a little bit if that was actually accurate or not. You can see the look on Loser's. I mean, Loser was happy. He's like, hell yeah, I got an hour rest now. I can take a break, take a couple deep breaths, meditate a little bit, get prepared for my next match. I did want to see Loser again though, because Loser right now is 4-2. Just an update on a couple other players that we're currently tracking right now too. We got Majin Bay also at 4-2 with good tiebreakers. So we went over this earlier. If Majin does win out, Majin able to make top cut there. Squeeby also at X2. We did.
No, Majin's on terrible breakers. We've been over this. He's on terrible breakers. He's out.
No, I thought Majin was who was the other person we were talking about that had terrible breakers? I thought it was somebody else.
Ikato? Ikato and Majin were both on, like, just didn't really play ladder this season. Weren't really going for the X2.
Ikato has bad breakers. Majin Bay has good tiebreakers.
Are we sure about that?
We'll
figure it out.
I'm never sure about anything. Let's be honest here, but we
That's
do have
reasonable.
Morpus. Morpus is 6-0.
We're just out here lying to you guys. Morpus is 6-0. Tiebreakers don't matter for Morpus. They can go ahead and just continue on this path of dominance with Deep as the first deck. Doza.
Okay, all right, hold on, back up. I was joking about seeing Deep in the earlier rounds, thinking, okay, round 1 and 2 makes sense. We're seeing it early.
So
what? What's
We've
happening?
seen a resurgence in Deep lately, and I
define
haven't.
Resurgence, Boulevard.
A lot of good players have been talking about this deck, bringing it to some smaller events and trying it out again. And it's gotten, I mean, obviously a pretty big resurgence. I'm not as surprised as you are, I guess, to see Morpus being 6-0 with this deck. The problem is I haven't been able to nail down the specific reason that it has been making a comeback. So way back in the day when Rising Tides released and Plunder or Nab as it was called back then, even because it was full in on the Nab package, and Deep were both decks that were really at the forefront of everybody's minds, Deep ran away with that matchup. But the biggest reason was that it was difficult for Riptide Rex to clear the board. And that is not a situation that we're running into anymore. I think the old Nab decks weren't even Sejuani Gangplank. I don't think we were on all that yet. So while that is how the matchup used to go way back in the day, that's not what we're seeing anymore. These decks look totally different from the originals.
Yeah, and I do have the deck list here. This is the famous triple Lure of the Depths build. For those of you who haven't seen Deep in a while, it's draw a deep monster. Basically reduce the cost of sea monsters anywhere. Sorry, draw a sea monster, I should say. Reduce the cost of sea monsters everywhere by 1. So this is that build. There is 1 Shipwreck Hoarder in there as well, and 2 Fading Memories. Also 2 Bone Skewer. So those I think are a little bit, the outside of the box choices that could switch up a lot. Lure of the Depths, I think, in more recent builds, we've seen more often as of, and when I say recent, I mean like in the last 6 months or so. Everything else is pretty typical of a deep deck, and the removal is usually swapped in and out a lot. I mean, it's Shadow Isles. There's a lot of different removal options in the Shadow Isles package, right?
Yeah. And so far, I mean, Morpice doesn't look like they're having any kind of trouble going deep. We still have the Jettison in hand. We have a Salvage to fire off here. I don't actually know how many cards are in the deck. It has been so long since I have had to track a deep as well as a Maokai level up condition by pen and paper that I was so woefully unprepared for it that I never even started. But Morpice should, I would imagine, be deep on like the next turn.
I do want to mention on the side of on the side of Blow My Nexus, this is a Vi Fizz Shellfolk Glorious Evolution deck. There is 2 Fizz in here, 3 Vi, alongside the typical package that we're used to seeing. So very interesting matchup. I can't say I was coming into this tournament thinking we'd see this. Again, I guess I'm a little bit more surprised than you, like you mentioned, Boulevard, that we're seeing deep this late into the game here, or this late into the tournament. But speaking of late in the game, it's turn 7, and you know what that means. We're watching deep. That's going to be a big boy Nautilus hitting the board.
Yeah, so when Deep really fell out of the meta after the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal, sort of the last time we saw it, Minimorph and Aloof Travelers were cited as the 2 biggest reasons. So while there is no Aloof Travelers in Nexus's deck, there is Minimorph, and we can see the immediate impact as it comes down and just turns the Nautilus into a harmless manatee, a much cuter sea critter than all of these deep sea monsters that we're seeing in the hand, which are no longer of a reduced cost.
That's an interesting thing. I just, it seems obvious, right? You mini-morph the Nautilus, but with Deep not really being a thing for so long, it's been a while since we've seen... Actually, this is the first time I think I've seen a Nautilus get mini-morphed, but we do have the Glorious Evolution coming down. That could spell disaster for Morpus, as that means we could kind of get that Daring Poro OTK here in a minute.
Yeah, there is Withering Wail and Vile Feast in the hand of Morpus, but if before the Poros come down or even really start to get online, there's just a prank onto this Withering Wail, then it could spell disaster. But we're going to start things off with the 0 mana Fizz, see where things start to go from there. Loping Telescope going to use up the last of the mana, and there's not a lot of cards left in Nexus's hand. Certainly not enough to push lethal this turn, right? There are still no pranks coming down. We still have Withering Wail available, but Nexus is actually going to take a pass here, and another Nautilus off the top for Morpus.
Yeah, what a huge top deck there, too. And Fizz is great and all, if you get something like, the Vile Feast and whatnot, but this Withering Wail blows things out of the park. I mean, Fizz can't do anything about a Withering Wail, and that feels really bad.
Can level up.
Fizz can level. Yep. And that will mean it will live through the Withering Wail. That's just about the only way that we can kill it without our opponent having some sort of play around. There's the Shellfolk, though, which is also huge. Let's see what Morpus does here.
I mean, unless there's another Stress Defense or a Mini-Morph, Morpus is currently sitting on lethal with Nautilus Atrocity.
Yeah.
Just one of those things to sort of keep in the back of your mind here, as Nexus probably tries to push most of their hand into play in order to go for lethal, but Otterpuss is going to prank and reveal the potential Withering Wail. Actually, Morpus is just going to fire it off right here, right now, say, I want to get this out before it is pranked. I don't want the cost of this going up.
Yeah, 2 Atrocity, by the way, in Morpus's deck, and there's really not a whole lot of play around. First off, there's no heal, right?
Yeah, my thing was more... Nexus can prank and steal this Atrocity.
And there it is. Oh, man. Yep. That's a very expensive Atrocity. The other thing, too, is I think that was the first mini-morph that we saw.
Yeah.
We could also mini-morph in response. I think that's about the really only good answer that we have.
Yeah, I mean, my fear is that if Nexus can survive this turn, it might just be an elusive attack with Fizz into Atrocity on the Fizz.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a very protected atrocity, right? I mean, if you go to try to target the Fizz and kill it, I mean, Fizz's effect will prevent that effect from being able to counter that atrocity. I mean, that's a pretty darn safe atrocity, if I do say so myself, Boulevard.
You know, we were talking about Nexus being low on cards here, and all of a sudden, all these trinket trades are coming out, the Autopus has come off, the Shellfolk is online. Nexus is probably going to end this turn with about 10 or so cards in hand, and then it's just a matter of, do they have an answer for the atrocity?
The question first is if they live through this, though, right? Because if they have to commit the Fizz to a block, that's going to feel bad. Yeah, and it looks like we do have to commit the Fizz to a block, so we're not out of it yet. It looks. Oh wait, what do we got?
Is that a stress defense, a mini morph? Got the 5 mana. Glorious Evolution reduces the cost.
No stress defense main deck.
Oh, just atrocity.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's one way to use atrocity.
Well,
but that does prevent the other atrocity, right? So
yeah. I mean, you're not dying to that, so
yeah. And you keep your Shellfolk.
At least going to take solace in the fact that the elusive unit and the atrocity are gone.
Yeah. But the problem now is, like,
Here come a bunch of pranks.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun. Not only that, pranks. I mean, you're also probably going to get a bunch of rinky-dink. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, Daring Poros will do it.
So we have the Vile Feast and the Bone Skewer to stop the Poro lethal, at least.
Can we stop all the lethal? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, yes. We have 3 blockers for the 3 non-elusives. We have kill spells for the elusives. But if these Bone Skewers and Vile Feasts get pranked too much, they're going to be outside the range.
Yeah, we're hitting both of them, too. So right now, we can still play both next turn. If one gets hit again, though... Or no, we can still play both if one gets hit. Okay.
So the Bone Skewer from Nexus can negate Morbice's Bone Skewer.
Yep.
But I don't think these Poros are getting to 20 attack. I think you need to connect with both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, or get at least another unit to go wide, and this will do it. That's another unit to go wide.
Yeah. Now, luckily for Morpus, Nexus missed the atrocity again. Otherwise, that probably would have been... Oh, we've got another shot at the atrocity.
Oh my god. What do we got? There's... Okay.
Oh, yeah. We're out of the range of Vile Feast Bone Skewer.
Yep. I think that's a little bit too much, and we're gonna get another honor. Oh, the look on Morpus's face. What are we hitting this time?
So
is it the atrocity. Oh, it's the Bone Skewer.
So Nexus's hand is 2 Vile Feast, 2 Bone Skewer.
Yeah.
And probably, just gonna Vile Feast away the beast from below this turn, or at least consider it. Maybe just clear the board, actually, with the Bone Skewer and the Vile Feast. They all cost 1. Actually, I think they cost 0. I'm not sure how the Glorious Evolution plus Shellfolk stacks.
You Bone Skewer, you can get Honor Post back on the top of the deck.
Oh, man.
Get another prank.
This is the... If you've ever wondered what the Dream Hand looks like from a Glorious Shellfolk deck, this is exactly what you want to see. You Glorious Evolution, you fire off 3 Trinket trades. Just an ignorant amount of Trinket trades with a Shellfolk on field.
Like, it's one thing to, like, go wide and have everything have augment and they're all really strong and, like, oh, yeah, that's all well and good. But you literally also make your opponent's hand unplayable at the same time. Like, it feels so broken when it actually goes off. And yeah, this is one of those decks. I don't know if you can't not surrender. Like, that's oh man, that's so tilting. And Morpus going down there in game 1. But we do still have 2 chances, right? We could take this to a game 3.
So both players, very strange lineups. Now we're gonna see Zillion Echo locked in for Morpus.
Wow. What?
And I do want to point out that is a Heimer Jace Ionia that is banned on the side of Nexus, which means they have to play Bandle City Targon Poppy Zoe.
And lest we forget, for anybody watching,
this is the 6-0 bracket.
Yeah, these are both undefeated players. Like, this is not... We aren't in, like, the tank for records here. This is our X2 or even X3.
This Zoe Poppy deck, it's got Shellfolk in it. It's also got Starry Scamp and Starlit Epiphany. So, my understanding here, because there's really not an insane amount of Invoke in here. Obviously, Shellfolk works with Invoke, and that's going to proc with Zoe, Spacey Sketcher, Conchologist, Loping Telescope, Solari Priestess. But I guess the dream here, sort of the Glorious Evolution of this deck, is just replacing your deck with 20 copies of Behold the Infinite and Curious Shellfolking into a sort of reminiscent of Karma Zoe, where you would just double up the Beholds.
I'm truly just taking in. Oh, I love these decks. I love these decks right now. This is great.
If you had asked me if we were going to see Zoe Poppy versus Zillion Echo at any point in the tournament, I would have said no. And then if you said in the 6-0 bracket, I would have said absolutely not. You're crazy. What are you talking about? But it's always like when you look at the one-ofs, the random one-ofs that appear in the top 32, this is the story of how they got here.
Yeah, and this is how these decks become a thing, right? Like, because like these are not. I'll tell you right now, Zoe Poppy, this is really not on the radar at all. And to be honest with you, though, I like this idea because if you remember a while ago, do you remember the Starry Scamp Noxus build from a long time ago? That was really,
I remember
really
the one I remember. I think was like a Teemo deck that Annie Desu played a lot.
Yeah, and it was with Noxus, and it was I don't know. Was it team? No. I don't know if it was team.
I think there was a I know the Noxus aggro deck, like the Draven Darius Targon existed, but I didn't think that played Starry Scamp. I didn't think that played any Invoke.
No, yeah, that was Starry Scamp too. But that's why, like, Starry Scamp is scary. I mean, it can actually be super aggressive early on if you get it down for 3 with a really wide board. And I mean, like, look at Poppy now. Like, this makes sense. You get a Conchologist, Loping Telescope, Starry Scamp, Spacey Sketchers, Otterpuss, all these rinky-dink units, and then poof, Poppy comes down, and now your whole entire board is buffed up. So let's see if we're gonna realize the dream here. But Zillion Echo on the other side. God, I love to see it. Station Archivist in here. Quick.
Let me be completely candid with everybody here. I have no idea how this matchup goes.
Nope.
I'm looking at the cards. I'm trying to figure it out, but like this Zoe Poppy deck is so far removed from the reality that I exist in that I'm having a hard time identifying how the game's gonna play out. Its win condition. I'm a little lost in the sauce right now. I'm
gonna take a stab at it. All right. And I do think, well, the one thing with Zillion Echo that I've always loved is the idea of drop border. Drop border really allows this deck to have kind of a different interaction with some of the aggressive decks. Instead of removal or chump blockers, I mean, it is still technically a chump blocker. It's a free chump blocker. You're pulling it out of your deck. It's free card advantage. It's a free chump blocker. I do think because of that, it's going to have an okay time at least dealing with what the Zoe Poppy deck is trying to do and going wide, right? And you can see here too with Nexus, I mean, it's turn 5. We really haven't gone wide. We really haven't pushed too much. So I'm curious to see how Nexus plans on taking this game.
One thing I will mention is that Morpus is really locked into exactly Thermogenic Beam to kill a Curious Shellfolk. Either that or triple Mystic Shot. And this is a very honest deck that Morpus is playing. Mystic Shot is really the only thing that you have. We're going to get the Starlit Epiphany, which I think, like, Invoke. Okay, yeah, so Invoke, and then if you have a Celestial Ally, replace your deck with 20 copies of Behold the Infinite.
It has to be in play, right?
I don't know. It actually just says, because it doesn't say Behold the Celestial Ally.
Exactly.
It just says if you have.
I think if you have.
Ally implies in play.
Ally implies in play.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
So the deck should not be 20 copies of Behold the Infinite.
Like, is that the idea? Are we just playing that card to just straight up invoke at 3? No, because then you just play Behold the Infinite, right? Like, it's just so weird to see
surely
this
you would
card.
play. Yeah. You
So,
would
like,
play
at
Behold
what
the Infinite
point-
if it was just the Infinite.
Like when are we trying to, like, what's the win con? What matchup are we like, you know what? We need 20 copies of Behold the Infinite. Like,
when Thrall's Watcher you, and your deck goes down to 3 cards, that's when you need 20 copies of Behold the Infinite.
And deep. So it's the hard deep counter and it's the hard Watcher counter. All right, got it. 10 head. Great.
So Morpus, the versions at least that we've been seeing lately of Zillion Echo have gone a little bit more all in on just sort of like turbo leveling the Zillion. And Nexus, aware of that, just immediately hits it with the mini morphs. Says, I don't want to give you any value off of this. Sure, you got the Chrono Breaks in your deck. Not super worried about that. I just want to make sure you don't have an Echo.
Yeah, and honestly, kind of crazy how much card advantage Nexus has over Morpus right there. There's the Zillion back off the top, though, so we do have another Zillion we can get into play. But Shellfolk now coming down. This is a Shellfolk too. I don't understand this.
I'm curious if there's there can't be Shellfolks in the other deck, right? Because it was PNZ Ionia.
Oh, you're curious, Boulevard? You're curious that there's a Shellfolk
glorious
on the field? Oh my god, what is happening right now?
You're having a field day. That's what's happening.
This is great. I love this. This is what I live for. Oh,
so my favorite part of this is that if Morpus wins, we have to see Deep take on Zoe Poppy. I don't want to overlook that. Like, there's a Poppy in this deck.
Yeah,
that might
crazy.
just come down and really start to, buff up these Otterpusses and these Sketchers and all these sort of value cards that Nexus is playing.
This
But
is
Morpus
amazing.
looks to be in a super rough spot, right? We have not maintained
Yeah.
our cards super well. Generally, like, you're losing out on card value in order to turbo level the Echo, and then you kind of start to make it back up with those
I was just gonna say
zero
that,
mana
yeah.
time tricks. The Absolver is a tech that is coming out to, like, end the game a little more immediately.
Yeah.
But Morpus is just not having the best of times, and it has really been hanging on to these copies of Station Archivist. I don't know if he's looking for something in particular, if he's trying to find those chrono breaks and have the mana for it when he actually plays them. But we're gonna jam one here, and we find a chrono
all right.
break.
There's a chrono break. We do have 3 mana, but it doesn't really do much this turn. And it is a fleeting copy. We do have to play it. So I
Yeah.
imagine, Mystic Shot's kind of the only thing you can take
So the
realistically.
cool thing about Station Archivist is that they don't shuffle your deck. So
stays.
now you know that that chrono break is available for the Station Archivist on the next turn, and you can go in for a full out attack, Station Archivist into chrono break, attack again, and maybe try to find a win from there.
Is it the one that's on the right that's on the top?
Don't ask me the draw order. I don't know that.
Well, because then
I
that
don't
means
even know
chrono
if it
break
shows
might be
them in the
last.
same order.
Yeah, I think it just might mean it's in the top board. I'm curious to see what we draw next. Okay, so was Mystic Shot on the left? No, I don't think it was. It was
I
like
think it
2
was.
in.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was 2 in. Yeah, so I think the order is irrelevant, but
Spell Thief? That's not main decked, is it? It is not. That was made off of either a Conchologist or a Trinket trade.
listen, don't put anything past being main decked at this point. Anything's fair game, okay?
I'm getting dizzy.
But Nexus down to 5. Morpus certainly not dizzy. Morpus feeling like it might be able to take it away, especially with a Mystic Shot in hand. Station Archivist could pull something else too.
Yeah, one thing worth noting is that there is no heal in Blow My Nexus's deck. We're not playing Star Shaping or Solari's Sunforger or any of that kind of stuff. There's actually just no healing here.
The Morpus, every time that an Otterpuss or Prank gets played, Morpus's like face is just it's classic. Like
After last game, I'd do the
man.
same.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, Prank in general is pretty tilting. Like, it feels bad when your opponent's just like prank, and you like you can't play your cards. Like, it feels terrible.
So luckily, because Prank is focus speed, Blow My Nexus is not going to be able to sort of prank back, but they are going to be able to play their own chrono break.
Yeah. But Morpus, I think, might be able to just win here. It's possible to rally depending on what Nexus throws down. We could rally here and then attack, push through a little bit of damage. Then we have 2 damage Nexus. We're reviving 2 more units. This might be game.
Yeah, I don't think anything has actually died on Nexus's side of the field this turn.
I don't think so either. It was just the Shellfolk when we started the turn,
Yeah,
right?
so there's 2 Mystic Shot in Nexus's hand as well that were grabbed by the Pranks.
All right, there's a
But
unit.
now only one of them is available. I'm pretty sure this Mystic Shot secures the lethal for Morpus unless one of these Conchologists found a Guiding Touch. Or even Otterpuss could do it, right?
Well, let's see. We're going in. I mean, there's nothing else to do here than just pray that nothing good was grabbed. Because otherwise, I'm pretty sure Nexus turns it around from here. Although, maybe not even. Even if Nexus lives somehow with like a Guiding Touch, it's still going to be rough being so low on health. What is it? What's on the stack?
I would believe it's the Mystic
Oh,
Shot, but that does
okay, that
mean
doesn't matter.
that Nexus is going down to 1, so unless
Yep.
that Otterpuss grabbed a Guiding Touch,
Yep.
Morpus should take this home with that Mystic Shot.
Yeah, and looking at the deck, I was just going to like blatantly say there's no heal, but I had to take it because God knows with this deck.
I already
what's
covered
even
that. I already covered
there's
that.
No heal, so okay. We have another predict too. There's Zoe, and yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter. We just rip it, and we are good to go.
Yeah, present lethal. See what Nexus can do.
What are we?
And
there
it was a
is!
Guiding
We got
Touch
the guiding
created.
touch. The look on Morp's face.
Yeah, especially because you know there's a second one.
All right, predict into a Mystic Shot. Just what do we got? That's not it.
Preservarium, at least?
Preservarium's not bad. Did we skip
Did we
on
take a
that?
skip?
Why
Yeah,
did
I
we
think.
Did we? It was an accident. The look on Morpus's face. I don't think we meant to skip. Because that's a no-brainer, right? You have to take Preservarium there. It's 2 draws. Like, why not?
I don't know if Morpus was looking for the second Mystic Shot, but you know that there's still a 2-mana Guiding Touch in Nexus's hand, right?
Well, there's always. Oh yeah, because you're gonna get an extra copy because of Shellfolk. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I guess. All right, now you have. Ooh. Well, I mean, Echo.
Echo,
Echo's the
in
thing.
theory, draws a
Echo,
card.
Yeah, if it doesn't die. It's also a unit. I guess Echo's always better here. Oh, man. Wow, I can't
I think what you're
believe-
really looking for is just more chrono breaks.
I can't believe they had the guiding touch. And it's doubled up, so you need at least 2 Mystic shots here. Although, the attack token's coming back over to Morpus, right? And we're super wide. So, we have to get some sort of unit, I feel, or removal from Nexus from this this Zoe attacking here.
And we're not getting anything, because it got hit with a Scrying Sands.
Oh, that's right, the attack reduction, okay. And really thinking, this is a tough one. This is definitely tough. Because we can't play either this turn as well, but all right, we're going to take the guaranteed draw.
I would have taken the left Preservarium, Morpus going for the right Preservarium. Pale Cascade not actually going to undo the Scrying Sands. You can go to negative attack points in Legends of Runeterra. And it looks like Nexus not fully aware of that. I can't imagine the Pale Cascade would have been played if that knowledge was available.
It's definitely an easy mistake, I could see. Yeah. It's not a common thing that comes
up. I do like this from Nexus, though. Picking apart the board before the Chrono Break turn. You know, like if Morpus top decks Chrono Break, you want to have the units already dead so that they're not all reviving at once.
All right, there's Preservarium. I was gonna say, are we gonna want to force like the trade of the zone? Well, I mean, none of these units. Nexus does not want to sacrifice any of these units. Yeah. So I guess the open attack is arguable. Oh, time
bomb doesn't quite get us out of it because of the guiding touch that is still in there.
But it does force the guiding touch now. Okay, there's a Zillion. All right, there it is. And now a Mystic Shot does secure it theoretically.
I think there's only one Mystic Shot left in Morpus's deck, though.
Let's see what we get with Predict. We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, another
time bomb.
We were inching our way there.
We've got a board of blockers. It is important to keep in mind that Nexus does have a Chrono Break.
Nexus is... Morpus is like very active and about this game too. Like on the, this is one heck of a game. This is rough. Hidden Pathways. All right. Nexus has no lack of cards though. Like the entire game, Nexus has been so far ahead on card advantage for a deck that I really didn't expect to be super far ahead like this. But all right, this is off of a Spacey's Catcher. Okay.
Discarding a Poppy, and that's gonna give us 2 Messenger.
Like, what are we trying to find? Because I don't think there's any other way for us to protect ourselves from burn to the Nexus, right?
No.
Unless it's specifically, another Conchologist? Get into another Guiding Touch.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, does Morpus just die here, though, to the rally?
Well, there's the time,
no, right?
No, we're at 19. What do you... I'm pretty sure we don't. we are very healthy.
I don't know, man.
I mean, if Zillion lives and levels,
I think the big concern is that well, let's say Nexus actually just doesn't attack with Poppy, so that Morpus actually has to trade off all of the units. Oh,
that might be. I still don't think that's game.
About those units.
Well, we do have Echo, which is actually huge because Echo will get the strike effect on the block. If we try to chump block one of these 2 attack units, so that's good. This is so close. I mean, we have Zillion level up, like possibly next turn. We have Echo that is already leveled up. We're gonna have a draw with Preservarium. This is not over.
This is so awkward though because you don't want to kill that many units. You definitely don't want to kill the messengers, right? You do not want Nexus to revive messengers and just draw 2 more cards. But this looks pretty close to lethal to me.
9. Well, these all get revived non-buff. Maybe it is lethal because of the Poppy buff. Because Poppy's going to be able to buff everything again. I think it is lethal, yeah.
On top of the fact that I believe that... just the mini-morph.
Wow.
We are ignoring the Chrono Break for the turn and just mini-morphing the Echo. Does Nexus not have a mini-morph? Because he cranked a fleeting copy. Does that make a fleeting copy? No, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
I didn't see it get discarded, but I also didn't pay attention.
Is it somehow reduced? Wait. It
would be 2 mana?
He just...
It's 1 mana?
He just... Yeah, wait. How did it get reduced to 2 in the first place? It was Moon Silver just reduced it to 1.
Yeah, well, the Shellfolk reduces it to 2.
Oh, all right. The Shellfolk was 2 and then Moon Silver to 1. Okay.
But, yeah, that's just going to be lethal.
We block the Shellfolk. We block that 3, 6, 9. Yeah, that's lethal.
Oh, wow.
And that
Oh,
that is one of the
wow.
roughest series of Legends of Runeterra I have personally witnessed.
Oh my god. I can't believe Zoe, I told you, Boulevard. I told you it was going to be Zoe Poppy with Starlight Epiphany. I knew it the whole time. You didn't listen to me. God, maybe one of these days, Boulevard. Maybe one of these days when we talk, you'll listen to me. But wow, I can't believe we just saw that deck. That was fun. This is what I live for, man.
We're going to take a look at
Yeah.
Nexus's decks because those were some of the
Oh, yeah.
craziest decks we have seen in recent memory. Taking a look here at the Zoe, Poppy, Shellfolk, Starlit, Epiphany deck. Doza, what sticks out to you the most here? Like, what is your favorite part of this?
Where do I start? Oh my god, I don't even know. I mean, everything about this. So my favorite part on the surface is the seemingly more obvious part, which is you have this Zoe, Poppy, Starry, Scamp kind of combo to get a really early aggressive start and then kind of swarm the opponent, get use of that Poppy buff early on, and just go in. But from what we just saw there, this deck with something like Shellfolk has the crazy ability to have a ton of card advantage later on in the game, and it was still able to stick in the game. That was crazy.
I like how many dreams get recognized in this deck, because I think for a long time people have been looking for an Invoke Curious Shellfolk deck, and more or less came to the conclusion that it was just going to be too slow, that doubling up on the big Celestials doesn't really matter because they still cost a lot of mana. You're probably not getting two of them down in the same turn. And also, Starry Scamp. That is a deck, or that is a card, rather, that players have really been looking for a solid shell to fit into. It got a lot of experimentation when it first came out, and it was really put on the back burner for pretty much the rest of time. And now Blow My Nexus is moving on to a 7-0 record with this deck.
Oh, man. Yeah, and so Starlit Epiphany, too. I still can't even actually believe that's in that deck. But let's move on to Jace Heimerdinger.
This was banned. This was the ban. Is this Jace Heimerdinger, PNZ Ionia? We finally get to see the production surge, Jace Heimer come to fruition, but it's Ionia, not Bandle City, and only 2 followers, the Pharaoh's Financer and the Hextech Handler.
Yeah, and this is, I think, this was one of the first kind of Heimer Jace decks, I think, that popped off, which was the Hextech Handler. I mean, it kind of hard carries this deck, not gonna lie. You know, not only does the Hextech Handler buff itself, so for anybody who's not familiar, when you summon it, give Tex everywhere +1/+1. I think it has activation requirement as well. Production Surge obviously summons Tex. Heimerdinger summons turrets, Tex. So all of those turrets also get buffed, and this is where that whole strategy really came into play, right? This is why people thought of this deck. And actually, you were mentioning earlier, Boulevard, you're like, hey, we haven't really seen Production Surge. I was curious as to how good that deck was. Well, we have an undefeated player playing it, Boulevard.
And I do want to call out, it might look a little weird that, like, you know, Jace wants to see 6+ mana spells, and you look at this deck and you just see the 3 Shock Blast. Pharaoh's Financer finds 6 mana spells, Production Surge and Thermogenic Beam depend on how much you cast them for, so you can play them for 6 mana. They count. Flash is in there. Pharaoh's Financer, Jace and Heimerdinger both have 6+ mana spell champion spells in Shock Blast and Progress Day. So that's kind of where, if you're just looking at this on the surface and you're like, only 3 6-mana spells, why are you even playing Jace? That's why. There's a lot more than it looks like on the surface if you're just looking at the numbers laid out like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boy, I love this lineup. And for deck numero trace, we have Fizzvi. This is ironically
the most
the
standard
most recognizable deck out of the 3. And it's got Fizz in it, no less. Yeah, this is, I mean, what more do I say about this? This is the typical kind of glorious Shellfolk deck. It does have that Fizz in there. Again, to play around Make It Rain, as we talked about earlier. But yeah, this deck's pretty typical. Not too much to say about this as far as Nexus's lineup. But man, oh man, what a great lineup, and very excited to see how far Blow My Nexus can get into the top cut. I mean, that was great. Very, very excited to see that stuff. So
it's always a treat when we get to take a look at the top 32 deck lists and you get down into the one-ofs and you really start to see some stuff, because I remember, I think it was like the Empires of the Ascendant or maybe even Cosmic Creation, where there was like a Zoe Zillion Invoke deck that made it into the top cut that was just so far removed from the conversation. I always love to take a peek into these decks, and we never really get to catch them on stream, but we're also going to take a look at Morpus's deck list, because honestly, they are not the most standard decks in the world either. We're starting off with Deep.
Yeah, and this, I briefly touched on this earlier. This is, now granted, okay, I will say, at least with this deck, even though it's unfamiliar recently, this is a very familiar deck to myself and Boulevard and to a lot of longtime lore players. I mean, this is very typical of what we're used to seeing in the past. A lot of the older win conditions of Deep did involve Atrocity. We do see the 2 Atrocity in there. Most Deep decks have some sort of toolbox of Shadow Isles removal. We see that in the Vile Feast box and Withering Whale. And in this case, we even have the Bone Skewer thrown in there, which is probably the oddest piece of the puzzle in terms of this Deep deck anyways.
Yeah, and I think Morpus just ran into a bad lineup for this Deep deck, just something that is running these 2 Shellfolk Mini-Morph decks, and then feeling like he actually had to ban the non-Mini-Morph deck in this lineup. Just really kind of played against Morpheus there in sort of the lineup preparation phase. And then, again, we saw the Zillion Echo. Not sort of the turbo version. We're not seeing, like, Ancient Preparations, I think it's called. The 0 mana, just predict. Okay, yeah, so just not seeing any copies of that. Playing a more, I don't even know what you would call the standard build of this. But Station Archivist, I did want to call out as a big buff for the Zillion Echo archetype, being able to find those chrono breaks or just, you know, sort of take those cards that are normally a -1, something like Scrying Sands, and just play it for free.
Yeah, and Station Archivist also takes advantage of, like you were saying before, this deck, ever since it's been a thing, Zillion Echo basically wants to make it to the later part of the game, but by the time it gets there, it usually has almost no resources, right? It's used all of its pretty strong resources to make it to that point in the game. The whole point of doing that is to then have a leveled Zillion and Echo where you start to refuel all that advantage, and you basically have this like never-ending train of just cards and units, and just they're all hitting the field. And that's exactly what didn't happen with Morpus there. It's unfortunate, but we weren't able to really get that train going. And here we go. The most familiar deck so far. Look at this. Thralls.
Thralls I knew was going to do very well this tournament, but what I wasn't sure on was how popular it was going to be. And at least from the players we've seen, it's been pretty popular, but these are kind of the players that we were expecting to bring Thralls, right? It was the other 760 players that we were unsure about how many Thralls would fill out their lineups. But yeah, very, very excited to see a little bit more of Morpus here, who has taken his first loss. We'll probably see a little bit more of them again later on.
Yeah, wow. So what an exciting start to round 7, but we got more action for round 7, and it's going to start with Jason Laurent. So it looks like if I heard that correctly, we're getting into game number 3 here in just a second. And we saw Jason a little bit earlier in play as well. And I mean, Jason, I think, what is X and 1, if I remember that correctly still, right? Jason took down a win when we saw Jason.
Yeah,
earlier, right?
dismantled Squeeby Scion deck twice.
Yeah, that was... I would go as far to say as Squeeby lost that game. Like, Squeeby did not draw the greatest there. But yeah, so I do believe Jason very much still in the swing of things. Not sure about the tiebreakers, but again, it's always, when you're X and 1, you basically solidify yourself as a top cut competitor. It's the X and 2 where you're kind of on the cusp. There might be some tiebreakers involved and whatnot. So we should be getting into Jason's game in just a second. It looks like it's Jason actually versus Finatio. That's going to be game 3. Looks like Jason actually playing Lee Sin Zoe right now. So we'll bring that up as soon as we can in just a second. Lee Sin Zoe, again, I do want to mention, we started to see some of these crazy weird decks at the end here. We are starting to see Lee Sin Zoe pop up a little bit more like we thought. So at least things are a little bit normal, right? Boulevard,
yeah. We get a little bit. After that match, I'm still like sort of shocked on trying to process that one. But we're gonna be getting into game number 3. Jason on Lee Sin, and then Finatio on Thralls. This matchup on paper a little bit Lee Sin favored, just because if you frostbite the Lee Sin, the Thralls do still go back to the hand, on top of Will of Ionia being a more prevalent card in the Lee Sin decks now that you're up against like a mid-range meta like Plunder and even Scion. Will of Ionia just has phenomenal targets for the decks that you expect to be seeing right now, so it is a little favored. But I mean, if we crack a couple Thralls open on turn 5, Lee Sin ain't doing too hot against all that. They're gonna run out of stall tactics pretty quickly.
And again, that's that comparison that we've made in the past, right, Boulevard? It's like discard aggro, right? Discard aggro, you could just draw the nuts up to turn 5, and then poof, your opponent's dead because you drew every burn card in your deck. You have a leveled Jinx, and now they're taking rockets to the face. Same thing with thralls. You get a thrall on turn 1. You double it up with you double it up. You have some countdown effects as well to kind of expedite the countdown, and then poof, all of a sudden you have 3 thralls going face on turn 5. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3. It's tied up right now. We'll see if the thralls are going to be able to get that early quick start like we mentioned and take down this Zoe Lee Sin deck.
Yeah, you mentioned the double up onto the thralls, and that is one of the big advantages that Lee Sin tends to provide is deny. While you think of a landmark deck and you're like, well, what am I denying? The answer is promising future. You do not want to let them get the double up on the thralls, and it's an even mana trade, and it's much more important for the thrall player to get off that promising future and really start to get things online than it is for Lee Sin to lose their deny. So that is a big swing for the Lee Sin player, but Jason does not have deny.
Jason does not have deny. He does have Sleepy Trouble Bubble. That's something we've seen a lot of these Zoe Lee Sin players playing as of late. Something I do want to mention, though, there's a Zoe that came down on turn 1, and it's still on the field. That could start to pose a problem for Finatio. An early Zoe might lead to an early leveled up Zoe. And yeah, there you see it. The promising future getting played pretty easily there, knowing that we don't have to play around something like or actually, no, we do have, there's 2 deny. And did you say there was no deny in Jason's deck, or did I imagine?
I said there was no deny in his hand.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, there are 2 in the deck.
I haven't looked at Jason's deck. I can tell you there's deny in it.
I was like, wait, this is a Lee Sin deck,
Let
right?
me
We're talking about the
confirm.
same
Oh,
thing?
look, there's, for a second, I scrolled down and didn't see the deny. I was like, wait a minute.
It's all the way at the bottom there, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there we go. You have that Caitlyn emote there too. So that's Finatio
So,
gonna feel pretty good about getting that
The
off early.
one thing Jason can do, and this is a little dicey because it's going to take a little bit longer than you want it to, is we can Traveler into Falling Comet, and we can obliterate that landmark. The concern, of course, being that because Jason has been playing on Curve, there is no spell mana banked. The Traveler will eat up all of your mana this turn, so you have to wait until turn 6 to actually throw that out, and Finatio might not give you that long.
All right, well, there's the Avalanche. Speaking of Finatio, starting to make some plays there. And looks like we are gonna, we're gonna kind of bank on this early Zoe. We see it all the time, trying to pillar on Zoe. I mean, we have a Zenith Blade that we can even get onto her here next turn. We have another Twin Disciplines. We can play another Discipline of Fortitude if there is some more removal that comes down from Finatio. So I think that's going to be the play here, right? I mean, Jason's going to try to go all in on Zoe, see if we can level her up, get some more poke damage to the Nexus, and maybe even get some early Behold the Infinites here in a little bit.
And that's crazy to me, right? Because there's not only is there Avalanche and Ice Shard that you need to fight through to protect the Zoe, but Blighted Ravine is pretty difficult to make a Zoe survive. It'd have to be the Zenith Blade, and we're actually just going to see Jason commit that automatically, and if Ice Shard comes out, we do still have a response.
Yeah, I mean, with the hand, though, I don't hate it, because I tend to agree.
Yeah.
Right? You have all this removal.
There's no Lee Sin. You got to find a win con, right?
Yeah, exactly. But we also not only have, like, the Discipline of Fortitude we can eventually use, but after the Zenith Blade, we also have a Guiding Touch. And because the damage usually comes in slow in the form of 2s, that's going to give us windows where if we try doing, 2 avalanches or something like that, Jason will have that window to Guiding Touch on the Zoe as well. So it's a pretty good chance that Zoe will end up leveling this game.
Yeah, Zoe might level, but Finatio might also just, like, Talia these thralls and summon 4 of them, and then it's like, oh, cool, you leveled Zoe. It's like, great, man, that's awesome for you. Let me hang that coloring on the fridge.
Like, oh, man, especially next turn, imagine, like, if a Talia...
Imagine possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities. Well, Talia could even come down with, like, yeah, let's say an Imagine Possibilities and a Time in a Bottle. Or okay, Clockwork, and now we go into Talia, Imagine Possibilities, or Time in a Bottle.
If Talia comes down here, I don't think Jason can win.
I think... to put it bluntly, I think... Yep, it's going to be... All right,
okay,
well,
it's just going to be 2 burst
okay.
thralls, and that you can't Sleepy Trouble Bubble that. This is a burst open attack.
And do you actually try to save Zoe here? Like, I mean, you could just commit her as the 2/2 blocker and just take the 16 damage, but... That's a lot of damage. That's last time I checked. That's a lot. Oh,
yeah, Jason actually doesn't have any defensive tools, really. There's no Concussive Palm. There's no Will of Ionia. Sleepy Trouble Bubble doesn't work against focus spells like this.
Ooh, you know what I just noticed, too? Because we did come into this late. Game 3. Boulevard, look at that clock. I mean, we're under 3 minutes here. If Finatio doesn't close us out early, I mean, we're going to get into a spot where time is going to come into play.
Yeah, and I very clearly remember last seasonal, Jason Florent was on the bubble against, I think it was Henneke, but don't quote me on that one, in the last game, sort of the last round. And I think Jason thought the clock was going to run out before it did, because he played extremely quickly and extremely loose, and then overtime started.
Yep.
And the other player just sort of had full advantage of the game in 5 minutes to finish off Jason and was able to take it. So Jason should be very aware of how the clock works now. Once it turns red, that's when you've got an actual 5 minutes left. So once this counts down to 0, we are going to get 5 more minutes.
All right. Thinking about guiding, touching here. I mean, that felt weird to say. Guiding, touching.
Guiding the touch.
Guiding the touch.
Well, we find Lee Sin.
Okay, but we also can't daybreak the Zenith Blade with Lee Sin, which feels bad because we can't play him this turn. I mean, if we Lee Sin plus Zenith Blade, we're gonna have, what are we on turn 7? So that's gonna give us 2 mana extra. I feel like we're just short of being able to assemble what we need on the next attack turn. Moonsilver could help us with that.
Unfortunately, we paid 1 mana for the Moonsilver, so we can't Moonsilver Lee and get it down this turn still. But the Equinox, removing the Overwhelm from one of these thralls, it's not nothing.
Okay, yeah, no, never mind. I was thinking, like, is there a world where we could have Moonsilvered into victory, but I don't think that's the case. So yeah, Lee Sin, on the bright side, Lee Sin will be able to come down and likely be able to deal with one of these thralls. Actually, I don't know if he's going to be able to level. Do we need 3 more spells?
That is what I saw, if I saw this correctly. Oh, boy.
Are we?
Future on the Salt Spire.
Okay.
That's one for the bingo books. Who had promising future Salt Spire?
In round
you
7
win a prize.
of the seasonal. Yeah, so we're a little ways away. So this is going to be 1 spell. So I think that's one of the reasons why Equinox, or I mean Moonsilver would have done the same thing, but we do need to start ticking this up a little bit. I think, does Zoe level?
Yeah, Zoe's got to be like
this turn?
2 away at most.
If we can somehow get lifesteal down, I mean...
Zoe, I think it said 9.
That sounds right, yeah.
But
if not, even if it's 8, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to get 2 more spells down this turn.
Yeah, it's got to be spells you didn't play already, and Zenith Blade is something you already played. Pale Cascade, I do not think you have played.
This is gonna be close. This is something like Lee Sin, like we talked about thralls getting off to a quick start, and this is exactly what we saw for Finatio. Not like as crazy as a start as we've seen before, but 2 thralls on turn 6 or whatever. I mean that's still pretty good. But Lee Sin is so famous for being down and out seemingly. We've seen so many times at 1 health even, and then it comes back like we're seeing here because the second you're able to get Lee Sin down against a deck like thralls that doesn't really have an answer. Unless it's like Lysandre's Entomb, which right now, I mean, we're at 4 mana. We can't even play the Lysandre's Entomb. And there's no spell shield either on the side of Jason. That's something you have to worry about. But here we go. There's a Lee Sin level up.
Yeah, Lee Sin's leveled. Zoe's leveled. A Thrall is silenced. Another one is now being threatened by the Lee Sin.
Yep.
So even if there's a Frostbite, it's still going to kick the Thrall back to the hand. Finatio actually starting to look like they're in a bit of a rough spot. Yep. The one good side is that, of course, the Salt Spire is going to proc into... 2 of the 5/4s, the Rock Bears next turn. Both buffs going to go onto the Silenced Thrall, and Jason just doesn't have that many blockers.
Yeah, it is good that it's going to go onto a non-overwhelm unit now, though. We do have the Solari Priestess to develop if we want. We also have the Zoe Sleepy Trouble Bubble if there is development on the side of Finatio, but...
I can't imagine what Finatio would develop.
Yeah, I agree. I also think it's not going to do quite enough, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, to really bring Jason back into it. Like, I feel like Deep Med into Concussive Palm, like, Concussive Palm would be huge here.
Yeah.
But man,
I mean, it only takes 1 combat trick for Jason to survive, right?
Oh, we did it on the Zoe, okay. Yeah, basically, yeah, that sounds about right. And there we go. We're going to get the Frostbite actually onto the Zoe. Understanding, like you said, the Thrall still goes back to hand. There it is. Do we... Oh,
was that not the right one?
No, the 4... I don't think there was... It needs to have 4 landmarks played.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a trigger for it.
Gotcha.
So, I don't know if it's 4... It might be like 4 landmarks destroyed.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much.
Yeah.
But critically, this Guiding Touch is actually enough. This will put Jason 1 off of dying. The bad news is that there's only 2 minutes left on the... Or 2:50 left on the clock, rather.
Yeah.
And Jason is significantly down on time.
Well, I mean, we have game next turn, right? I mean, we have Overwhelm.
If there's no Frostbite.
If there's no Frostbite, correct. So it's coming down to the wire here. We got 2.5 minutes left.
And this could also, if there's an Ice Shard, that's just lethal, or a Blighted Ravine.
Yep. No Blighted Ravine. Okay, or at least not yet, anyways. Gifts from Beyond could be Lifesteal. Ooh, that's huge. That Lifesteal could be huge for Jason here. We're going.
The
with
Destroyer to give Spell Shield to the
Destroyer.
Lee Sin.
Okay.
That's gonna stop the Frostbite.
Okay. Now it's really Ice Shard is what we're worried about. This doesn't matter, I don't think.
No, and there's still Overwhelm on both units as well. Jason doesn't even have to play the Zenith Blade now.
I feel like we should go for the life. No, I guess if we go for the Lifesteal, we're still going for the win anyways, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. Either there's Ice Shard or there's not, so I don't think it matters if we get the Lifesteal. So here we go. This is going to be for all the marbles.
Yeah, and Jason very smartly hanging on to that Resonating Strike, saying that if there is like a double Frostbite onto the Lee Sin or either of these units, I can actually pull it out. And Jason is going to very narrowly take the win over Finatio.
What a close game. And Jason, that means Jason advancing to 6-1 through 7 rounds. So very good shot of making the top cut here in a little bit, Boulevard.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jason has been on camera in the last round of the seasonal more than a few times. He also has no seasonal top 32s. So
why are you gonna say it like that?
Because that's the reality of the situation. Those are facts. Those are two facts. So
That's
Jason is looking to finally break through. We've seen him make it to round 9 with a topping record multiple times, and he has been just closer and closer every time into finally breaking through into the top 32, and this could very well be his first.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hopefully we're gonna be there to see it, right? I mean, he's only gonna win at least one of the next 2. Again, not sure about the tiebreakers. But with that said, we are gonna take a short break. We got round 8 coming up here in just a second, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more action. All right, we are back yet again, this time for round 8 we're about to get into. So only 2 rounds left for the day. And Boulevard, we had a crazy round 7. And honestly, we just talked about some of the people still in the tournament. We have Majin Day and What Am I sitting pretty at X, well, not necessarily sitting pretty, but they're at X and 2 with good tiebreakers, so they have to win out. We have Jason Florent still in it. These are matchups that we could potentially get as things close out, but what are we looking to get ourselves into here for round 8?
For round 8, we're going to be taking a look at Zorig Dungu, and they're going to be up against Anomalous T, but we do have Zorig's decks to take a look at with you. It's not things that are super far removed from the meta, but things we definitely didn't expect to see, like Draven, Caitlyn, Ezreal, a deck that is sort of fallen off a cliff in recent memory, and this is definitely not what the deck looked like right before it fell off, right? There are Fallen Riders in here, and there are Tri-Beam Improbulators. So definitely excited to see sort of this new take on a defunct archetype that was just absolutely nowhere to be seen in the last seasonal.
Yeah, I spy with my little eye that Tri-Beam Improbulator that you mentioned. It's been a while. I feel like we used to cast every other game, had Tri-Beams going off like crazy. But Zorig decided to bring it back. Zorig of note, too. Something I do want to mention, definitely a person to keep our eye on, which is one of the reasons we wanted to grab this match. Not only is Zorig still in it, but Zorig did initially but top cut the Cosmic Creation Seasonal, as well as the Rise of the Underworld. So looking to make a third top cut here for the seasonals, which would kind of put him in that next bracket of players. There are a lot of people that have topped twice. But next up, we see Teemo Swain. A similar play style, you could argue, as this kind of Draven Caitlyn deck that we just saw. This is a deck that I've come to like recently, Boulevard, and it's a deck that we haven't seen a whole lot today, but when we have seen it on screen, it seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, Zorig has actually gone for... Sometimes you look for the smallest thing in a cohesive strategy, and the one thing I'm putting together is that Zorig really wanted to run Scorched Earth and Ravenous Flock, because... Not only do we have the Draven, Caitlyn, Ezreal, and this Teemo Swain, but the last deck that Zorig has brought to this lineup is something that we've seen quite a few times over the years, and that is going to be Twisted Fate Gangplank. This is essentially a spin on the traditional Twisted Fate Swain, where you just replace the Swains and Leviathans with Dreadways and Gangplanks. And again, we see 2 Scorched Earth and 3 Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, and we're actually also going to be taking a look at Anomalous's decks here. Now that's a tongue twister. Anomalous T's. First up, we have yet again some lurk action, Boulevard. So it's starting to rear its ugly head. We only saw this once earlier. This is much earlier in the day. Now we're seeing it towards the later rounds here, and again, a pretty similar build to what we saw earlier. Actually only opting for 1 Bone Skewer again. The last deck I think we saw had no Bone Skewer, if I remember correctly, or maybe I'm thinking of a different deck that we had looked at, but I know that's kind of the thing lately. Some people are opting to not play the Bone Skewer, others are. We do see a Blood Bait in there, and I'm very curious to see if this aggressive type of deck is going to be the difference maker in this matchup.
Yeah, and also the Rite of Negation in there, which is something that's going to be a bit of a thorn in your side in an open deck list format. Then we move on to Thralls. Again, this is a deck that we've seen quite a few times over the day, actually replacing a Succumb to the Cold with a Draklorn Inquisitor. So you still have the 8 necessary, so to speak, Thralls in your deck. The Lysandras, the Thralls, 1 Draklorn, 1 Succumb to the Cold. And then taking a look at the last deck, Doza.
Okay.
We get Jace.
Okay, we get Jace, all right. All right. We get Jace, but we also get Sentinels. But I say that bearing in mind that this is not the typical Sentinel deck that we're used to, because lately, and we've cast this deck in the OLS, Boulevard, right? Except it was Ladros.
Yeah,
we had this kind of Ladros win con. That's not here.
Sentinel Control, aka Skathis Pile, whatever you want to call it, the Burgeoning Sentinel, the Buru Sentinel, sort of the aggressive posturing late game control deck that just finishes you off with Ladros and Atrocity. Suddenly, there is no Ladros and Atrocity. Instead, it's 3 Jace, it's 3 Jace Boat in the Albus Pharos, and then Shock Blast and Progress Day alongside. Is that 3 Piercing Darkness I spy?
Yeah, I mean, hey, it costs 6, so...
Yeah, a lot of slow speed removal here in Anomalous T's list. There's no Withering Wail that we're kind of used to seeing. There's not as much over-the-top damage in the Get Excited or the Ladros or anything of that nature, so very curious to see how this one is going to play out, because you do still have Shock Blast for the burn.
I gotta say, the prospect of Piercing Darkness doubling up and draining 10 from a unit, feels nice. I don't know if that's something that we're actually gonna see, but and then the progress day even, right? I mean, 2 progress days in a row. I mean, that's not only 6 draw, but that's a ton of reduced cost cards. So hoping we get to see that. Hopefully it doesn't get banned. But here we are into the ban phase, and what do you think we're looking at banning, Boulevard?
Probably not Thralls. I would imagine that with 2 Scorched Earth in all 3 of your decks, you're going to feel a little more confident going into a landmark deck. It's not as straightforward as that, but it is going to be the Ladros, or the non-Ladros control, I guess. It's usually we just call it Ladros control. We're going to call it Sentinel control because there's no Ladros in this deck. We don't want to confuse you. But it looks like we are taking Lurk and Thralls into Draven Ezreal, Caitlyn, and Twisted Fate Gangplank.
Not as I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, the people of the crowd. This is not going to be as spicy as round 7, but we'll do our best.
No, I hope nothing else is as spicy as round 7.
That was crazy. Oh man, but we got TF Gangplank, so a deck that haven't seen a whole lot of today, but another deck that in general we have seen a lot of. So let's see how it does now up against Anomalous T's lineup here.
Yeah, and with how much these Thralls decks have gone down on the sort of countdown, you're not really seeing a lot of Preservationist. We do have the one Draculon Inquisitor. You really don't need to Scorched Earth a landmark that hasn't been hit with Promising Future. You can kind of see it coming from a mile away if it's getting close to the countdown. You can do it in response to the Promising Future even. So Zorig, obviously a high caliber player, deciding not to ban the Thralls. While it's not as straightforward as Scorched Earth, the first Thrall you see, I think Zorig is going to be able to pilot it very well from his side of things.
All right, opening up with the good old parlay onto the Nexus. This is pretty common to kind of turbo level something like a Gangplank, so we'll see if we get that early Gangplank by turn 5. We have plenty of ways to trigger Plunder. Sorry, I shouldn't say plenty. There is only that Death's Hand in hand, but having to play the naked Betty Croaker is going to feel pretty bad. You'd much rather want to use that for some draw power, but not really many other options here for Zorig.
No, and I mean, there's 3... Gangplank in this deck, which means you're going to draw 4 champions over the course of the game, which is why Zorig is fine throwing away cards like Parlay, like a sort of mediocre Death's Hand in order to just get the Plunder procs, because Zorig knows he's going to draw Gangplank on turn 5, and it's all going to be worth it.
That easy, huh? It's that easy.
It's that simple.
Good players just draw good cards. Isn't that how it works, right? Like,
yeah.
You just get a heart of the cards. Have faith in the cards. You're good to go. But
I know this hand looks really bad, but trust me, Zorig's going to draw that Gangplank one more turn.
It's okay. It's okay. That actually set up for the flock, though, which is nice. Getting rid of the Lysandra nice and early there. But, hey, there we go. Clockwork Curator coming down. I imagine it's going to go ahead and block this Betty Croaker here to ensure no Plunder proc, and that's why we see the Jagged Butcher come out. We're going to try to ensure that we can go wide, around this Clockwork Curator to still get the additional leveling up here. And
if you're wondering why Anomalous T decided to bring both Thralls down to 5 rather than taking one down to 3 and trying to get a Thrall online, they are cognizant of this Scorched Earth. You don't want to all in on one Thrall when there is landmark removal in your opponent's deck. All right, Zap Sprayfin isn't Gangplank. Ooh. I know I lied a little bit. Here comes Monster Harpoon, though. This is why I think Draculorn has really been phased out, is the prevalence of Monster Harpoon.
Yeah, Monster Harpoon deals with this great. I mean, it feels bad that it's a 6-mana Harpoon, but I don't think you care because your opponent just invested 5 mana in the Draculorn, right? So
yeah.
Oh, there we go. There's a Farron. So all right, listen. Farron on 8 could be a big deal here if Anomalous can't get these Thralls out faster. I gotta think we're gonna have some sort of countdown acceleration here as we get a little further into the game. But if we don't and Farron comes down on 8 with no Thralls, that could be a huge problem for Anomalous T.
Yeah, and Zorig's really, you generally want to save this Scorched Earth for the Promising Future, but I don't know if Zorig's going to be able to. These Thralls are, I mean, 2 Thralls hatching is the same as 1 getting Promising Futured, right?
Basically, yeah. And there's the Scorched Earth.
The one concern you're going to run into is that with your Scorched Earth now committed and this Thrall not sort of being 1 away from the countdown, is there is the mana and the time for Anomalous to hit this with a Promising Future and to Talia.
Yeah, and we saw that happen before. When you okay, well, forget the Talia, but this is at least gonna get a Thrall out. And you can see the look on Zorig's face too. I mean, having to deal with the 8/8 now, not gonna be fun. Your 1 Farron takes care of 1 Thrall, and there's only so much burn out of those Decimates that you can get. So I guess maybe we try to... we can't even play the Farron and the Arachnoid in 1 turn, at least not on the next attack turn, so...
There's the Talia. Did we just... I guess
Talia the Preservationist for the draw. Or
Okay,
Preservarium, rather.
Yeah, Preservarium. But I was like, why didn't we duplicate the Thrall before it came out? But I mean, I guess either way, we're only getting one Thrall this turn. But there's the Death's Hand.
Yeah, and that's going to set that up for a Monster Harpoon, and then Zora gets to go for the this Captain Farron on the next turn. And we'll kind of see where things go from there. Obviously, there's still a decent amount of Frostbite in this Thrall deck. The Farron itself is unlikely to be a significant threat in terms of ending the game, but the Decimates, those aren't nothing, and Anomalous T just continuing to throw out more Thralls. There's going to be some big draws here, drawing 3 thanks to the Preservariums as well as the draw for turn.
All right, man, just not really being able to use these Fortune Brokers as they come out here. We are going to get the Farron, though. Farron right now just trades and does 2 damage thanks to that Thrall. And honestly, after that, I mean, Zorig is just out of steam. I mean, look at the hand of Anomalous T. We are 7 cards wide. Wow.
Zorig played like they were going to top deck Gangplank on 5 and then didn't. And sometimes it just be like that. And now Zorig is dead to the Clock Hand open attack with the Thrall.
Okay, Whispered Words is a little bit of refuel. That is not terrible.
Let me reiterate.
Yeah,
Zorig
there's
is dead
the
here.
Clock Hand. Yeah, okay.
The one thing that Noxus does not do well is dealing with large units undamaged at fast speed. And that is exactly the situation that Zorig ran into. Just unable to find the Gangplank in that matchup.
All right, well, next up we have the New Age Draven Ezreal, however you want to, whatever you want to call
we're running it back on the TF Gangplank, man.
Or sorry, TF Gangplank again. Oh, man, I really want to see this Draven Ezreal.
The Tri-Beam Impropulator?
Yeah, you know,
it's been a while.
I never thought I'd say that, too, right? Like, it's been so long since we've seen Tri-Beam, I actually want to see this deck play now.
Yeah, that's why I'm not saying it. I know my place. I know what I miss and I do not miss. I do not miss Shen Fiora. I do not miss Draven Ezreal.
I don't miss that, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? I'm going to regret it. We're going to see it play, and then all of a sudden it becomes the meta again, and I'm going to be like, I should have never said it.
Here we go. Zorig has drawn a champion, so we're in a better position than we were last time, because if there's one thing I know about Gangplank decks is that you need to draw those champions. So it's not GP, but it is... Twisted Fate's a pirate, right? Kind of? Probably.
Mean, he's got a hat.
He's got a hat and a cape.
He's got a hat. I mean, that qualifies, right?
Are you saying that everyone that wears a hat is a pirate?
Yes, Boulevard, that is exactly what I'm saying.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
It's like, you got a problem with that? Because that's true, all right? I've looked it up. It's 100% true. But wait, is this another Naked Betty? Are you sick?
Look,
that's not good.
Sometimes it'd be like that, but this is going to give Zorig an opportunity to actually get a really high value Make It Rain here.
This is just... So far, I mean, this feels good. I mean, you're getting rid of one lurker, you're getting, you know, a proc out of the Nexus, but I mean, just seeing, it's never a good feeling when you have to play these Betty Croakers like this, because you saw Zorig last game. We ran on a Steam fast, and Anomalous T was so far ahead in card advantage. I mean, it wasn't entirely because we had that Betty Croaker come down early, not getting the draw, but that definitely had something to do with it. I mean, this deck relies on cards like Betty Croaker to continue to get that card advantage. I think I've actually forgotten the actual name of that card. When is
Fortune Croaker?
I don't think I've ever called it anything but Betty Croaker since it's come out.
No, Blevins coined that one really early, and
it's stuck big time.
It is the correct name for the card.
Yes, yeah, they should rename it. Or make like an alternate art version of Betty Croaker.
Yeah, we've got skins for champions and level up animations, and also Betty Croaker over here. Marketing genius you are, Blev. Doza, whoever you are.
Hey, we got a second champion.
Gangplank on 5, we did it.
Ahoy, matey, here we go.
But just immediately gonna gold card the Zerusarath Under Titan. And this is important because this also denies a lurk trigger.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you don't think of the Zerusarath Under Titan as something that's incredibly threatening, but now it's also stuck as a 4/4. It will not trade with Gangplank.
Well, there's the Gangplank now. And it feels good coming down on your attack turn. So yeah, 4/4.
Okay, but Doomsbreaker will.
Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, and I think, I don't know, this is interesting. I mean, it's not often that I've seen Lurk versus TF Gangplank. Again, Lurk not a... I mean, on ladder, it's a little bit more heavily played, but in the tournament environment, not so much. And
you know, the field of TF Gangplank actually seemingly having a little bit of trouble here. I mean, the lurk field trades quite nicely with everything, and another Under Titan gonna make that even harder now.
Yep, Make It Rain and Gangplank, not the ideal, but we
Oh,
are going to get to fire off a Make It Rain. That's going to hit the Nexus and give us the Plunder proc for the Monster Harpoon.
Yeah, this worked out nicely.
You would have loved to have hit the Damage Titan, just so that you can trade it with your Jagged Butcher, but you did hit the Nexus. That's kind of what you were looking for. I don't think Zorg would have been mad whether it hit the Nexus or the damaged one, but of course did really want to hit both. And now just going to take 0 damage this turn.
Oh, if we can somehow get... Oh, no, we already have the proc for the turn, so we need next turn levels up Gangplank, right? So...
Oh, is this the Bone Skewer? The one of Bone Skewer.
Man, it feels so bad when it's a one of too, right? Like, that's terrible. You know what I've noticed too? I just noticed this game as well with Zorig. Zorig, from my experience, it plays pretty fast. I don't know if you've noticed that. I feel like Zorig plays pretty fast and furious and is pretty decisive with the moves.
Oh.
Okay, that's a dead Captain Farron. That's a dead Zorig, I think. That's a wait, no, we're that's 18 if we hit Lurk. If we hit Rek'Sai, it's game. Let's see.
Oh man, so this is not.
This is sad. That's a pike. That's
Just
a wild
pike
pike.
summon. GP gonna come out.
Okay, that's technically 2 blockers if Anomalist wants to pull the keg.
So if Anomalist plays another unit, this is a high value Twisted Fate red card.
Oh my god, yeah. This is great. Not to mention the parlay cleans up the pike, right? You just leave the pike unblocked. So let's see if there's development. What do we get? Oh my god.
I mean, it's not what you wanted to see, but it is development. The keg is still alive. You do survive here.
And we have another Gangplank. And we have 8 damage in hand with the Decimate. So things are... Okay, we're 1 off of lethal if we attack with the Gangplank.
So the parlay
block the
can't
5/5.
actually... Yeah. The Gangplank's not leveled here, right?
The Gangplank, I think, is now.
Is it?
I believe so.
I haven't kept phenomenal track this game, but... Yeah,
But
I mean,
like,
if we can clean up the board of pikes with a leveled Gangplank here, then I think Zorg just wins on that turn, right? Even if the Gangplank is 1 off of leveling, we can open the turn with a Decimate.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. We're going to level him no matter what. Yeah, he is leveled.
He's leveled, okay.
Yep. So, and not to mention, this is going to mean more overwhelm damage, even if we trade with the Lurk unit there. So, yeah, I do think this is going to be game. Actually, is this just game with the attack and 1 Decimate? 6? No, we're 1 off. We're 1 off if we went through everything. Okay, even... Ooh. Wait, this is... Okay, no. Okay, yeah.
So,
still 2
speaking
Decimate.
of 1-ofs,
We
there
win.
is 1 Rite of Negation. Okay, I was going to say, if Rite comes out onto the Gangplank ability, that's actually just game over.
Yep.
But Zorig, I think,
We got
stabilizes from here.
Yeah, because we can also kill the 5-1 with the flock, so any sort of crazy development into an open attack, I think we're pretty safe from.
Unless we predicted the single Rite of Negation.
Or we have the 1-drop. I mean, if we throw down the 1-drop Lurk unit here...
Then, yeah, that's just it.
That's actually lethal. What do we have? What is it?
Treasure Seeker is not lethal.
If there's Rek'Sai on the top when we attack, it's still
man.
lethal. Is it Rek'Sai? Okay, it's not Rek'Sai. We're good.
But is it right? Is it right? What was it?
Okay,
it's not right.
All right, we're good. Actually, I think the Rek'Sai, now looking at it, we still would have been 1 off, so. Okay. Ooh,
You
all right, we made it.
scared me. I hate when you can't do math and
I
you
scared
shout it out
myself.
into the universe.
I scare how far I am scared of how far I've made it in life, not knowing how to do math. Like right?
Zorig manages to clinch it out though. The Captain Farron coming in big for Captain Zorig Dungu, who's gonna take us on to a game number 3. And Doza, you said it, you spoke it into the universe. We're gonna get
happening.
the Caitlyn Draven Ezreal Tri-Beam and Probula. This is like almost a mix between Scion and Tri-Beam. It's definitely not a list that was standard for either. The Fallen Rider never really made its way into the Tri-Beam control decks, and there were usually a few more units than what we're seeing here, and Zonite Urchin is a 2-of. That's not normal either.
All right, here we go, baby. Tri-Beam and Probulator. Having flashbacks already, Boulevard. This is keeping it in the first hand, getting the 3-drops rolling. We got the Scorched Earth already. We're discarding cards. We got more 3-drops. Oh, this is great.
I know that a lot of players, myself especially, have been very interested in a hybrid build between the Draven Ezreal Kate and the Draven Scion. And if Zorig has managed to bridge the gap and finally find us that magical sweet spot where we can play the Lost Souls and the Improbulator and cool cards like Fallen Rider all in the same deck, I'm here for it.
All right. Also putting on some aggression here too with this Risen Rider. I'll be curious. Yep, yeah, we are gonna get the block. And this is a pretty good fearsome attack to push some more damage. This is actually pretty big too, I think, versus Lurk, right? Because Lurk, again, I feel like we always point this out with decks like Lurk, but no heal. This deck, Draven Ezreal, has always had this reputation of, you know, it can put together a lot of burn damage to just burn you out at the end of the game. We see that with the double Mystic Shot and Get Excited in hand, and we could see Anomalous T even having to sacrifice a unit to block the Draven, because 3 more damage, you're in danger zone, mate, buddy. You can't afford to take that damage.
Yeah, so there's no Decimate or Captain Farron in this list. Lost Souls is the top end, but there's still to Get Excited, you know, the Mystic Shots, the Static Shock, and yeah, this is an Ezreal deck. It's only going to take a little bit of doing, and we're actually going to go for the Paralyzing Bite onto the Chronomancer, forcing Anomalous to sacrifice the more important Fearsome blocker.
Yep, and this Arachnoid Sentry also going to feel great trading into that. I think, wow, this looks like such a good matchup for Zorig. This is just going heavenly for Zorig. I mean, this is exactly what you wanted to see, right, Boulevard?
Yeah. Have we seen Lurk pick up a win yet today? I know we saw it a little earlier.
Did it? I think it had 1 win earlier, maybe? I'm not sure.
Maybe.
So,
Get Excited gonna stop the one of Bone Skewer.
Yeah. Not going face, important enough to keep that in mind.
Yeah. But it does represent more damage because, of course, you are hitting for 4 rather than the 3, but it is nice for Anomalous to get that tool out.
And a buff onto the Tri-Beam. Let's not forget, all right? There's a Tri-Beam there in hand. We're going to see it played, hopefully.
And
I like Tri-Beam. I like the RNG. Sorry to interrupt you. I like the RNG of Tri-Beam, right? Like, it's been a while since we've had that RNG of, like, what's going to pop out? Is it going to swing the game? You know what I mean?
I can't wait for people to be up in your DMs later tonight. You love the Tri-Beam. Have you ever been hit with an Ancient Crocolith? You ever been Zinc Beamed, my friend? Because it sounds like
an
no.
Ancient Crocolith, Jesus. Oh, man. I remember that card was actually main decked for a very short period of time, of quite some time ago.
Look, sometimes you talk about decks that didn't actually exist.
Hey, it existed in my heart, okay?
Yeah, see, that's different from existing.
Okay, Caitlyn coming down. Also going to buff that Tri-Beam. Also have a Rummage in hand, too, so we might be able to utilize that with this Draven here in a second. And, yep, looks like we are going to go ahead and trade off the Draven.
Gonna go for a 7 damage Tri-Beam, it looks like.
Seems good.
And if there's no right, this very well could be lethal. Pike Spell, also an option to try and survive.
Oh,
Rummage
that's
Swarm.
the thing. Wait, oh, okay. Wow. That's a big unit.
Oh, yeah, the Rek'Sai blocker.
Wow.
And you have to block the Thrumming Swarm, but it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Zorig has the 2 Mystic Shots. This is just lethal.
Yeah. Here we go. Wait, what do we got?
Rek'Sai's Call of the Pack.
Jeez, 2 Rek'Sai's early.
Yeah. Showing off how many Rek'Sai were in the hand. And the Spinning Axe is going to give us lethal.
I gotta say, you know, Zorig X and 2. Anomalous was also X and 2. I mean, we made it this far with Lurk. Although we haven't seen Lurk do that well today, obviously, you know, Anomalous has made it this far for a reason.
Yeah.
So Lurk is a thing. It's sticking around. I don't really think it's one of the better decks. I think it's kind of one of those, like, I hope I surprise my opponent with Lurk and, like, you know, they don't know what to do or something. But it hasn't really performed that great today. But another great game there. Zorig gonna pick up a win and move 1 step closer to the top cut.
That's the thing about card game events, right? Is when we look at the top 32 and the top 32 deck lists and things like that, you don't look at like 33rd through 45th, which were also X and 2 players that had the same topping record. So even if there's like 0 Lurk in top cut, there might have been 15 Lurk just on the cusp of top cut. It's really hard to like just look at the top 32, but it's even harder to find those 33rd through 45th deck lists and try to incorporate it into stats. It's a mess, no matter how you try to do it.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, we're getting into almost the last round here, but before we do that, we have Jason Florent lined up again. We're gonna check him out, see how far he can make it. Let's see who he ended up going up against. It's Underlight. We were actually kind of joking. Maybe Jason would have to go up against Majin Day. Who knows? Maybe we'll get that in the last round here in a little bit. But going up instead against Underlight and looking like we're up 1-0 now, and not in a terrible spot. I mean, I see a rally. Rallies are good in this deck, right?
Yeah, theoretically, if Underlight just smashes the pass button for the remainder of the turn, Jason will win.
All right, there's some Poros. That's potentially some blockers there. Yep,
Ooh,
Rangers Resolve. Huge. That's big. Not a lot of cards on Underlight's side too, right? I mean, I wonder... Oh, is this also a Mystic Shot? Yes, it is.
The kind of...
Yep.
Like, patience isn't necessarily the right word, but when you're looking at your opponent's 7 Nexus life and you're sitting on 5 burn in hand, it's hard to really make the decision to actually go for the killing of a unit rather than holding out for one more burn spell.
Yep. Yeah, so this not necessarily a winning position from Jason, but still pushing for damage and removing a unit. With Underlight not having a lot of cards, not really much of anything, to be honest with you. We could still see some sort of rally win next turn, depending on what Jason top decks as well. That's okay. That's 2 rallies. That's a lot of attacks with elusive units. I'm just saying, we could just win it here.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, Jason, has something like, but not necessarily lethal.
Ooh, this is a toughie. This is
So-
tough. Oh.
What the situation that Jason is in, you know that your opponent doesn't have any burn in hand. Because if they did, they would have just killed you last turn instead of killing your puppy.
Yep.
But they can draw it. Maybe that top
Wasn't
deck should
top
get
deck.
excited.
Yeah, I think, I mean, listen, you're up 1 game. I think you just take the 6 to the face and try to win. I think you could totally do that. And yeah, Jason decides to go that route, and let's see if we can close it out with back-to-back-to-back attacks.
I don't think so, because if Underlight doesn't have burn, that means they have units. And they just get to play blockers here, and you're really only pushing a pretty minuscule amount of damage. You can get 8 damage pushed through if you just attack with the elusives, and you pull the other elusive to the side with the Fleet Feather Tracker. You can rally again for 6 damage after that, so...
You can't get it done with 2 attacks, but the
Yeah.
open attack next turn, I think, would do it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you could even do it this turn if there's no additional elusive blocker. Actually, just didn't even go for...
Yeah, no, that's why we did the barrier onto the Fleet Feather, thinking to possibly push more damage. This would actually be lethal if we do another rally.
Yeah, this is lethal if Underlight
Yep.
doesn't play 2 elusive blockers.
Well, here we go. This is going to be 5 damage. And even if this Fleet Feather pulls again with the barrier, we can always replay the Twin Blade Revenant, so it's not like that's ever going to go away as a blocker. It's not an elusive blocker, very importantly. So it's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
really
there's
gonna
just the
matter.
one... We know of the one Daring Poro. We have no idea what these other 2 cards are.
Yeah. And then there's always a chance to top deck something else for Jason. Okay, there's a Zonite.
Oh, we're
Getting rid of
discarding the Daring Poro, saying that if there's another
Oh.
rally, we do just lose to this. And it's very important to do all of this in one turn, because the open attack is not lethal. The open attack is only 5 damage, but the rally this turn is 6.
Oh, did we get the burn? We got the burn off the
Oh.
top. Feels bad. And Jason,
Yeah.
this is going to go to 1-1 now. That's game 3 in round 8. Oh, the burn top deck. Getting rewarded for the Zonite there.
It'd be like that.
Oh,
We've all died to get excited off the top. Me, you,
Oh, yeah.
everyone in the
Oh, yeah.
production call,
Oh, yeah.
everyone in chat right now.
Oh, yeah.
We have all died to top deck get excited.
The most famous way
the
to lose
solidarity
Legend
that
of
we
the Fire
have.
game. All right, so we are going to get TF Gangplank versus Rally Elusives now. Poppy Zed.
And this is not the same TF Gangplank that we just saw Zorg Dungu on. This is Bandle Pirates.
Yep.
This is the more traditional TF Gangplank deck that you're seeing this day, the Bandle City Burn deck.
All right. Now let's see what Jason gets early on here. A young witch would be great, of course, especially with these couple of Fleet Feather Trackers in hand. Sharp Sight looking like it's going to go back. All right, yep, keeping one of the Fleet Feathers. And see if we can roll the dice, get a Poppy, get a Zed, get a... Oh, okay, Young Witch. That is a good curve. That's what... Oh, that is fantastic, Boulevard. Look at this hand. This is
You've
great.
even got the Ranger's Resolve to really not get your rain made. Is that a better phrase?
Wow. Please take that back.
Not get your rain made?
Please take that back. That's something that's not gonna stick. I'll tell you
The
that
Rainmaker?
right now. All right, the Rainmaker I can see. Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, this is honestly, what more could you ask for from this Rally Elusive decks? You have a 1, 2, and a 3 in Fleet Feather, Young Witch, Zed. You have the protection for the Zed, at least with the Ranger's Resolve, depending on how you play things out, right? If you just go 1, 2, 3, you won't have the extra spell mana. But generally speaking, you're only worried about ping effects, not something like a Mystic Shot. So your Zed's a little bit safer than usual against a deck like this. It really just depends on what you go for. And it looks like we're going for Zed first with the protection instead of going for the Young Witch here.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep the mana open. The last thing that you want to do is have all these protection spells in your hand and give your opponent a window to play through them. And Dreadway Deckhand, that does signal a Make It Rain.
Yep. Yeah, now I guess the question here is, what do we do with the Fleet Feather? I don't think we ever save the Fleet Feather. I think we just kind of resign it to be killed with whatever comes down. And we just save these Twin Disciplines and the Ranger's Resolve for the Zed.
Yep, a lot of options here. Pokey Stick, Make It Rain. And it's Make It Rain, hitting all 3 units. That's probably going to be a Ranger's Resolve. It might be... So you don't push any progression of Zed level up if you use the Twin Disciplines to defend your main Zed. But Ranger's Resolve does leave it damaged. Not that that super matters in this matchup. Like, there's no Ravenous Flock or anything crazy like that. So it looks like Jason does want to push the 3 damage.
Yeah, that feels fine. And that you still have double Twin Disciplines here. We have a lot of elusive units now coming in as well. Okay, make that 3 elusive units. Oh,
I didn't know 3 was more than a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I get you.
I love I see where the math escapes you in most situations now.
Oh, man, I reverse things sometimes. Okay, like, all right, actually, serious question.
Yeah.
How much is a few?
A few is like 3.
3?
Because a couple is 2.
But a few's not 4?
No.
Because of the F? No.
That's a bunch.
That's a bunch. Okay.
That's a bushel.
Oh man. All right, looks like we are thinking about the Young Witch here. And really, I mean, a lot of options for Jason. I don't think we necessarily have to commit it. Ooh, I don't know if I like the pass because I think Underlight, if we pass it, I feel like Underlight would probably attack there, so it wouldn't have been terrible. But we do play the Young Witch.
Yeah, Underlight's got to get the Gangplank level progression going. One thing that Jason is going to have to worry about with this particular board, as well as the lack of Ranger's Resolve, is Twisted Fate.
Ooh, yes. 100%. Yeah, Ranger's Resolve. Well,
Jason's hand is actually a little mediocre if you need to use the Twin Disciplines defensively every time. You're just kind of like pillaring on the Zed. You're pillaring on a lot of units that are like going to just... One red card and all of your defensive tools are gone. Or all of your units are gone.
Do we make the argument then that maybe Twin Disciplines was the better option earlier on as opposed to...
And
well,
you
now
just
it
lose
doesn't
the
matter.
Zed.
Yeah, now it just doesn't matter. Yeah, we can't even play double Twin Disciplines here, so...
Yeah.
That's a rough loss. Oh,
Jason's
wow.
in a really awkward spot where we have the elusives and we have a couple defensive cards, but these elusives, they don't have very much attack.
Ooh.
We don't have any rallies.
Okay.
Poppy's obviously a great pickup.
Yep. That's going to buff our elusives. And not only that, Young Witch makes it so Poppy has quick attack. Let's see what we get. It's going to be the Make It Rain. Ooh, I wonder if this is setting up for another Monster Harpoon. Because this will now make it playable at 3 mana.
I think as long as Jason gets the attack off with the Poppy, he doesn't care too much if the Poppy dies. It's more about making sure that your units are no longer susceptible to Make It Rains and red cards and Pokey Sticks.
All right, well, we'll see here in a second. Do we have Monster Harpoon? If we're pulling back the blocker, that leads me to believe... Okay, never mind.
Maybe just thinking of a different blocker for some reason?
Yeah, okay, there it is. Okay, we're actually going to Monster Harpoon the elusive. Okay, I don't hate that. Oh, no, we didn't have mana. I was going to say we could have saved it with Twin Disciplines, but just shy. no 2 mana there. Interesting game for sure. We have more elusives. We could be leveling Poppy this game. Oh, that's a gangplank.
And more importantly, that's a keg.
Yup.
You don't really want to be pulling the keg with anything either, because obviously, like, Poppy is going to get quick attacks, so she's already safe from whatever she's attacking into. The rest of your units are elusive, so you really just kind of want to leave the keg around, but that's a scary prospect. And you also don't want to lose any of your units here, but taking 7 against a deck that does have a fair amount of reach is a little scary.
We could technically Twin Disciplines the Poppy and block and have Poppy live and take no damage, but then you open Poppy. I mean, if we're open attacking, I guess that doesn't matter. But I think you want to set up next turn with, like, Green Glade Duo, possibly. All right, nope, we're going to do it.
Yeah. Jason deciding that this is his best chance at victory, and I'm not inclined to disagree, perhaps.
I like it. Yeah, you get the best of both worlds, right? Like, you get to save all of your life this turn. You get to trade off the gangplank, and you can still attack perfectly fine next turn and still save your Poppy with the quick attack.
Yeah, and the Blade Scout here, I think, means that Jason just really wants something to attack the keg.
Yeah, and we're down. This has got to be an open attack then, if that's the case. There's no way after summoning the Blade
There's no
Scout.
Universe where you say, Twisted Fate, please knock me out of the seasonal.
Yeah,
I would just, I would love
please.
that, Mr. Fate.
We're gonna.
Okay, we're actually just trying to push as much damage as possible with this Young Witch while still. Never mind, we're gonna rearrange things a little bit here.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, this saves the Blade Scout. I like this. Okay, yeah, this is good. Yeah, so this is great. You can save the Poppy and the Blade Scout, which otherwise would have just been sacrificed thanks to not having elusive.
It's a third Make It Rain?
Oh man, that feels bad. That is a high roll.
The elusives were missed is the one good thing Jason has going for him. These are permanently buffed thanks to the 2 Poppies. You're knocking Underlight down to 9. You still have 6 damage worth of elusives and a Poppy in hand. Jason's, still in an okay position because Underlight is so low on cards, hasn't put down a significant threat, is hanging back those 2 cards, though, which leads me to believe we might see a Dreadway this turn.
All right, nope. It's going to be Lecturing Yordle, which is scary. I mean, that's more damage potentially going face. And if we do develop, well, that kind of prevents us from developing the Green Glade Duo now, right? I almost said Green
Unless
Glade
we want
Gluo.
to pre-commit the Ranger's Resolve, but I mean, Jason has lethal next turn. Underlight still has no elusive blockers. We have the Poppy and the Young Witch combo that's going to buff everything up. We drew just enough elusives to get this done despite not having any rallies. Underlight is by no means out of the woods, but the fact that they've been hanging on to those 2 cards and open passing with them with 6 unit mana available, and then did not immediately slam Dreadway this turn, sort of the only card that would have been indicative of hanging back this far, is a little scary. We could very well see a potential attempt at a double-up lethal from Underlight.
Oh, that is a good call, I gotta say. Yeah, when you see cards hanging around for that long, double up is a very good possibility. Right now, there's 2 targets. Ranger's Resolve would prevent it onto the Shadow Assassin, but if you are going to double up, I imagine it does go at the Green Glade Duo. I don't see any reason why we don't play or go for the Poison Dart, because you are still going to have the double up mana, and after the Ranger's Resolve is already played, I feel like it's going to feel pretty good to go ahead and use that. And then you have a second Poison Dart, or actually, no, you wouldn't have mana. I was going to say you'd have a second one from the Yordle, but you would not have mana at that point, so still gets the job done, though, I think. So let's see if we get the double up. Yep, pass it back on over. I don't think there's a reason to develop Poppy this turn to kind of set up for an open attack. I think you're fine developing next turn and going from there. If we draw a rally and there's not like 2 double up in the hand of Underlight, I do think Jason takes this next turn.
Yeah, Jason's actually in a really good spot to have lethal, even if the Green Glade Duo dies. We'll get both of gold card.
Okay, is this just, are we going for, all right, if we just attack with everything, that is pushing a fair amount of damage. This gives us enough to have mana for a Poison Dart as well.
Yeah, things not looking terrible for Underlight. If all of the damage goes through, even if just one of the 2 attack units is sort of chump blocked by that Shadow Assassin, I think you still knock Jason to 4, which is exactly double up range.
Yeah, and
It's funny too because yeah, Underlight, that's got to be a double up because if Underlight is still going for this play, knowing that Shadow Assassin can block freely, Poppy can block and trade, right? The only thing that's really dying is the Green Glade duo. So I do think we have to block with everything here if that's the case. So let's see, that's going to put us at 4. So I think Jason probably sees that very crucial number in 4 and says, hopefully worried about the double up here because I got to agree with you, Boulevard. I'm thinking it because what the other one was Twisted Fate then, right? Because we just saw the Twisted Fate. So clearly Underlight saving that Twisted Fate, knowing that that's going to be a pretty key card, especially with a keg. Same thing with double up. I mean, that's a game-ending card if we save it for the right time. Then
well, so what Jason has done is they put themselves in double up range, but cleared off every double upable unit if we go for the open attack. And the open attack is lethal because Poppy will buff up both of these units to 4 attack each, and then the Young Witch putting one of them to 5 is going to be 9 damage. And because they're tough, you can't knock them down into double up range. You can knock Poppy down to 2 HP, but she's just going to go right back up to 3 on the attack.
Yeah. And yep, we're going face instead.
I mean, there are 6 shrooms in the deck.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Jason could just draw 3 right here. Didn't happen.
Nope, we're
That's
going
crazy.
for the... So this is going to be... Yep, that's only... All right, no, yeah, there's the 9 damage thanks to the +1
that's
from
what I was
Young
talking
Witch.
about.
Yep. All right. Does Underlight have it? We can also, like... Oh my god, we can put, like...
double up, but it's all down to a top deck now. There's no...
there
okay.
it is.
Just a pass.
Woo! Jason, I'm going to move on to round 9. And potentially, like you said earlier, I mean, we'll see what happens in round 9. It's Jason, no stranger to round 9, still being on the cusp of trying to make the top cut, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, it's not like Jason is just going to fail out of every win and in for the rest of his life, right? Like, eventually the man makes it through. He's obviously skilled at Legends of Runeterra.
Yes.
It has to happen. And it might be this seasonal. It might not be. But we're certainly going to stick around to find out.
Statistically speaking, if you get there 100 times, like one of them must get you in, right? So, but with that said, that's going to do it for round 8, which means we got 1 round left. So we're going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the last round of the day, and that's going to mean who is making the top cut. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final round in just a bit of the seasonal. And I'm joined by Boulevard. It's been a long day today, Boulevard, but we have made it. We're here for round number 9. And boy, has it been a trip. I mean, we've seen some awesome games in round 7 and 8. It's been a crazy last couple of rounds. I do want to go ahead and keep everybody kind of apprised of the situation with some of the key players, the players to watch, and what their records are. So this is not a not a name I'm sure many people have heard, but we did see this player in round 7, and that is Blow My Nexus. They are currently they have made it into the top cut with a very unique lineup, which we went over earlier. So if you guys are interested, definitely go ahead, check the stream after the fact, the VODs. But otherwise, we got Kochua sitting at 6-2, Majin sitting at 6-2. Beast Llama has currently secured a top cut. Lazy Guga at 6-2, who was a previous top cutter as well. Black Boss 6-2, which could mean a 5th top cut for Black Boss. Right, the only other person that would have 5 is Majin or What Am I if they both get in. Shadox at 6-2, Cephalopod at 6-2, Manasia at 6-2, and Jason Florent at 7-1 currently. But Boulevard, what do we have lined up for round 9 right now?
We are going to be running it back with Zorig Dungu, the triple Noxus champion, the one bringing back Draven, Ezreal, Caitlyn, saying it was a fluke that it didn't top the Beyond Bandlewood season game, with a very interesting take on it. This is not what the old Draven, Ezreal, Caitlyn decks were looking like. The Fallen Rider is some new technology, no Captain Farron, and of course just running Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth, and all 3 of the decks having a very singular strategy, saying I really like this removal package.
Yeah, we saw it eat up Lurk earlier too. Again, Lurk not super prevalent, but this sort of deck with the Mystic Shots, with the Get Exciteds, the Tri-Beams especially deal with some of the bigger lurkers. I dealt with it quite easily, so I'm curious to see what other decks that Draven Ezreal might have a pretty good matchup against. Because honestly, I mean, I've looked at a lot of matchup tables, as I'm sure you have, Boulevard, and Draven Ezreal isn't really on those tables much anymore.
No, you need to hit a certain minimum number of games played to get into the matchup charts, and Teemo Swain actually has some really good-looking ones. It's one of the reasons that Zorig has included it in the triple Noxus lineup.
Yeah, this deck, again, starting to become one of my favorite decks. It's basically, like I said, it's the wrong T, but it's still a good one. Teemo and Swain, instead of the old school TF Swain, doing a lot of what that deck used to do. It controls the game a little bit with things like Death's Hand and Pokey Sticks and Poison Darts, even with the Lecturing Yordles generating even more Poison Darts that can either go face or act as removal. And I think that's one of the good things about this deck, right? It's very flexible in, do I use the removal on the field, right? Or do I just try to burn them out and go face towards the end of the game with things like Death's Hand, Pokey Stick, and Poison Dart.
And then rounding it out, this is where the Twisted Fate went. It's not with the Swain, it's with the Gangplank. And this is more or less TF Swain with Gangplank and Dreadway instead of Leviathan and Swain, Captain Farron rounding out for the third boat. And we saw this deck perform pretty admirably if you can draw the Gangplank on 5. Zorig hyper accelerated the GP level in game 1 and then just failed to draw it. In game 2, he executed a little bit better and actually drew the champion. Things work out a lot better when you draw your champions, as any Gangplank player will tell you, regardless of the build that they are going for, be it this, Bandle, Pirates, or Plunder.
Yeah, and there's something about TF, man. I mean, if you got a Keg and you got a TF, that is never going to feel bad paired with something like a red card. So we saw that happen a couple times last round. That is something to keep an eye out for. But overall, Zorig, again, the brother of Filthy Gamer Weeb, we've constantly kept an eye on Zorig in many different seasonals. If Zorig's able to top cut here, that's going to be Zorig's third. We mentioned this last round. Then kind of moves up to that next echelon of players there, as there are a lot of people that have topped 2 seasonals, but not so many have topped 3, and that would be 5 between the 2 brothers. Like I said, Filthy Gamer Weeb and Zorig. So very exciting stuff to see how far Zorig's going to be able to make it today.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on information on the opponent, what kind of decks they're going to be running. But Doza, there's a deck that I noticed that we haven't seen at all today, not even once. And I don't even think we saw it in anyone's lineup and it got banned. And that's Sivir Akshan.
The second you said that, I'm like, I know it's Sivir Akshan. My God, you're right. And I couldn't be happier. I could not be happier, man. That's so similar to like Draven Ezreal used to be that deck that we always saw. There was a time where Sivir Akshan, that was that deck back when like Ruin Runner, pre-nerf of Ruin Runner, right? It was always around. Even post-nerf Ruin Runner, Sivir Akshan still seemed like it was dominating so much. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure people brought it. Like, I'm positive people brought it today. So we've just missed it on the people that we've seen. And I'm sure there'll be some in the top cut, don't get me wrong. But we've avoided it, and I really don't feel like it's going to have a prevalence in the top cut. I mean, you're looking at maybe, I would guess somewhere between 2 to 4 people might have it, and that might be pushing it.
Yeah, so the main problem with Sivir Akshan is that 2 of its worst matchups are Plunder and Scion. And for those of you that have watched the stream for more than 10 minutes, you might have noticed that there's a lot of plunder and scion.
Yeah, just a tad. And I'm not gonna lie, I've said this for a while now about Draven Scion in particular, right? Don't get me wrong, it's still a good deck. After the nerf to Draven, among other things, it just doesn't feel like it has the same oomph that it did a little while ago. It just seems like it's an okay deck. You can play it in your lineup. It's kind of, you wait till 7.
I got to cut you off there, Doza, because we do have Zorg's opponent. It is seasonal champion Duckling, and we are going to be taking a look at Duckling's lineup very quickly, see if there's a Scion in there. Starting off with Darkness, actually, a personal favorite of Jay Doza's. He religiously plays this deck on ladder. He can't get enough of it. The optimization, it's all him. That's a Stalking Shadows that I spy.
That's a new one. Actually, I want to say we did actually see that one time in the past, but it's definitely not something that
did you see it, or did a conchologist make it? Because those are two very different things.
Yeah, now that I say that and you say that, I'm almost positive it was a conchologist now. But yeah, ever since this card, again, for those of you who might be new, this used to be a 2-cost spell, which was played everywhere. It was one of the reasons why Nightfall was very good.
One of the reasons that Duckling won a seasonal.
Duckling won a seasonal.
Was it 2 or 3 mana when Duckling won the seasonal? I think it was 3.
I don't know. I
thought it was 3.
2.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter.
This card hasn't existed since
a very different deck that Duckling won the seasonal with, though. That was with the Cythria Matron, now running this card back in the Vygar Senna. And then taking a look at the next deck here, it looks like, oh man, he's actually just kind of running back a lot of his old favorites. We've got the Fizz Twisted Fate here.
My.
For those of you that have never known the terror of TF Fizz, this looks quite different than the original, but the Wiggly Burblefish is still there. The Mind Meld is still there. Pick a card still at a 3 of. This is, if you ever hear anyone talk about this, this was the best deck in Runeterra. This is the highest performing deck in all of Runeterra. Not this version. It looks a lot different now, but this is definitely going to bring back some bad memories for the opponents.
So 2 things stick out to me. Well, 3 things really. The Kelp Maidens, which is every time it strikes, you get a
prank.
A prank. Purpleberry Shake, which is make one of your units, not your opponent's unit. Very key there.
A 3/3. Yeah.
And one that I actually, not going to lie, I had to look up because I have literally never seen this card played yet. Mirai Songstress.
That's if you played a spell, you get elusive, right?
Yeah, if you cast a spell this round, grant me elusive. So going a little bit more all in on the ability to go wide with elusives. You get the Bandle Commando there as well, too. So, yeah, much different than what we've seen in the past. The Wiggly Burblefish as well going wide. So I can't wait to see this. I'm not going to lie. I'm very happy about this round 9 matchup now.
And then the last deck. This is a deck, this last deck that Duckling has is actually something that I've been wondering about lately. Teemo Ezreal Foundry. It really hasn't seen competition since Duckling won a seasonal with it.
Yeah, very surprised to see this as well. I mean, it's been a hot minute. We've seen this about as much as we've seen mid-range Frostbite lately.
Yeah, I think it was Icado that actually got second place at the Rise of the Underworld seasonal with this. I just remember he had a very anti-control lineup, and I believe that Foundry was a part of that.
And I think the last seasonal was almost entirely off the board, right? I feel like nobody.
Yeah, there was no Freljord last seasonal. Absolutely none.
Yeah.
And between Plunder and Thralls, we knew Freljord was going to make a big resurgence this seasonal. I didn't know it was going to be such a big resurgence that Foundry was going to do it, but as the one player that has won a seasonal with it, if anyone was going to do it, it's going to be Duckling. And I do want to mention, it's not clear cut on whether or not this is a win-in for Duckling. Their ladder position is not in the best spot, but everything's kind of up in the air here at the Between Worlds seasonal, so it's not out of the question for Duckling to make it if they win.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit close. Zorig, on the other hand, a pretty good shot if Zorig's able to get it there. Again, not sure if this is confirmed, but I feel like Zorig definitely makes it if Zorig takes the W here, so we'll see. Nonetheless, this is going to be a great matchup here. I'm very excited. I said earlier I was excited to see Draven Ezreal. Now I'm excited to see TF Fizz, like all in one tournament. I don't think I never thought I'd say that, because actually back in the day, I think TF Fizz, Draven Ezreal was also prominent back then as well, right? They kind of existed in the same meta.
More or less, yeah.
So now we're seeing them both here again, which is kind of weird. I feel like I'm going blast from the past here, but yeah, I'm definitely excited for yet another great round here in round 9, Zorg and Duckling.
Here's I'm not excited for this, and I'll tell you why.
Jesus. All right, bye, guys.
It is a known fact about me, Boulevard, that I hate casting Teemo decks because it's very mentally taxing trying to do math and tell you what the optimal play is. I'm pretty sure Zorig is looking to 2-0 the Teemo deck because all 3 of his decks are playing 2 copies of Scorched Earth, which means we're probably getting 2 to 3 Teemo games.
Lest I remind you, one of the best games that we ever cast, if not the best game to this date, involved shrooms. How can you hate on Teemo so much?
I just explained it to you because I hate doing math and trying to tell you if it was optimal to play the chump lump and then play the shroom thing, or if it's better to make your opponent draw a card. I hate it, man. I can't stand it.
Boulevard, just rely on me to do the math. It's fine. I got this.
Do you want to know what your stats are on doing math correctly? Because I've kept track of that. And that's a math that I can do.
If you can't do math, then that means you can't do the stats on my math. So
I can't not do math. I have an unwillingness to do math publicly on the spot, especially when you are so willing to jump in there and just shout out the wrong number.
Yeah, it's a bad...
Your confidence inspires all.
It's bad. One day I'll get things right.
That's okay. I'm still going to toss it to you for the math on everything, including whether or not it was good to play the Shroom or a second Foundry or whatever have you. But we are going to be getting into the match now. Bans are not done yet. We're just going to take a look at them. And still a minute left on the prep phase. What are you thinking ban-wise?
Oh boy. Well, like you mentioned, probably thinking we can beat the Teemo decks here, right? I don't know. I feel like on the side of Zorig, we probably... I mean, honestly, listen, I feel like you might ban Twisted Fate Fizz. Like, that's a scary deck. And it's a deck that you don't really see a lot of right now. So possibly we see Zorig take care of that TF Fizz. On the other side, I'm not really too sure what we ban. Maybe the... Well, no, if we think we're going to... Maybe the Draven Ezreal then. So maybe, so we're maybe actually be banning the 2 decks that are now starting to see a little bit of a comeback here.
I cannot, for the life of me, remember how the Darkness Draven Ezreal matchup went. And I don't know why. I feel like I should be able to remember, but that was a different time, right? That was back when we had Challenger on Lost Souls. I mean, that's really what did it for Draven Ezreal, right? It was like losing the Challenger on Lost Souls just completely knocked the deck out of the meta. It wasn't even really played before that change happened, and it's just knocked it down another peg. So it looks like the Darkness will be the ban, as will this Teemo Swain. I guess Duckling just really wanted to avoid a Teemo mirror match, and I can't blame him.
We're gonna get TF Fizz from the get. Let's go. All right.
TF Fizz versus TF Gangplank. This is... that is... I don't know if we've seen this before, especially not this iteration of TF Fizz. This is very interesting. Duckling, always a bit of a memer. Very excited to see what plays he can pull out of his hat here if he can become our first 2-time seasonal champion.
Oh, boy. All right. First, NA 2-time seasonal champion.
That's just... There have never been 2 seasonal champions.
I know. Oh, man. All right. So, very curious again.
Is there warning shot in this deck? Hold on, I gotta check. This is safe, right?
This
is there Poro cannon?
There's no war. I don't think there's a warning.
Is there Poro cannon?
No, there's the Shiny Mo. Okay, we're good. No 0 mana spells.
I have to like fumble. I'm like, oh god, parlay onto a Fizz. We've seen this go wrong so many times, but yeah, no 0 mana spells as you had mentioned.
Do have an Otterpus. All right. Now, I'm curious to see how the pranks come into play here. The old school TF Fizz didn't really rely on pranks really for much of anything. We do have the trinket trades as well as the Otterpusses and the Kelp Maidens, so a lot of prank generation there. Curious to see how it interacts with everything.
And really not a lot of great ways to deal with elusives on the side of Zorig. The one thing they do have is that a lot of these units only have 1 or 2 HP, and Pokestick is the only removal that Duckling has for kegs. So a keg red card pretty likely to work out.
All right, and speaking of which, we got 2 red card possibilities now. We get 2 Twisted Fates back to back there. Could also go for a blue card, fill up that spell mana, and already starting with the pick of cards. Here we go. This is what we're used to, Boulevard. Just draw, right?
Oh boy. So pick a card.
Okay, 3
Okay,
TFs.
so your hand is now unprankable, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Which it does go to a card in the deck then, if that's the case.
Man. So back in the day, pick a card Twisted Fate on 4 meant that Twisted Fate leveled on 5. That's not quite the case anymore, but Duckling might try and go for it. There's nowhere near as much draw power in this deck as there used to be. Rummage and stress testing a little bit better than something like Hidden Pathways, but Duckling has a chance to level the TF if we can protect it from this Make It Rain, which we do have Purple Berry Shake and Stress Defense for.
Yeah, and that's probably exactly why those are in there. Stress defense seems great. There's Purple Berry Shake getting all big and buffed up there. And we'll see if we have some more draw to follow it up. Twisted Fate could still technically deal with this Twisted Fate. On the side of Zorig, there's another pick a card.
Yeah, Duckling's just trying to turbo level the Twisted Fate. And if there's another protection spell, I mean, this could even still not get through a stress defense.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, there it is. There's the stress defense.
Zorig is starting to realize that this Twisted Fate might level.
Yeah, and if it levels in response to like a TF red card coming down, or even, well, you might even have to do gold card to ensure that it dies at that point, right?
7 out of 9. A hidden pathways and Twisted Fate levels. I didn't think we were going to see a Twisted Fate level up today, I'll be honest.
No, neither did I. I mean, it usually does not level in TF Gangplank. I mean, it's usually just there for, you know, red card keg, stuff like that. But here we go. Duckling going to get an honor push down. And there is 3 hidden pathways. I wouldn't be surprised if we do have it. And 3 Pokestick for that matter. I mean, there's a lot of... There it is.
Oh, there's the hidden pathways, and that means TF levels.
Yep,
so,
I knew it.
If you've never seen Twisted Fate level before, let me break it down for you. The first card you play each turn, gonna give you a blue card. It's gonna draw a card, get you a spell mana. Second card is gonna be a red card, and your third card is gonna get you a gold card. So all the cards that you play on entry, you get for your first, second, and third card each turn. Like this, there goes the blue card.
Oh boy. Now, and here's the other thing about a level TF. So thank you for that great explanation, Boulevard. Another explanation is generally... you have a much lower win percentage if you allow a Twisted Fate to level. Because the other problem, too, is even if you kill this one at 1 health, there's others in the deck. And there's a very good shot they're going to come out. Okay, that's one thing I like about Prank. Prank's actually a great activator, now that I'm looking at it, for Twisted Fate's, you know, cards once he's leveled up. So I kind of like that interaction there.
So here's a question. Can Zorig level their own Twisted Fate? The answer is probably no, because Gold card will kill this Twisted Fate. So as long as Duckling plays any card in their deck, this TF dies right here.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's hidden pathways. Zorig is looking a little scared. So, I mean, we mentioned earlier, right? Zorig's plan is probably to 2-0 the Teemo. You have 3 Scorched Earth decks. We're only drawing champions, apparently.
And they're both fleeting. That feels bad. We can't play
Zorig
both.
does not look happy.
No, that's and now the Fizz comes down leveled. This is not great, Boulevard.
Zorig's getting flashbacks. Zorig was a big TF Fizz player as well. Even after the nerfs, like in the Thresh Nasus format, he was still playing TF Fizz.
Oh man. I love seeing this deck come back right now, especially in this meta. Completely different meta, and it's doing work right now versus a pretty common deck. Here we go. We get the Prank again to trigger one of these cards. This Hand of Duckling is insane right now. What is it, 9?
Sorry, which of these is the common deck, Doza?
TF Gangplank's a whole hell of a lot more common than TF Fizz.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah. No,
there might be just as many TF Fizz as TF Gangplank Noxus in this tournament.
I don't know. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an irrelevant point anyway, right? But what we are trying to get at here is things looking real bad for Zorig. Duckling has done a phenomenal job of protecting the Twisted Fate into the level up, and now Zorig has to make a consideration on which one of his champions he wants to lose, decides that Gangplank is just more important. We can try and kill this Twisted Fate with the Parlay, but Duckling does still have more stress defenses and Purple Berry Shakes.
We can kill the Gangplank with Longtooth. Oh man. This is great. We don't typically see Longtooth generated from a leveled up Fizz. I mean, the only other deck really playing Fizz right now, there's some Lee Sin floating around with Fizz, but instead we're just gonna get the gold card.
What about Bandletree?
Oh, sorry, Bandletree as well. Okay.
Deck.
We've seen like no Bandletree today, by the way.
Zorig actually just making sort of the informed decision and saying, you know what? I'm not killing any of these units. There's still too much protection. I'm just gonna send the Parlay at the Nexus. I'm not gonna play greedy. I'll kill these units on the open attack, and that's how I'm gonna do it. Because even if you get to the red and gold card, the Powderful Explosion still goes off, although it won't be nearly as impactful because the red card will clear out the keg.
The problem is... Oh, actually, yeah, I wonder... I think we have to get to a gold card. I mean, this is a lot of damage being represented from Zorig. Ooh, and Death's Hand is even more damage. I mean, this is... definitely a little scary for Duckling. What I will say is if Duckling can live on the crackback, Duckling probably has it. Just with the sheer card advantage we have, there's probably a lot of elusive units in there. We saved the TF with a Purple Berry Shake, which now could get taken out with the Death's Hand. Because that might
Yeah.
signal to Zorig, okay, Duckling doesn't have another activator to put on the stack right now, or doesn't want to anyways. Maybe I go with the Death's Hand.
Well,
Let's see if we do it.
if Duckling passes here, Zorig just hits OK and wins the game. So Duckling has to get the red card before we can force out the Death's Hand.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, the 2 plus the 6 with the Gangplank is lethal. Let's see what else gets tossed out here.
Surely, with
gotta
all
be
these
something,
cards in
yeah,
hand, Duckling's, Hidden Pathway
There
is
we
going to
go.
give us the red card, and the red card, at the very least,
The
will
keg.
prevent the lethal because it will kill the keg and leave us at 2.
Which is still outside of the range of Death's Hand too, which is important. But we do
What?
have Death's Hand and TF.
I was going to say, if Duckling hits OK here, he actually loses to red card plus Death's Hand.
Death's Hand. Okay, yeah.
So
there's the
we
gold
make
card.
it all the way to gold.
I think that's probably game now, just because Duckling's going to have elusives. I mean, Death's Hand takes care of one elusive unit, and from there
Yeah.
it's rough.
So the scary part here as well is if you Death's Hand this Twisted Fate, you might just open yourself up to a second Twisted Fate getting played.
Yep.
And then just recycling blue, gold, red throughout this turn a second time.
Which, let's be honest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, hey, there's a total of 10 cards. Do you think there's another Twisted Fate in hand? I would put some money on the fact there's another Twisted Fate in
It's
hand, Boulevard.
statistically likely
So,
if we're just looking at the raw numbers.
yeah, see, and now look, we got, there's another elusive. This is kind of what I thought. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a Mind Meld floating around somewhere.
I mean, this is
in
a
there.
pretty nice looking red card.
Oh, yeah. If only we had a keg. If only. But this does kill 2 of the units, and we do still have Death's Hand to follow up on another one of them. So this does require Duckling to commit some more elusive units, potentially play Mind Meld. There's another elusive unit.
And Duckling is out of Purple Berry Shakes. We used 2 of them in that instance, but this is just too many elusives. If there's a Mind Meld that comes out, Zorg's not going to have an answer for that.
What do we have off the top, though? That's another Death's Hand. Not enough. Not quite enough, I think. Come on, rip the Mind Meld. It's been so long. It's been so long, Boulevard.
Okay, hold on. Mind Melt. Over, under 15.
Under 14. I
Under?
think it's at 14.
Okay, here comes Mind Melt. We can see
Mind
it.
Meld, what do we got?
This better be a Mind Melt.
What is it? Was it 18? Does that say 18? Oh no, 13.
13.
All right,
Okay,
off.
you
All
got
right,
it.
cool.
You got it.
Woo!
Under.
We're close. Wow, I'm actually surprised. There's a lot of spells that were played too, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to level a Twisted Fate, it's going to cost some spells.
Wow, I can't. Zorg, it almost looked like Zorg was gonna cry there for a second. Like, it's like 13. Like, okay, you got me. You got me. All right, Jesus. Zorig going down to the TF bit. Wow, that's scary, Boulevard. That deck was so good there. Granted, it's versus a I would argue lesser deck of the format right now. Like, it's not one of like the big 5 decks that we're really seeing.
Big 5. Let's talk about Big 20.
Well, yeah, you know, I still think. All right, you're crazy. I still think we see a lot more TF Gangplank than you're giving it credit for. All right. I feel
think
like
you're
that's a
blind.
decently popular deck. All right.
Really?
Wait, is it on this? Hold on. This is. Oh, it's not even on this. Yeah. This. What do you? Oh. All right, because are you differentiating between the Bandle City version and the Noxus? That's your point. Is you're saying the Noxus one isn't played as much?
Absolutely. They're 2
Okay,
completely different decks.
They are. I guess. I'll give you that.
I didn't realize you were trying to lump Bandle Pirates in.
Dude, listen. When I see TF Gangplank, to me, like, they are different decks, but
You're like, oh, it's all the same.
Yeah, it's all the
Ravenous Flock.
Because even
double up, they're the same.
Even the Bandle City Twisted Fate Gangplank is really not played too much. It's one of the lower play rate decks.
That one, I think, makes it into the top 10 conversation in terms of deck popularity, but yeah, I see where you're getting at now. But Zorg gonna run it back on this TFGP, and, you know, has the Make It Rain in the opening, but if there's one thing we know about Teemo, especially the Freljord version, Make It Rain doesn't necessarily kill it. There's Troll Chance, there's Elixir of Irons, there's an Elixir of Iron, and because we don't have the 3 mana, we can't follow this up with a Ravenous Flock. But it does still give us the Gangplank level up proc for the turn. I'm going to try to keep track of how many shrooms are in deck. I might lose track very quickly, but
Well,
at
you're
the
at
moment,
4 now.
we're... I missed that because I was writing it down.
That's why I said 4. I knew it. I was like, oh, there's one off the top.
I'm looking at my paper, writing down 5. I'm going to look up C4 and be like, okay, apparently I don't even know what Teemo does.
All right, Mystic Shot taking care of the Butcher. So far so good for Duckling. I mean, we're pretty healthy going into turn 4. We have Teemo staying on board. I mean, there's another Make It Rain, which I imagine, yeah, we'll just fire that off, and let's see if Duckling has yet again some more protection. And nope, don't got it.
And that does put us at 3 out of 5 on the GP. That one I'm sure of.
Also get the Jagged Butcher down. Like, I really feel like, oh yeah, I feel like Zorg's in a pretty good spot. When as the Foundry player, you're getting Foundry down this early, that kind of signals a pretty poor hand on the side of Duckling, and that means more resources to your opponent earlier on in the game, which is very, very risky. Usually you want to wait to play Foundry until you kind of already have the setup for lethal, or at least a fair amount of shrooms in the opponent's deck, and it's not looking great for Duckling having that down already.
Nope, and we are going to get a little bit more damage pushed for Zorg, and Duckling actually expending a little bit more draw before there's really a considerable amount of shrooms in the deck, right?
Yeah, this is terrible. We're still at 4. I can't. This has got to be an absolutely horrid hand from Duckling. Those 4 cards sitting there to the left that we had last turn too. Oh my god.
I mean,
this is terrible.
We talked about this a lot when Teemo Ezreal was a little bit more popular, where you get into these situations where like your deck requires the Foundry draw to function, and your opponent's doesn't necessarily. So even if you're both low on cards, your card quality is probably a lot lower than your opponent's is.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the other consideration here, I mean, maybe Duckling has seen this matchup before, and this is how to play it, right? You just max out both hands, and because you're getting units down like Veteran Investigator, slowly but surely, the board will even itself out, and you just win the long game because eventually the deck count will get lower for your opponent. You'll exacerbate how many shrooms are put in, how fast, and you end up winning the game that way. I mean, it's definitely an odd way to think about it, but maybe that's what Duckling's going for.
Maybe. Or maybe Duckling's just dying, because that is a full board clear on the kegged up red card. That is a level up on the Gangplank, which does mean at worst the Powderful Explosion damage is coming in next turn, and Duckling actually just throwing down a Chump Wump. Obviously, the name of this deck for the longest time is more or less Frostbite Foundry. So now we get to see how many Frostbite cards are in the 7 unknowns that Duckling is going to have in hand after the Foundry and draw for turn.
Yeah, I think this is too tough, too, with Gangplank. I mean, we got a really early level of Gangplank here. I mean, that's what happens when you draw so many cards, right? I mean,
yeah. And one thing that Duckling's going to need to be cognizant of is the Twisted Fate level. Because, yes, you can try and play for deck out if your opponent is, or even just the shrooms if your opponent is, like, blue carding every turn, right? But those red cards will kill you pretty quickly, especially if Gangplank is generating a keg every turn.
All right, let's see. All right, we're finally putting some shrooms in, I guess.
9.
No, 8. Right, 8.
We drew another one?
You missed the draw. Way to go. All right, there we go. Now
7.
we're at 7. And imagine,
1 for 3. 12.
Listen,
okay, now I'm at a 50-50.
Oh, wait, God, wait. What are we at now? I lost count.
12.
You sure?
I was until you asked, if I'm being honest. I would have bet my life on it, and then you asked if I was sure, and suddenly all hope green from me.
Suddenly I questioned my whole entire life.
Yeah. So Duckling down to 5. Zorig. I mean, even if the Twisted Fate dies here, we do have a second one on top of the parlay that we have, on top of the fact that Dreadway is coming down this turn.
Zorig burning a hand. There's 2. We're down to 10.
10.
See, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's something to be said about drawing so many cards that you have so little cards left that you have a chance to draw higher shrooms. I'm just throwing it out there. It could be a thing. All right?
Oh, Zorg's actually not going for the Dreadway. Instead, just going to Arachnoid Sentry and Flock this unit.
Listen, I've played against Frostbite Foundry before, and if there's one thing you don't want sticking around for too long, it is Puff Cat Peddler. I do like getting rid of it ASAP here. Ooh, and Ezreal coming down as well. So we got 2 threats we have to deal with here. Let's see. I mean, we do also have the Death's Hand now to deal with the Ezreal when it comes in, so... Or sorry, not the Death's Hand, the Parlay. We don't... Technically, we have the Monster Harpoon.
Well, this kills it with the keg.
Oh, there's a keg on board. Okay, never mind. So we have protection. Okay.
So even with the protection, though, this is going to still hit the Nexus and reduce the cost of the Monster Harpoon down to 2. So it looks like this was a last-ditch effort by Duckling. Zorig kind of cheering a little bit prematurely, but I can't imagine Duckling's going to be able to stop this Monster Harpoon. A 0-mana Thermo Beam onto the Gangplank just to try and level the Ezreal. So we're going to respond by killing both units and taking the win with the open attack. Duckling losing a few points as a memer for using the Sweaty Ezreal rather than the Caitlyn. Gaining it all back, though, with the Teemo emote. So Duckling, net neutral, possibly positive with his meme points here.
All right, listen, I gotta say, though, that was a very good last-ditch effort from Duckling. If some of that stuff landed, like Ezreal hitting Nexus with Fury of the North and generating a Mystic Shot, like, there's a pretty good shot we might have been able to deal enough damage here. No shrooms. Okay, never mind. Maybe not then. If we got two draws with no shrooms, I take it all back. That's lethal. And Zori going to tie it up here in round 9. Going to take us to a game 3.
Now, if you told me, Boulevard, here's a list of the top 10 decks in the game right now. I'm going to look at that, I'm going to study it, I'm going to memorize it, I'm going to do my analytical thing, I'm going to figure out what the best lineup looks like. And then you come to me and say, actually, throw that out the window. The last game that you're going to cast in this seasonal is Foundry versus Draven Ezreal.
And we just saw TF Fizz win. So, no. None of this, I will say, from round 7 on, very unexpected things happening.
I am very excited to see how many one-ofs are in the top cut because one of the predictions that I made a lot of predictions for the seasonal, as I always do. The one that I was pretty confident in is that no deck was going to take up more than half of the top cut, right? Nothing's going to put 16 or more people into top cut.
Yeah, you're good on that.
So far, with the 6 seasonals we've had, we're 50-50 on a deck taking up more than half a top cut. But with how many spicy one-ofs we're seeing in the end of the day, no shot, right?
Oh, no. There's no. I mean, well, I'm trying to think of, like, Draven Scion, but even then, like, people that had these spicy decks, they didn't really have Draven Scion in their lineup. So, yeah. I mean, Draven Scion would be the only one I think that would even have, or Thralls. And if it might be
Plunder,
Thralls.
huh?
Thralls might. No, I think we've seen more Thralls than Plunder.
If anything, it'd be Elusive Rally, right?
Oh, good point. No, well, I feel like we've seen Thralls on screen more today.
We've seen like 5 players out of like a couple hundred.
Well, that's what I mean. So like it might just be because we've only seen those players, but yeah.
Yeah, we just straight away scorched earth onto the Foundry. This is why Draven Ezreal historically was dominating this matchup. The Foundry deck usually requires Foundry to like play the game as effectively as they normally do because again, the Frostbites aren't even super effective in a matchup like this. Zorg only has 1 unit, but he's got triple Tri-Beam Improbulated. It's been so long since I've seen this that I actually forgot the name of the card for a second there.
The card that does some stuff. It kills some stuff.
Yeah, the one that summons units and summons Crocolites and swings matchups and divides the community on whether or not Draven should have been nerfed.
We have... Wow, this hand too. I mean, we have another 3-cost card.
We actually don't get Nex.
2 more Tri-Beam. Yeah, we have so many cards in hand. Looks like, we're going for the flock, the insta-flock onto this Peddler. Again, I love this from Zorig. Definitely seeing the high priorityness of that card. And we have plenty of fodder for both Get Exciteds. If we want to go ahead and utilize one of those will also buff up the Tri-Beams. We have all 3 Tri-Beams in hand with plenty of 3-cost cards, Boulevard. That is good.
Elegantly put, as always.
That is good. You done good.
Nice. So Zorg has a pretty safe turn, though. Generally, it's going to take multiple spells to protect the Teemo from just a Get Excited. So it's just going to be like, Get Excited, kill the Teemo, stack up these Tri-Beams, and try to just like tempo out the Tri-Beams on turns like 7, 8, and 9 to just end the game. Clear out the board, make sure that Brittle Steel isn't an option in terms of frostbiting these units. And we're actually just going to Tri-Beam the Teemo straight away for 5.
I think it's dead. Maybe.
Even if there is 3 protection spells for this Teemo, Get Excited comes out in response, buffs the Tri-Beam up to 6 damage, and probably pushes 3 into the Teemo.
All right, there it is, and we have that's a card. Okay.
It's Fearsome, which I don't think means anything in this matchup. I'm pretty sure everything's a Fearsome blocker. Maybe there's Avarosan Sentries.
It actually gets a buff from the Arachnoid Sentry earlier, too. It gets +1/+1 for every stun of recall, so that's nice. At least it's evenly statted for a 5-drop there. Wow, we still have 2 more Tri-Beams. I mean, this could get out of hand real fast. Those Get Exciteds have face written all over them, too. I mean... We're realistically only needing to do 8 more damage, so we just have to work our way through these blockers on the side of Duckling. But that's easier said than done. I mean, there's a lot of Frostbite in this deck. All right, yeah, there we go. We're getting some of this draw power going too, drawing some shrooms. There's some more burn though. Now we only need to deal 6 damage.
Drawing all the right cards here. And now actually pushing to see if we can get some more damage with the units on the side of Duckling, even willing to sacrifice up this Puff Cap Peddler here.
Yeah, and Zorig might just take the 3. Actually, yeah, just going to take the 3, see if any Frostbites come out, and then we'll try and commit Mystic Shots or Get Exciteds to protect one of our units that is being frostbitten or guarantee a trade. And it looks like another Spinning Axe is going to get used here onto the Rummage. Zorig might actually have a tough time casting these Get Exciteds a little bit later on.
Yeah, now that we're using these and we're losing our Draven, I got to agree. I thought we might see an Elixir of Iron come out onto the Puff Cap Peddler, but the Axe is going to do it. We do get one more Axe, though, with the Draven dying, so getting the strike effect off. And Duckling running out of resources, though. This is a hell of a Tri-Beam. If there's another unit developed, we have another Tri-Beam. So the board parity is going to be really in the favor of Zorig here.
And when Protege can even swing a unit out of the way, Aftershock going to take that down, and Zorig's got to be happy to see Burn not going at the Nexus.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Top deck Foundry, I think, is something you probably want to see from Duckling right about now. Or an Ezreal, but it's going to instantly die, so I take that back. Yep, there's the Darius emote. And Tri-Beam. Let's see what pops out of this bad boy now. That is the third Tri-Beam now.
And Zorig, counting up the damage, currently has 10 sitting in hand.
Oh, okay.
See another 3 Sisters for another Fury of the North, but there's a Flock. And you can see Zorig popping off a bit there.
He is so souped. Oh, my God.
Dusk Rider coming out. I forgot that was buffed to a 3/5.
Oh, my God.
There's the kill. Zorig still has to push some unit damage next turn, though, and, Harsh Winds is sort of a hallmark of this deck, but is actually not in Duckling's list.
Wow. This is...
And, yeah, these connect.
Yep,
that is going to do it. Zorig, Dungu going to be able to fire off the Mystic Shot, Get Excited Bonanza here, and move on to the top 32 for the third time.
We do all 10 damage because why the heck not, Boulevard? Why not?
And yeah, there's the cackle. And that's going to do it. Zorig, Dungu, wait, what do we got? All right, that's not
Troll
gonna do
Chant.
it. That doesn't matter. And yeah, Zorig going to advance to a top cut. Going to make it 3 for himself, 5 between himself and his brother, Phil Gamerweeb. And wow, pretty impressive feat there, Zorig Dungu. Just doing what he does best, winning games, getting in the top cuts of seasonals. And that's going to do it for round 9, it looks like. That was, wow, what a game. Actually, not sure if we have another game to get into or not yet. I do know it does look like we're going to have an interview, so stick around for the interview for sure. Don't know who yet. It's a surprise. We will figure that out in a little bit. But Boulevard, I got to say, I am impressed with the diversity of all the decks that we are seeing right now. This is, especially because we expect to see this in the beginning. I had joked that I personally saw deep in like the second or third round. Then we saw it in round 7. Yeah. So like in round 7, 8, or 9, that's where you start to see the decks that are going to make top cut. This is the first time, at least from my recent memory, that we've seen such a diverse showing in the later rounds of the open rounds for the seasonal.
And I'm still kind of reeling at the poor luck by Duckling to run into probably the only player in the tournament running triple Scorched Earth decks in the last round of the seasonal to go into the Foundry deck and 2-0'd it like we kind of predicted would happen. That is not a deck that really gets off the ground without Foundry, and that immediate Scorched Earth onto the Foundry in game number 3 really secured it for Zorig. We saw Duckling really flounder to maintain card advantage after that happened.
Yeah, and something I do want to mention, and this is very exciting. I mean, these two players are neck and neck, and by these two players, I mean, What Am I? We all know it's a fan favorite of mine. What Am I? As well as the protagonist, as Boulevard puts it, Majin Bay, both making top cut here, which means both players have not only top cut 5 seasonals, Boulevard. They have also both top cut worlds, with What Am I arguably having the little one up over Majin Bay, having top 4 worlds.
Yeah.
So that's
What Am
crazy.
I? The top 4 gamer. Great top 4 gamer.
Just get.
Majin's got that W, baby. Majin got that W, baby.
All right, so you could argue that kind of evens it out, right? The better performance at Worlds versus, Majin Bay getting the win, right? But like, that's crazy. I mean, you know, a lot of card games, I feel like they have like that one person that dominates at a point. I mean, but we've had both of these players simultaneously dominating at the same time. It's crazy. I mean, it's awesome to see the consistency between both of them, seasonal after seasonal after seasonal, and they're exciting players to watch. They're both amazing at the game, and they know how to play the decks that they bring 100%. So it's good
and
to
constantly getting it done in their own way. I mean, Majin bringing Field of Mina, probably going to be the only Field of Mina in Top Cut. Never got a chance to see What Am I's lineup, but it's probably not the standard, right? What Am I's not much for
Targon?
the XYZ.
It's probably some sort of Shadow Isles Targon in there, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, no, I agree. Usually, What Am I not bringing the usual decks that we're used to seeing, anyways. So I did mention an interview. It does look like we are going to be interviewing Zorig Dungu here shortly. So very excited to talk to Zorig here. I mean, Zorig as well, especially because we talked about Zorig's lineup. You know, Teemo Swain is probably the most common deck there that we saw Zorig run, followed by the TF Gangplank, and then finally Draven Ezreal was kind of, I don't know, we started seeing it towards the end of the day here. But actually, I think Zorig was the only person we saw, right? Because I know we saw it earlier, but I think it was also Zorig that was playing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So,
Zorg's the only one on Draven, Ezreal, Caitlyn, to my knowledge.
that we know of. Yeah. Until we see the top cut. Watch, What Am I and Majin Bay are gonna like have it in their lineup, right? Or no, we saw Majin Bay.
We saw Majin's lineup.
Yeah,
we know that there's no
Majin
Draven
does
Ezreal
not
out
have
there.
it. Okay, no Draven Ezreal. Okay.
What
Majin
Am I
played a
didn't
lot of Draven
draw.
Ezreal too. So.
Yeah, but Majin didn't play, or not Majin. What Am I didn't play Draven Ezreal when it was popular. I'd be very surprised if he swapped over to it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. But yeah, I'm curious to get some questions in there, right? We can see what the thought process was behind both the decks and why we feel try being popular might be a thing again. There's also a Static Shock in there, by the way. So that's actually something we didn't see played, but it was kind of stuck in there. But yeah, all right. So it looks like we are ready for the interview. So let's go ahead and head on in with Zorig Dungu here. See what we can ask. Zorig,
Yo,
what's
how's it
up,
going,
my
yo?
man? Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm just excited I was able to top cut again.
Yeah, big 3. That's 3, right?
Yeah, it's my 3rd time now. I'm
Hey.
beating Filthy Gamer Weeb. With
I
that.
was just gonna
Yeah.
say you got one up on your brother now,
But,
so you're in a
he
good
didn't-
spot.
He hasn't been playing the game for the last 4 months, so it's like not
Gotcha.
too big of a deal. Passing
That's fine.
him.
We take those.
Yeah,
take
that's
those.
fine.
We
it's
take
fine. So Zorig, awesome to have you on, man. Congratulations, making top cut once again. I was just talking to Boulevard about this, and Boulevard and I were talking about this earlier because from round 7, I mean, obviously you were playing, so you didn't see the cast, but from round 7 on, we started seeing some crazy decks, and that's usually where we start to see things even out, and we see the decks that we're used to seeing. But even yourself, I mean, you got a little bit of a different lineup here, and that Draven Ezreal deck, I want to ask about that, man. Like, why Draven Ezreal? This deck has been so out of it for so long. What are your thoughts?
It's one of my favorite decks, and I tried like more of a control style Draven Scion list to beat Poppy, but I was struggling in that matchup since the nerfs to Lost Soul. So I just decided to bring Draven Ez because I wanted to hard target Poppy and Thralls mainly.
And did that sort of lead to the decision to run this triple Scorched Earth lineup? Because really, Bandle City Swain is like the only Scorched Earth deck in the meta. So did you see enough Thralls for this to consistently work out for you over the course of the day?
I lost to most of the Thralls, to be honest.
Hey, so that worked.
I was beating everything but Thralls.
Oh, you gotta love when a plan works out, right? Oh my god, yeah, there's actually 2 copies of each, it looks like, in all the decks. So all right, so actually with that said, out of the 3, kind of a double-sided question here, which deck do you feel worked out best throughout the day, and which one got banned the most?
Draven Ez worked the best for me by far, and then I didn't really get to play Teemo Swain much. It got banned all but 2 of my rounds, so. But it did work well when it did see some play.
All right, I want to ask you about that last round. So you've played a lot of TFs in your own time. I'm sure that you and Duckling probably did a little bit of testing together. How did you feel not only seeing that deck, but just the leveling of the Twisted Fate so quickly in that game?
It gave me PTSD the second that TF leveled.
Yes, perfect.
He played that so well. I couldn't do too much about it. He was one step ahead in that game for sure.
Yeah, I feel you. I got PTSD as well. So trust me, I told Boulevard, like, I never thought I'd say in the same tournament, I'm happy to see TF Fizz and Draven Ezreal, because it's been so long since we've seen both decks, and there we have it.
You forget
two
yourself,
players
those.
playing
I
each
was
other.
not excited to see TF Fizz again. I'm not excited to see Draven Ezreal. Keep that Shen Fiora out of here. I don't want to see Demacia elusives anymore. I still got to deal with those. It's a nightmare out here. So Zorig, not to tip your hand or anything, but is this a lineup that you could see yourself running back for the top 32, or do you think you're going to switch it up a little bit?
Honestly, I probably might bring this again to top 32. It depends. Like, if I know who my opponent will be in the first round, that might affect what lineup I decide to bring.
He's gonna bring it to the top 32, Boulevard. Yeah.
If there's no thralls in the top 32 match.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. And last question for me. Boulevard mentioned the Trip Noxus, playing 2 Scorched Earth in each one. Obviously, it didn't seem like it worked out for Thralls too much. Was that why? Because me and Boulevard were going back and forth on Twisted Fate, Gangplank, Bandle City versus Noxus. Was that
different
why?
decks.
I know, but was that why you went that route with the Noxus splash instead of the Bandle City? Like, or was there a different thought process behind that?
Yeah. I mean, the Noxus version is just really good into like the aggro decks and the especially Poppy Zed, while the Bandle City version can struggle to deal with them, because if they have one Nopify, you all of a sudden cannot kill their champions because you only have Harpoon in that deck. So that's the main reason why.
All right, and then last question from me. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
Shout-outs. Massive shout-out to my man James. He's just a beast. And who else?
Is that like his actual gamer tag, or is it
Yeah,
just...
his
okay,
in-game name is James.
Okay.
Known as Doom Beast James.
Okay.
And but I didn't really I didn't do any scrims for seasonals and stuff. I don't usually do that. I just choose the decks that I think are good, the decks that I play on ladder.
You woke up, picked the lineup, and queued up, right?
Yeah. Or actually, I'll shout out the people who I stole the deck lists from.
Okay, all right, I feel it. All right.
Shout out to Damien for the Ezreal deck. Shout out to Aikado for the Swain.
Nice.
And shout out to Filthy Gamer Weep for the TFGP.
Nice. See, so your brother was still
right.
involved at some point,
Yeah.
right? All right, awesome. Well, Zorig, thank you very much for coming, hanging with us for a second to answer some questions. And again, congratulations on your 3rd top cut here.
Aw, thank you. I appreciate it.
Later, man. All right, good stuff there, Boulevard. That was Draven Ezreal, baby, and it's so funny. The Scorched Earth don't matter. We just take their Thralls.
I mean,
it's still the same.
We knew that the Thralls matchup was a little more complicated than just Scorched Earth the Thralls, but I didn't expect him to say that he lost to the deck nearly every time he ran into it. That did surprise me a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it surprised me as well. Unfortunate as far as deck decisions are concerned, but wow, I gotta say I am very happy with this seasonal. I loved the turnout of decks that we saw. I think the last 3 rounds were super interesting. I think we got a lot of awesome people that made top cut or have a chance to make top cut. Again, we have people like Majin and What Am I that both top cut, and again, just showing how consistent their play is and being in competitive Runeterra. So, but that is going to do it for us, as the last round of the day is complete. The interview with Zorig is all set, so that leaves nothing else left to do except Boulevard. What do you have to say for yourself?
Shout out to Victor, man. I didn't finish, like, Arcane wasn't done when I made the decision to dress up as Jace. We had I think only Act 1 was done. I'm not going to spoil anything, don't worry, you don't have to, like, mute the mic. But man, oh man, did I wish I could have picked a different character. I mean, the outfits are basically the same, but Victor wears, like, pinstripes, and ultimately, it is fun to dress up a little bit. Doza dressed up as someone who likes to show off their chest hair and drink too many mojitos.
I forgot that.
But it's
Hey, you're making me all self-conscious on camera now, man. Come on.
It has been an excellent time casting with you, Jay Doza. As always, we've had an absolute blast bringing you the Between Worlds seasonal, and I think I speak for everyone when I say we are very excited for not only the expansion Magical Misadventures, but also the 2022 competitive Runeterra season. I don't know how long the off-season is lasting, but I'm pretty sure this is the last seasonal for it, and from here on out, we'll have a better idea of what the competitive landscape is looking like for 2022.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out on my side. I'm just gonna go shout out to the people, man. I've enjoyed this community since I first got involved back in Jesus, like 2 years ago now. It's been a great time. It's been a great trip. I love doing these seasonals. I love casting with you Boulevard, of course, and looking forward to many more seasonals to come. And
I don't know if I'd say I love it, but
competitive tournaments. Oh, I know. Shut up. All right, let's get all right. With that said, that's gonna do it. Before I say something I'm gonna regret, everybody have a fantastic night. That's it for Between the World seasonals, and everybody can't wait to see you next time. Peace out.